These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow.
Lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready?
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are the foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Cannon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Cannon products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
And good morning, First Robotics. How's everybody doing today? I'm Niall, and I hope that everyone has enjoyed all of the wonderful videos that we've looked at so far. And I hope everyone's seeing all of our wonderful sponsors that we have. For example, Booz Allen Hamilton, the Newport News Shipbuilding, Leidos, Qualcomm. This year we are having Freight Frenzy hosted by Raytheon. There are so many wonderful companies and wonderful sponsors that we have, but I always like to take a second and thank all of our wonderful mentors, volunteers, and our parents. Once again, we wouldn't be here without all of those people here to support us, and we love seeing all of our teams. And a big reminder to everyone to make sure that if you are one of our teams on the field, that you have your mask on and your eye protection on, whether that is your goggles or your safety glasses. And also, please do remember that there is no eating or drinking inside of the arena space. You must fully leave our facility. Today, we are going to have 4 cohorts over in Alexandria, Virginia. That means 4 rounds of rambunctious competition. And then over in Fairlawn, Virginia, we're going to have 2 further rounds of competition. And I don't know about anybody else, but I love seeing all these teams. I love seeing all these robots. First coming up, coming for the Alexandria first cohort, we have team 20337. Say what? We have team 16792, the Woodson Warriors. Team 13071, the Robo Wolves. Team 8535, Supernova. Team 12518, Almond Robotics. Team 19753, Starstruck. Team 10515, Extreme Voltage, rounding out that heat. So once again, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 robots getting ready to compete in this first cohort. And I really can't wait to see these robots. We have a lot of old names, we have a lot of lower numbers, but then we also have a lot of big hitting names that have been out there. If anyone remembers last week, the 2 other commentators that I had in the box with me were for Almond Robotics, so we get to see them on the field today. That'll be a wonderful and exciting thing. We've had Extreme Voltage come around a lot. I know they like to talk in the chat. We've had Say What in the chat. I believe we've had Supernova and Robo Wolves in the chat. So Woodson Warriors, let's see you up in the chat. Starstruck, I really want to see this. This is cool. But remember, teams, I like seeing all the unique things about you. And if you have something unique, why don't you tell us? So teams, if you have something unique or special, or that you would like to share with both the commentators and the first community, don't forget to have your coaches, mentors, and captains fill out the survey. We have the team survey that you all can fill out. It is a wonderful way for myself and my other commentators to be able to get to know you as a team and get to know who you are as a team. We love to hear from you. We love to hear about you. And also, don't forget to submit your remote videos. We love seeing your remote videos. We love seeing all the little things that make your team special. And in the remote videos, you sometimes get to showcase more than what you get to do in the group events. And the reason why I say that is because you can show personally what your robot does. You can put your robot in at its best and at its highest. We also like to see the super high scores that you all can get by yourselves. But chat, how's everybody doing today? Good morning. If you all are with a team, please let us know which team you are with. If you all are here just strolling in and finding us randomly, we would love to see you all. If you all are waiting to know what's going on, we are prepping the field and getting ready for Alexandria, Virginia. So by 8:10, we will have a wonderful round of robots getting ready to come onto the field. As for right now, what we are doing as far as testing the field, we have some of our referees walking around and stepping in as robots. They're sitting there picking up the freight, they're sitting there moving obstacles, they're sitting there doing all the different things that they're supposed to do. And they're also testing what's going on. Another big thing is we would like to make sure that everyone fully recognizes all of our teams. So, because First has a big thing about positivity, we're not going to bash any of the teams. We're not going to say anything wrong about any of the teams. We're always going to cheer on our teams. But look at these human robots. Haven't our robots gotten so sophisticated? They're so lifelike and real looking. But no, once again, this is just us testing how the robots would work. and testing how the field would function. We're testing out scoring and everything else. Unfortunately, the way this score is looking right now, the referee seems to be taking it with a score of 50-22. Now, I might have seen a couple fouls and penalties, but I guess they're not calling them right now. We're going to see what ends up happening up. And so remember, team, some of the biggest things that teams get called out for in this event is stuff like carrying 2 pieces of freight. You can only have 1. Also, making sure if you are going to contact the duck wheel, either the robot comes in contact with the duck wheel or the human comes in contact with the duck wheel. Both cannot touch the wheel at the same time. The robot must stop the wheel, and then the human can touch the wheel and put a new duck on. The wheel cannot continue spinning while the human has to put their hand on it. Finally, when it comes to these shared hubs and to the alliance hubs, a slight touch trying to put your piece onto it does not matter. If you ram it, if you push it far, if you jostle it and juggle it around so stuff starts to shift and move, that can cost you points, and that can be a major penalty. This game is about precision and finesse. I have said it every week and I will continue to say it. This event is on your drivers. Drivers, you must have the precision of a surgeon. You must practice with that controller. You must have no flaws, no errors. That control has to be precise. You have to make sure that when you touch something, it is the exact movement that you want. But once again, let's give a wonderful round to our referees for putting on that wonderful show for us and for, you know, getting us started. They wanted to christen the field and give us an opening match. But once again, we will be getting started very shortly with our first round of competition. And coming up first with our robots, we have team 10515 Extreme Voltage alongside team 8535 Supernova for our red alliance, and our blue alliance will be team 13071 the Robo Wolves going up against team 19753 Starstruck. So once again, that is Extreme Voltage and Supernova going up against the Robo Wolves and Starstruck. I want to see if I'm starstruck by Starstruck. Seems like a fun thing to hear. I also like saying all the weird and fun things when it comes to these names. Do you want to be starstruck by Starstruck? Do I get to see a supernova on the scoreboard? Yes, we run up the pun counter. It is always fun. Especially if you lock me in here in a room by myself. What? I'm just keep talking. But also, don't forget, my room is kind of empty today. Does anybody else see me in my box? There's nobody else in my box with me. If you all would like to jump in this box with me or be a volunteer in general, don't forget to go to the first website. We would love to have more volunteers. If you all would like to become commentators and be out here and show your face and talk to everybody like I do, if you all would like to be in the judging sphere and go talk to all the teams and see all the wonderful and unique teams, if you all think that you would be better and you look great in stripes, go be one of our referees. And me personally, I don't like the stripes. I don't like being a stripe, so I'm not a referee. I like to talk a lot, so I'll be a commentator. But if you like wearing stripes and you like following the rules, go be a referee. If you all don't like being in the limelight and you don't want to be seen, don't worry. You can wear your pajamas and go sit in the back room with the rest of our programmers and coders. They chill, they relax, they sit in the back room, they make all of these wonderful slideshows and presentations. They're the ones that actually make the field run. They are the ones that have me in the bottom corner, they could put me in the top corner, they could put me on the side, I could be in the middle. They're the ones that do all of that. I don't touch the buttons. I don't know what goes on. They're also the ones on the side that have the little first Chesapeake. Yeah, I don't touch anything. I just sit here and talk and smile and wave at people. But once again, we love seeing all of our teams. We love hearing from everyone. And we love getting ready to get underway. And speaking about getting underway, we have teams getting ready to approach the field right now. I can see team 1-9. Ooh, wait, which team is that? That don't look like the right number. Is that 19458? Whose team number is that? Do I have a surrogate on the field today? I wish you all could see what goes in the back, since I was just talking about the back. Our wonderful staff in the back all spoke at the same time and typed the exact same message. And so they're going around talking about, we're not robots, which gives me a wonderful chance to highlight our wonderful I'm Not a Robot shirt. I'm an alumni ambassador, but yeah, oh, they talk like robots, don't worry. They just might be robots. But coming up first, I seem to have had my rounds wrong. We have team 19458 equilibrium.exe. We have team 183181 the Ram Eaters. And team going up against team 9667 Bullis Robotics and team 9073 Nitrix. I must be looking at the wrong qualification day. I don't see none of those teams. Ooh, that's it. I'm not age messed up. Okay, so I had the wrong data set. I'm sorry. Our first cohort will consist of teams 519 Epsilon Delta 2, teams 18264 the Electronovas, team 18381 the Ram Eaters, team 16502 SWAT, team 18697 Monkey Bang Rock, team 12718 Lions, team 19458 equilibrium.exe, team 9667 Bullis Robotics, and team 9073 Nitrix. I seem to have had my dates and times wrong when I was looking at my teams. But let's just take a look at the field. So once again, down at the center of the field, that little black thing in the middle of the field that you all see is the shared shipping hub. Now the shared shipping hub is very unique because both teams can go touch it. Now the thing about the shared shipping hub is you want it to tip in your favor. This little teeter-totter, you want to put enough pieces on it that it tips your direction. Now the thing about it though, is you can only move one at a time, and if you all see that little white outline, that little white tape outline, your robot must completely exit the white tape outline from the freight area and enter the other boxes to then be scoreable with that piece of freight. Now, if you all look at the freight, there's tons of little pieces of freight down there. I wish I had them over here. I'd show you all of them very closely, but there are 3 different types of yellow cubes, and then there's the wiffle ball. So, the reason why we say 3 different types of yellow cubes, even though they all look the exact same, is if you flip them on the bottom, there's a little honeycomb under there, and in that little honeycomb, there are little metal weights in different ones of them. So some of them have no weights, some of them have 1 weight, some of them have 2 weights, I believe. But there's 3 different levels of weights in the little honeycombs. Then we have the wiffle balls. Wiffle balls are very fun. No, it's a little wiffle ball, like a baseball, wiffle ball. But the main attraction of this game is our little rubber duckies, shown on the screen right now with randomization number 6. Now the point of the little rubber duckies is those are scoreable items, as well as teams have their own choice of putting down a personal item on the beginning of the field. If we look on the field, team, I believe that's equilibrium.exe, has a personal item on the field. That is that little cup that they have down there. That cup is scoreable at the end of the game. Doesn't really help them right now except for their vision sensor, but at the end of the game that can be very critical. Now let's see, did anyone vision sense? We have one robot going for the duck up in the top corner. Unfortunately, I covered it. That is team 9073. We also have equilibrium.exe going for their little duck. They're going to try parking. So I believe we have 2 parks, 2 placements.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And we are out on the field with a current score of 42 to 10 in favor of the Red Alliance. Unfortunately, one of the blue robots does not seem to be functioning right now. That is also one of the problems, unfortunately, with starting immediately when you come onto the field, is that in your first matchup, you may not have paid attention to all the little finite things that could have gone wrong. This is why also, once again, drive teams, make sure to double check everything about your robot before you get onto the field. If you are not 100% satisfied with your robot before you get onto the field, be careful. Oh no! Unfortunately, equilibrium.exe might have lost a little bit of their equilibrium as they shot a piece of freight backwards out of the field. But their team partner, I like the green. I like the mint green. It's nice. It's clean. And that's the ram eaters over there. It's a wonderful looking bot. Get the little clean little green. And then we have Bullis Robotics and Nitrix. Unfortunately, I believe that is Bullis Robotics that is not off and moving yet. But Nitrix taking over the field, still trying to put up an impressive score, even all by themselves. Yes, we have robots. And if you all seen people moving and rushing on the field, what they are getting ready to do is that duck wheel. Now the thing about the duck wheel is, once again, the wheel must completely stop before you can touch it. Also, the wheel must go all the way around. The robot must make the duck slide from one side of the gray bar around the wheel and off the other side of the gray bar. So what will end up happening is teams will try to get off as many as they can. Teams will rush, they will move, they will run. And this score right now is huge, with the Red Alliance putting up his unofficial score of 158 and the Blue Alliance putting up a score of 74. Now, I will say this. the Blue Alliance, yes, their score is only 74, but that was by themselves. That was a pretty much solo match. Their teammate did not come off the wall at all. Wallace Robotics sat on the wall, but Nitrix kicked it into high gear and moved that field. And I will say this. I always love when teams have their own little unique things and their own little unique designs. I believe that is Nitrix with the purple capes. Now, I watched The Incredibles a couple too many times as a kid. I know Edna always told us no capes. But hey, they make capes look good. But I love seeing all the robots. And if anyone has seen all the little and interesting things about these robots, I mean, look at Equilibrium's robot. They have 4 wheels on each side, and the wheels are separated so that way it's 2 of them moving and then the back 2 moving. And the way that they work, they can teeter-totter over most obstacles. And it's really cool. And I like watching it. I like seeing it over top of something. It's a nice little crawler mechanism. And it also works for them having a ton of control because they don't have to super speed their robot to get over to the wobble goals, as well as, well, to the shipping hubs, as well as they're able to easily pass over the PVC pipes, which we've seen a lot of teams struggle with. And a wonderful opening high score of 185 to 74 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a now point breakdown being an autonomous score of 47 to 10, a driver control score of 40 to 34, a end game of 98 to 30, and this was a clean match with no penalties. I like how the chat went and quoted it. Yes, darling, no capes. But we love the capes. We love to see them. We love to see them. Coming up next, we have 16502 SWAT alongside Team 12718 Lions going up against Team 519 Epsilon Delta 2 and Team 18697 Monkey Bang Rock. Now, if anyone remembers from last week, Team 16502 SWAT gave us a remote video last week, so we played some of their remote footage, so we've already seen their bot. And we've seen that nice little SWAT sign on top of the SWAT bot. But coming on to the field right now, we have Team 519 and Team 18697 stepping on the blue side. And once again, look at these bots. Look at just the magnificence of these bots. These teams put so much effort into designing these wonderful looking bots. I personally was never on an FTC team, so I can't say how hard it is or how complicated it is or how challenging it is to put all that effort into these smaller robots. I used to work on the bigger bots. I did FRC, and we only have 6 weeks to work on the bigger bots. But I can tell you one thing, robots ain't easy. I don't care what size you're working on. Robots ain't easy. With the bigger bots, we had challenges of still space, still time, still issues, still moving stuff around. It always used to be a big factor. Now, with them having these little bots, I mean, space is definitely an issue. I think they have a lot more time to work on their robots than we did, but still, space is an issue. Coordinating is an issue. They have a much smaller field to work on. And so that's also something that can be a very big challenge. Now, I just saw something interesting come onto the field, and I like it. Now, it may not be Christmas time anymore. It may not be the holidays anymore. But somebody put a Christmas present out there. And if it's not a Christmas present, then they're getting ready for Valentine's Day. All I see is something red and white, and it looks like snowmen. Kind of makes me want to sit here with a cup of hot cocoa or something, because it is definitely cold out here today. But Monkey Bang Rock, if you want to tell us what that object is, please feel free to tell us in the survey. But then another thing that I love about when we get to look at these wonderful teams, look at Lions. You can see their big shield from the side, clearly telling you what their number is. And then you can look across the field and also see Epsilon Delta 2 with their big, clean acrylic numbers. I love seeing these big panels. Gives me a lot to look at. And we're just waiting for the referee to finish finalizing the field. We have randomization number 4, so that will be Ducks in a far position, and they are scoring at the low goal. So remember, it is extra points if they score in the appropriate sector. Otherwise, scoring in general still does give more points. But we are about to watch these robots get activated. They will have 30 seconds in the autonomous period. And we have robots already dropping off freight. On the Blue Alliance, the freight got put in the high goal. On the Red Alliance, they just slightly missed the low goal. Their orientation might have been just barely off. But we have one duck on the field and we have a park.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
and so
1.
with a current score of 13 to 45, Blue Alliance is going to try to hold on to that lead for the rest of this match. And I like that lifting mechanism on 519. It's wonderful. It just rises out of the robot. Like, the robots always look so small and compact, and I love this about First, because First has a lot of expansion rules. And so sometimes robots can expand super far. Other times robots have to stay in their little box. And this is a year where robots can expand. So you get to see these huge robots lifting up and lifting out and just growing. But it seems to be a slight jam up on the red side. I think one of those robots may have been spiked. I think that might be Lions that got spiked. Yes, I think that might be Lions that got spiked. Once again, teams making sure to look out for those little goals at the bottom. Those PVC pipes can get in your way. They have a lot of little things involved. If you get caught on one of those spikes, it just might be the end of your robot. Oh, and I think SWAT tried to help them get off the spike. I don't think they were successful in coming off the spike, however. Seems the robot has just turned slightly. We're approaching the last 30 seconds, so we have ducks flying off the field. On the Blue Alliance, we have them going for those ducks. On the Red Alliance, SWAT bot trying to get ducks in the field. We also have a cap. I did not notice the cap, but SWATbot putting a cap on top of the field. And so once again, that cap is also extra points. This is why teams are allowed that personal item. And with a current unofficial score of 86 to 81, we will see how the referees end up scoring this match. Unfortunately, I believe the Blue Alliance did come down a lot of points due to moving the shared shipping hub. So that shared hub at the bottom has been almost completely rotated and shifted out of the center area. And that was due to robot 18697. So Monkey Bang Rock had a little bit of issues rocking the boat there. And it is confirmed, the Blue Alliance did receive that major penalty for shifting and moving the shipping hub. So make sure, teams, driver practice, driver practice, driver practice. We had our robots go past all sorts of little things and make sure that they tried to touch as little as possible. Just because you're a senior does not mean you should be on the drive team. Once again, I've had sophomores and juniors on my drive team. If a freshman was good enough, a freshman could have been on the drive team. You just have to show that skill and that practice and that precision. And with a final score of 89 to 81, the Red Alliance narrowly takes it away from the Blue Alliance, with a current score, with the score breakdown being a 13-point autonomous to a 39-point autonomous, a 20-point driver control to a 30-point driver control, and a 56-point endgame to a 42-point endgame, with the deciding factor being that 30-point penalty towards the Blue Alliance. And as the field gets reset, we have coming up next Team 519, Epsilon Delta 2, now paired off with Team 16502, SWAT, going up against Team 18264, the Electronovas, and Team 19458, Equilibrium.exe. So the only new team coming onto the field right now will be the Electronovas. Equilibrium.exe got a nice little break, and now they're coming back to the field. SWAT and Epsilon Delta 2 now joining forces on the field. But look at this field reset. Do y'all see how meticulous it is? Look at the precision, especially when they go towards moving all the freight. It's a nice precision. It's a nice precision game of just push it all in the corner. If anyone cleans up your room like you clean up this freight, you might want to go relearn how to clean your room. Because they literally just sweep it all in one corner and say, yeah, okay, it's done. It's there. But then also, if you look at the field, you can see our field being reset. Sometimes our robots are a little bit rough around the edges, and so our field, these nice little foam mats, gets pulled up a bit. It's a little bit shifted. So our team and our referees will go back, they'll lift up the panels, they'll reset and readjust the panels, push the panels back down, everything gets moved, everything gets settled, and it's nice and over and done with. Now, there are a ton of you in the chat. I know some of you have to be here with the team, so if you're here with the team, tell us which team you're with. We'd love to see it. So far, I have seen Equilibrium in the chat. I have not seen anybody else in the chat. I want to see everybody else in the chat. Look at the technicality on this field. It's always wonderful. They go through, they make sure everything's fine and perfect and everything's done, trimmed, looks really good. We have the Robo Troopers in the chat. Okay, hi Robo Troopers. Hope to see you all on the field later. And I love all the cool names that these teams have. Okay, we got Electronovas shouting themselves out. I told you there was other people in this chat. See, now these are all the FTC teams. I want to see who comes back during FRC season, if they allow us to do it this year. Also, teams, who's going to be going to the championship down in Newport News? Because that's also going to be a wonderful and exciting thing I can't wait to go do. I can't wait to go to Newport News and go see everybody down there. I'm going to try to commentate down there and see what else I can do down there. We have SWAT in the building. Everybody clear out, run, hide. The SWAT team is coming for you. Also, Team SWAT, go fill out the survey. Does SWAT stand for anything, or are you using SWAT as the actual police SWAT? I'd love to know, because if SWAT stands for something else, I want to know what SWAT stands for. But in qualification match number 3, we have randomization number 4, so that will be the low bar once again. If teams score in that low goal, that is where the extra points are hiding at. And look at all the teams coming out with their tabletops and their boxes and all their other wonderful things. For example, you can see that nice little Amazon box. Yes, we were sponsored by Amazon, or still are sponsored by Amazon. I slightly forget. But already off to a wonderful start. Both teams seem to have got the right height. We have a duck trying to be spun. Unfortunately, that duck was only slightly spun. It did not fully fall off. But Equilibrium gets their duck quacking off to the field.
Drivers.
And I like the nice little break that they get between the time that the robots are in autonomous to the time that the robots actually start. But now, if we look at all these bots, I believe that is Electronovas with their rubber band intake. Now, a rubber band intake is super cool, but it can be super technical. Rubber band intakes are these big wheels or big gears that have rubber bands or string stretched back and forth across it, so that way the tension and the force as it spins will spin something up into the intake. There's a couple problems with a rubber band intake, same with any other intake. Rubber bands can pop. That sometimes happens. Also, depending on how your rubber band intake is set and depending on what type of items you have to pick up, sometimes the item will get actually into the rubber bands and not actually into the rest of the intake. But talking about intakes and talking about mechanisms, once again, look at the precision between these robots. We have... Oh, that seems to have been the wrong direction. I believe that was the SWAT bot. They have a side loader, which I also like. Now, those side loaders, what I mean is they can go up against the side of the wall, tip the arm, and it drops out the side. It's got the nice little side shoot. They don't really worry about anything. But we're getting ready to approach these last 30 seconds, and these last 30 seconds are super critical. What happens in these last 30 seconds is that is when you push all your ducks onto the field. That is when you try to put your cap onto the top. SWAT bot doing a wonderful job of putting that cap on top. But once again, this is when you have 30 seconds to get all your points in that you can. You're going to move that bot. You're going to get all your final points. You're going to park it if you can. This is when you want to move everything that you have in your power. And currently the score is looking mighty impressive. Equilibrium.exe, and I forget who they have alongside them. And the Electronovas, I knew it was another E, I just forgot which E it was. Equilibrium.exe and the Electronovas putting up a current unofficial score of 141. And over on the other side, we have Epsilon Delta 2 and SWAT putting up a similarly impressive score right now of 93. Once again, I love seeing these teams break the triple-digit barrier this early in the morning. But the barrier that I really want to see is that 200-point barrier, that 300-point barrier. Last week, we had a wonderful score in the mid-200s. And I love seeing it. I love seeing when we get these nice high scores. I love seeing when teams put up those numbers and really push to see how far they can truly go. But we're watching the end of this game and the referees are talking to the teams before the field gets cleared and reset. So we're just going to be waiting for our score while our referees talk to the field. And our final score is in favor of the Blue Alliance. We have a score of 93 to 144 with an autonomous score of 37 to 42, a driver control of 6 to 22, and an end game of 60 to 80. Another deciding factor was the Red Alliance's 10-point penalty. This will push team 19458 Equilibrium.exe into first place. Coming up next, we have Team 9073, Nitrix, alongside Team 18381, Ram Eaters, going up against Team 12718, Lions, and Team 18264, the Electronovas. So the Electronovas diving right back into competition alongside the Lions. I like when all these teams use different things as their benches and their different stands for their robots and for their boxes and everything. Like we have actual cardboard boxes, people come up with their crates and their different loading boxes that they move around. I think I see a piano bench on the field. There's tons of different things that get moved around. Robotics is very resourceful. We will use anything. In the FRC fields, we have to pull out a whole tabletop that gets put down onto a Velcro board. And so I've seen teams bring out like snowboards or plexi boards that have been coated and dealt with, or people making custom press boards, or even something as simple as like a plywood board. I believe 1 year somebody went and designed Plank from Ed, Edd n Eddy and put Plank on their board. So that way, that was what they were gaming on top of, was they were gaming on Plank. And so when they weren't actually in competition, they could remove it with Velcro and walk around with Plank. It's all sorts of different wonderful things that can be done. Once again, we have Nitrix coming back in with their capes. I still like the capes. It's majestic. Another thing about FTC teams, though, it's very easy. It's very easy to start a team. It's very easy to start a team, to grow a team. It's very easy to be on the field with these teams. There are tons of different things that you can do. And especially with the cost of some of these teams, they're also very cost effective and very affordable. For example, I know some teams that have like a $1,000 and $2,000 operating budget for the whole season. Even the field is built basically in a basement or somewhere simple. You can build a field in a classroom. Versus the FRC leagues, we have to build our fields in gyms. We have to be in a basketball court. We have to be on a on some sort of arena-sized space because we have a much larger field. And we deal with much larger bots. They are to scale of that field.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And these robots are off. A current score of 17-15 in favor of the Red Alliance. Both teams going off, trying to put up as many points as they can now. Once again, this is our driver period. So this is the time when you are hands on your robot. You are trying to move that bot as much as you can. Unfortunately, Nitrix seems to be having some issues with their communication. And I believe they may be back on. And so if you see everyone walking around with phones and tablets and messing with all sorts of little things, that's because that's how these robots talk to each other. A lot of these robots use phones to communicate back and forth. A lot of the scoring is done on little tablets. If you all look at the bottom of your screen, however, you all can see the breakdown between all the many different points and variables that are going on. You can see how many pieces are in what level tier. Unfortunately, I believe the Blue Alliance received a major penalty for moving that shipping hub. As you can see, it is way out to the top of the field by comparison to where it normally is in the center of the field. And now it is time for the ducks. Once again, you put that duck on the wheel, you let your robot spin it around, it goes all the way around, it drops back off. Now the other fun thing is just exactly where you want to place your duck. That can all come down to how fast the robot spins the duck. That can come down to what type of spinner you have. Some robots are programmed to auto spin. Some robots are programmed to where they need specific requirements before they spin. And our final score will be in favor of the Red Alliance, 101 to 43, with a point breakdown of an 11-point autonomous to a 3-point autonomous, a 42-point driver control to a 44-point driver control, and a 48-point endgame to a 26-point endgame, with a major factor being that 30-point penalty towards the Blue Alliance. Once again, teams, making sure that you are careful with these pieces and careful with these hubs. We know that they like to move around and shift around very easily, so you have to be very gentle and generous when you approach them. Coming up next, we have Team 19458 Equilibrium.exe paired up with Team 9667 Bullis Robotics, and they will be going up against Team 18697 Monkey Bang Rock and Team 12718 Lions. And speaking of Freight Frenzy, we have a frenzy on the field as our referees try to reset the field and realign everything. It's so fun watching it. They just move all the little rubber ducks around and they move all the freight around, and they gotta make sure everything's back on the spots and that it all balances out. Now, one thing that we haven't seen so much, but is definitely an option, is teams can actually go to the other side of the field to go into the other side warehouse. And personally, I would do it depending on how my robot's built, but some teams just choose not to do it. It is an option, it isn't illegal. The illegal part would be if you all start bumping and colliding back and forth in that space. But for example, I'd go over to the other team side, pick up whatever pieces I need out of there, and move around as much as I possibly can. But once again, look at all these teams get ready to get on the field. Don't you love all the little pieces? Now, one thing that I do miss about not being in person is I miss the buttons, I miss the pins, I miss the the flags and all the other things teams used to have. For example, if you look in my background, I have a bunch of little buttons and pins up on my wall. Some of them are my actual robotics pins from my team. Some of them have been sent to me from other teams. I know Lord of the Bricks and Logic Coyote both sent me stuff. I have some of the volunteer pins. I also have a lot of my game pins from the different years that I was in the game. I'm only missing about 2 or 3, and some of them have just broken. Yeah, I have a couple of broken pins down here where the backs fell off, but hey, it happens. This was Stronghold and Ultimate Gold that I have in my hands. But coming up next, the match at hand will be qualification match number 5 with randomization number 5. So they will be going for the middle goal. Let's see these teams get ready to approach that mid goal. Another thing that I want to look at with some of these robots is the different mechanisms that they use for their ducks. For example, some teams have a single roller, so it's only on one side of their robot. Some teams use a double roller. The other thing that we've seen teams use is an extension roller, so they have a roller that comes out of their robot, so their robot just sticks out an arm and then lines up for that roller. Now, personally, I like the double rollers. Might be a little bit more coding, but I like it. Seems to be a little bit of discussion going on back and forth between the referees and the teams here. Both of these teams fighting for this shared hub. Unfortunately, I think there is a piece of freight stuck. Oh, I just saw a shared hub jump. That may have been major penalty on the side of the Blue Alliance. Equilibrium.exe now unable to score in that shared hub. If you notice, you must fully exit that box to be able to score on any of the hubs. And so because of the way that that box is pushed, the Red Alliance is now unable to score in their box. The Blue Alliance getting ready. The Red Alliance getting ready to put down those ducks. Look at Equilibrium.exe making ducks fly off that wheel. And now another thing that I would do is if I had a team and I may not have capping capability, but I know that I can get a bunch of ducks off and I get more points for putting off ducks, I would still put a personal item on the field because then that means that I can get all of those ducks off. Both teams trying to spin those ducks off that wheel, both teams pushing for points, and as time comes to a close, the score is currently set at 106-240 in favor of the Red Alliance. Equilibrium.exe is trying to hold on to that current lead that they have. Unfortunately, I believe it was that penalty that did it in for the Blue Alliance. Once again, that was team 18697 Monkey Bang Rock with their double lift mechanism that they have. Looks like 2 separate arms and they sort of kind of just flop it and pancake it into the other side. I believe that they sped up into the shipping hub on accident. And once again, that can happen a lot going off of these PVC pipes. Because the wheels are generally super small, trying to get over those pipes and trying to get your speed to go over it can definitely affect your robot. but the score will be set at 106 to 43, both teams receiving 30-point penalties. The Red Alliance receiving a 30-point penalty for something that I don't know yet, and the Blue Alliance receiving that major penalty for removing the shared shipping hub. But looking at the point breakdown, we have a 42-point autonomous to a 14-point autonomous, a 34-point driver control to a 14-point driver control, and a 60-point endgame to a 45-point endgame. I will just be waiting on clarification for the red penalty. But now coming up next to the stage, I know those purple capes, and I know that 519 anywhere. And the score has been changed to 136 to 43. The autonomous period was 42, in favor of the Red Alliance still, with their score now changing to a 42-point autonomous, a 34-point driver control, and a 90-point endgame. And they still received a 30-point penalty. I'm still confused as far as points are going. Red received a penalty for pushing the blue shipping hub. Okay. So we just penalty bouncing at this point. But remember, teams, don't touch those hubs. Coming up next, we have Team 9667, Bullis Robotics, and Team 18697, Monkey Bang Rock, going up against Team 519, Epsilon Delta 2, and Team 9073, Nitrix. And once again, unfortunately, we don't have the final competition at the end. We don't have eliminations today. So the qualification scores are what ends up this being the deciding factor for most of these teams. So you do want to make sure that when you get those top positions that you hold on to those top positions. So we will see if Bullis Robotics can hold on to their number 3 position. We will see if Monkey Bang Rock, Epsilon Delta 2, and Nitrix can move up from 7, 8, 9 and see how high they can push their scores. Also, as a reminder, we will see all of these teams 5 times. So once you see a team 5 times, you will not see them again. So some of these teams are on matches 3 and 4. Some of these teams may not be coming back. But we do have a few more matches to go through before we go into our next cohort. And also don't forget, if you all are coming in here today getting ready to look for Fairlawn, Virginia, they will be cutting on also later. And the autonomous period is going. Look at these robots go. Now, autonomous is when the programmers have a chance to shine. Once again, the 2 or 3 people that you see with drive teams is normally not everybody on the team. They're just sort of kind of the face of a team. It's a lot like when you have the players on a team versus when you have the actual coaching staff and everything else and everyone else in the background for the team. All the trainers, the coordinators, and everything else. So what you see with these robotics teams, you may see, you know, the 2 or 3 people out in the front showing their faces and waving and smiling, but there are tons of people in the background. You have your programmers, you have your actual builders. I know my team was huge. My team had about 40 members on it, but that's a FRC team once again. And so during those moments, you would have tons of people going on and tons of people doing tons of different things. But that just goes to show all the different work that gets put into these robots. Once again, we have Monkey Bang Rock trying to put points onto that shared shipping hub. I believe they just received a penalty for moving it again. Once again, teams, make sure that you practice all of your maneuvering and all of your variables. You don't want to be receiving penalties for every time that you move. And if you can't score in a certain form, then maybe choose a different form to score in. For example, if you know that you're consistently receiving penalties for going for the shared hub, maybe go for the main hub. Don't go for the shared hub. And now in these final 30 seconds, both teams trying to get as much movement as they can. Teams now going for ducks. Over on the blue side, we have team 9073 going after their ducks. And now with a current unofficial score of 32 to 115 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And these points will continue to rise. Once again, these points are normally crazy looking at these point totals. I love seeing them. But once again, teams, where are you at? I know it's early in the morning, but I know you're here repping your teams. So if you're here repping your teams, let us know who you are. Let us know your team. Call out your team. Say hi to your teams. The referees are going to have a few discussions while we're waiting on the score to pop up. But once again, going back to what I was saying, there are tons of different ways to help out on a first team and tons of different ways to be on a first team without actually touching the robot. I know we used to have a design team, and so their whole job used to be making our flyers, our banners, our shirts, our posters. They would put all the colors on the robots. Once we had the base idea for what the robot was supposed to do and function and how the functionality of it would go, they'd have a slight input as into artistic designs that would go on top of the input. Other things like whenever we had a pep rally, our design team was normally behind that. Our design team also did a lot of our outreach. They would facilitate a lot of different things. We had a lot of people that worked in finance for my team. My team had like a $10,000 a year budget. So there was somebody that had to look after money. And our final score will be 8 to 127, with the Red Alliance receiving a major penalty for moving that shared shipping hub. And once again, this score is in favor of the Blue Alliance, with our point breakdown being a 6-point autonomous to a 19-point autonomous, a 4-point driver control to a 54-point driver control, and a 28-point endgame to a 54-point endgame. This will move team 9667 down into 4th position, but it will move team 519 Epsilon Delta 2 up to rank number 2. Coming out next, we have team 18381, the Ram Eaters, going up with Team 18264, the Electronovas, and they're facing off against Team 19458, Equilibrium.exe, and Team 16502, SWAT. And teams, when you get old and when you leave high school and you want to go off to college or be an adult and find a job and all these other things, that doesn't have to be the end of FIRST. There are plenty of different ways to help with FIRST. And parents, mentors, and other adults, just because you weren't young enough to be on a FIRST team when FIRST started doesn't mean that you can't help out with FIRST teams now. Make sure to go and join a FIRST team as a volunteer, as a mentor, and as all sorts of different positions. Myself personally, I'm an alumni ambassador. What does that mean? That means that I was on a team less than 10 years ago. You all can try to guess how long ago I was on a team. I was on a team less than 10 years ago, and with being on a team, then I turned around and still wanted to help out the FIRST family and the FIRST community, and so I turned around and became a volunteer. While being a FIRST alumni ambassador, what that means is I help out more teams, I go to more events, I do a lot of different things, but after attending 2 events, I can give back to a team. I can give back $1,000 to a team of my choice. But still, being a mentor, being a volunteer, there are tons of different ways to help out. If you all have seen some of our other commentators, they are volunteers, they are mentors, they are teammates. There are tons of different things that you can do. Like I said, you can become a referee if you like wearing the stripes. You can go be a judge if you like being official. You can, if you want to stick to the coding and programming and being in the back room, we have all of our programmers and coders and everything else in the back room. I don't touch that stuff. They touch all of that. I don't press the buttons. Speaking of pushing buttons, we're going into randomization number 5 for qualification match number 7. This match is getting ready to start the autonomous period now. And I like seeing some of the different teams' autonomous modes. Ooh. Unfortunately, it seemed Equilibrium.exe lost its equilibrium when trying to move that shipping hub. They seem to have gotten a little stuck on the wall. And so they didn't get their duck off like they normally do, but still a solid start with them receiving a part.
3, 2,
with them receiving 2 parts. And that will give them the score of 18-73 in favor of the Blue Alliance. The SWAT bot showing off that side loader. Once again, if anyone looks at the bottom of their screen, that side intake, what that does is it allows them to stay very close to the edge and just barely drop off a piece right off to the edge of the wall as they intake it. Over on the red side of things, they are loading up that top gold. Look at how many pieces they already have on the top gold. They already have about 5 pieces up there. They're going for number 6 now. We've seen that top gold hold up to about 12 pieces, I believe. I think that's the most we've seen a team do so far. But look at these scores climb. Once again, that strong lead out that the Blue Alliance had from their autonomous period, making that gap stay consistent. Look at that score, 117-60. Red Alliance trying to bring back that score. SWAT bot trying to put down that cap. Can they cap it? And yes, they do. Both teams rushing after ducks. I see ducks flying off from the Electronovas. I see ducks flying off from Equilibrium. How many ducks can they get? We also saw a cap by the green bot, which I forget which number that is. The Ram Eaters also getting their cap on. Are they going to double cap? I think they might be trying to double cap, or are they trying to put another piece down? Only time can tell. And they dropped that last piece on top. Both teams having huge scores. Blue Alliance getting all 10 ducks back onto the field and parking once again. Red Alliance having one park and getting 8 of their ducks out on the field. We have a current score of 105 to 211. Once again, we have broken that 200-point barrier. Now it's time to see what our referees have to say about this game. This was a wonderful high-scoring match. And I'm receiving word from the referees that we did get a duck penalty. Once again, teams, you must wait for the carousel to stop while trying to place a duck. Also remember, if you are going to place a duck, it has to be touching that gray bar, and it must go all the way around the gray bar to then count. But we will get this score in favor of the Blue Alliance with a score of 105 to 211. We have an autonomous of 12 to 65, and my scores got taken away from me. We have a score of 12 to 65, 54 to 62, and 69 to 104. The Blue Alliance receiving a 20-point penalty, with the Red Alliance receiving a 30-point penalty. Coming up next, we have Team 9073 Nitrix going up alongside Team 18697 Monkey Bang Rock. There will be facing off against Team 18381 the Ram Eaters and Team 519 Epsilon Delta 2. This will be qualification match 8. I love when the backstage all talks. Y'all don't get to see the things I get to see. Everybody has wonderful chats. But once again, look at these teams. Love seeing these teams come out on the field. We have Nitrix swooping in with their capes on. We got Epsilon Delta 2 rolling in on their nice little cart. But also, I love all the little personalizations that all the teams have. Once again, I have my team shirts. I have all my little team gear that we used to have. I could go an entire season wearing just my team shirts. I could go every weekend wearing a different one of my team shirts. We have that many team shirts. Also, if anyone wanted to know how many conversations we run at one time, we run about 5 different conversations at once. So every time you all see me look this way, it's because I have another monitor up running about 3 different conversations going on. I still get to watch the field before you all get to see what goes on the field, and then I get to talk to you all over in the sidebar. So I get to see all these different conversations, and it's super fun and it's super cool. The referees have their own conversations, the judges are out judging and doing all sorts of stuff like that. There's tons of different conversations that are all going on at once, and it's always super fun. And also, I love how generous our referees are. Our referees give our teams times to reset and times to relax and prep for the new match. And now, teams, one thing that I will definitely say as a recommendation, batteries. It is all I have to say. Batteries. Gotta have them. Even if you're a first-year team, go buy 3 or 4 extra batteries. They will always die on you at the worst time. I didn't even care if I had just played one match and the match was only 2 minutes long. I will completely change out my battery, put in a brand new battery, because I refuse to have any risk or any chance that my battery will not be connected for that match. But these teams are getting ready to get underway. This is qualification match number 8, and the autonomous period is getting ready to start now. Look at these teams going off. Don't you all love seeing all these robots as they move and maneuver? I always say it's like a little dance. It's all elegant, it's all clean and precise. And currently the refs have this match scored at 39-0. 45-5. Current unofficial score.
Drivers,
and that was in favor of the Red Alliance. Now the Blue Alliance trying to make up some of those lost points as they are rushing to fill up that top goal. Monkey Bang Rock still attempting that shared hub. Oh, and unfortunately they might have just made too much contact with it. Both teams seem to be focused on that upper hub. The Red Alliance having pushed their upper hub, so I believe they just received a major penalty for that one. Can the Red Alliance recover from these penalties, or will the Blue Alliance take it all the way? It is now the final 30 seconds, so it is duck time. I see ducks flying off the field. And with a current unofficial score of 29-79 in favor of the Blue Alliance, we will see how the referees finish scoring and breaking down all the points. I believe the referees are going to be having a lot of conversations, unfortunately, on this field due to the major penalties that the red team had received. Once again, the red team is also receiving penalties for descoring some of their points. Red Alliance received a ton of penalties and the referees are discussing them right now. I'm receiving word as they come through. And this match will be scored in favor of the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance having a score of 29, the Blue Alliance having a score of 79. The point breakdown being a 39-point autonomous to a 5-point autonomous, a 28-point driver control to a 36-point driver control, and a 62-point endgame to a 48-point endgame. Red Alliance unfortunately receiving 100 points worth of penalties to the Blue Alliance. That being a huge watch your penalties. Watch your drivers. Please watch your drivers. Coming up next in match 9, it is Team 12718, the Lions, and Team 9667, Bullis Robotics, going up against Team 16502, SWAT, and Team 18264, the Electro Novas. One thing I will say is I'm loving the drivers meetings and all the other conversations that we have with our teams and with our different groups, because yesterday we had a bunch of teams putting in the team survey. Now, unfortunately, I don't see any new entries into the team survey today. Teams, get your coach, your mentor, or your captain to go fill out that team survey. We would love to hear about your team. I'd love to know about your team history and about some of your team facts. For example, how did you get your name? Why is your name the way it is? What challenges have you had to overcome this season? What makes your team special? For example, I love hearing about the community teams, the all-female teams, the all the all-minority teams, the teams that have a small operating budget, the teams that are 5 or less members, all the nice little wonderful things that make your team special and unique, especially when we see that come out in your robot. Also, ladies, don't forget, you all can still register for the Women in STEM scholarship next year. It's a wonderful scholarship, or so I've heard. I obviously can't really go for it. Yeah, but they keep talking about it and they keep asking me to talk about it, so I'm going to keep talking about it. Go get the Women in STEM scholarship. Personally, I got pretty much every scholarship that I could when I graduated. I went and got the left-handed scholarship. I went and got the, what other scholarships did I go for? I got a left-handed scholarship. I got a bunch of leadership scholarships. I got a couple of first scholarships. My school has an alumni scholarship because we're a very old school, so I went and got the alumni scholarship. Oh yeah, no, there are tons of scholarships for you all to go receive, and I'm still getting scholarship money. I still go back and go for every single scholarship that I can. If I find a scholarship, I go for it. If I find a grant that I feel is feasible and within my limits, I go for it. Referees are having another final discussion with the field to make sure that everyone understands all of our rules and regulations. And also just to give the field a chance to reset and give teams a chance to reset. Sometimes, even without the major crowds there's a lot of energy in the room. There's a lot of anxiety, a lot of anxiousness that happens and that builds up. And so giving teams that minute or two to relax, to recalibrate, to calm down can be a very big factor for them. But coming up next is qualification match number 9 in randomization number 3. So this is the high goal. Right now, we will be seeing teams trying to score in the high goal. And Team 4924, we can't wait for you to get started either. And already off the bat, we have Team SWAT hitting that high goal. They got their duck in and they park. Their alliance member moving off the wall, they're trying to go for the high goal. They get the high goal as well. And they're now going to go into the freight area. Red Alliance getting one partial park, I believe. And so the score will be set at 3-80. Once again, you can get a ton of points coming out of that autonomous period. It is time to see if the Blue Alliance can hold on to that lead.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Team 12718 attempted to score in the shared shipping hub, but because it had already been tipped in favor of the Blue Alliance, their piece rolled right off the edge. And Red did receive a penalty for pushing that shared shipping hub when they did attempt to score there. Now, if you look at Team SWAT has a very interesting mechanism because of that side loading mechanism. They can sit right up against the wall as they go to pick up their pieces and as they attempt to go and score. So they're actually not coming anywhere near the shared shipping hub as far as tipping it and moving it around goes. And as both of these teams get ready to approach the last 30 seconds, it is time to see what this end game will look like. Will teams get those ducks off the field, onto the field? Will teams get those caps on top? It is time to see what's going on. We have Team SWAT rolling out these ducks. Unfortunately, rolling those ducks a little too hard. We have Team 12718 trying to push their ducks out on the field. So this is a duck race between the Lions and SWAT. And with a final score of 210 to -3 in favor of the Blue Alliance, it is time to see what the referees have to say about it. Unfortunately, I do believe that the Red Alliance has received 2 major penalties this match. And the Blue Alliance will take this match with a score of 200-0. The point breakdown being a 3-point autonomous to a 68-point autonomous, a 10-point driver control to a 84-point driver control, and a 24-point endgame to a 68-point endgame. The Red Alliance receiving 2 major penalties and the Blue Alliance receiving 2 minor penalties. The Red Alliance's penalties being pushing the shared shipping hub and one that we don't see often, but contacting the carousel from the bottom. Once again, if you're going to touch that spinning turntable, you must touch it from the side. Also, drivers and human players, you must put a duck on the top. Please do not have anything going under it. Please do not have your robot going over it. You must touch it from, your robot must touch it from the side, and you must touch it from the top. Coming up next in qualification match number 10, we have Team 12718 Lions paired up with Team 519 Epsilon Delta 2 going up against Team 9667 Bullis Robotics and Team 18381 Ram Eaters. Once again, we are watching our teams get onto the field and watching our teams take the field. And I'd like to take the time while we take the field to once again thank all of our sponsors. Once again, this is Freight Frenzy presented to you by Raytheon Technologies. But we also have the Alumni Ambassador Program brought to you by Booz Allen Hamilton. This stream is brought to you by Qualcomm. And there are tons of other sponsors and tons of other wonderful teams and wonderful people that help bring us what we can have for today. Also, all of our teams generally have a ton of different sponsors. If you look at the teams, a lot of their team shirts, whether it be on the front or the back, have tons of different sponsors on them. They will be littered with sponsors. They share all of their different sponsors and all the different wonderful groups that help make things happen. Your sponsor does not have to be a major corporation. You can do something as simple as going down the street to your local store. I remember we had sponsors from the local deli, so that way we could get snacks at a discount when we would go and practice. We were sponsored by, at one point I believe, like our local Pizza Hut, and then our another team was sponsored by the local Papa John's. Once again, we had about $1,000 to spend on pizza every year, so we made sure to go get a sponsorship by the pizza place so we could go spend money on pizza. We had sponsorships by Ace Hardware because they built a hardware store down the street from us. We had sponsorships by all sorts of wonderful different things. I know in DC teams are generally all sponsored by Google because Google has the headquarters there and they like giving us money, so we'll accept it. But coming up on the field, we have randomization number 1, which will be our low bar. So remember, teams, if you score in your lowest bar, this is when you will get your maximum points. And with this match already underway, I believe the Blue Alliance received a moving penalty or something flew. Did something come off the robot? I think they received a penalty for moving the shipping hub again.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
We are coming into our main space of play.
1.
The score is currently 39 to -2 in favor of the Red Alliance. And what we saw there was a little bit of friendly nudging by Epsilon Delta 2, helping their teammate out from getting off of the spike, so that way they were able to score in that shared shipping hub. Once again, trying to learn how to get off of these spikes is a very big challenge. I can't even start to think of the few or different ways I would want to get off of a spike. Personally, I like big wheels. That would have been my solution for the spikes and for the PVC bars would have been big wheels and just not having to deal with being low to the ground at all. That's just generally my solution for a lot of smaller obstacles. Sometimes I like being low to the ground, however, but generally on the years where I have to be low to the ground, I'm not dealing with obstacles like that. We see both teams trying to get all their pieces out onto the field. We have a duck race between team 18318 and team 519. They are rushing these ducks as fast as they can. And now with a current score of 85 to 64, it is time to see what the referees have to say about this match. And so once again, team 12718, the Lions, was unfortunately asked if they could shut down their robot due to being stuck on the pipes. Once again, if you are stuck, if your robot is out of commission, they will ask you to kindly shut down your robot or take your hands off of your controllers. It does happen. It's unfortunate, but it happens. Getting your robot counted out is not the best feeling in the world. Also, teams, remember, with your ducks, you can only have one duck at a time. If I have my table, I can put my duck on the table, it can go all the way around the table and drop, and then I can put another duck down. While the table is turning, do not touch ducks. No ducks. Wait for the table to stop, then put down a duck. Release it, spin the table. And so with a point breakdown of 91 to 64 in favor of the Red Alliance, we have a breakdown of 37 point to 26 point autonomous, a 30 point to 26 point driver control, and a 54 point to 42 point endgame, both teams receiving 30 point penalties. Blue Alliance did receive that major for pushing the shipping hub at the beginning of the game. Red Alliance receiving that penalty once again for grabbing ducks while messing with the carousel. Our field resetters now are taking the time to shift the field and check on the field. Those pipes getting a little jostled around while Lions trying to free themselves. But coming up next, we have Team 18697, Monkey Bang Rock, going up alongside Team 16502, SWAT, and they will be facing off against Team 9073, Nitrix, and Team 19458, Equilibrium.exe. Now, Equilibrium.exe, they don't have anything to do with Newt.exe and Wizards.exe, right? Because I'm always confused. Are all the .exes together? Because sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. It's weird. I don't really know. It happens. I like sister teams, but it also confuses me all the time, especially when sister teams are spread out in numbers. And that's when it becomes a legacy sister. It's like, I had a team for 3 years. Decided to make another one. Had both of those teams for another 3 years. Decided to make another one. And it happens. Other times you get a school that's like, hey, I got a lot of money. We're going to buy 5 teams at once. Then you got all the numbers right next to each other. For example, in DC has like 5 or 6 numbers that are all put right next to each other, but they're all different schools. And so people are always asking us, are we sister teams? Are we sister teams? We're like, no, we're actually rival teams. We do not get along. We just happen to have numbers right next to each other because they bought all the teams at the same year, at the exact same time. But then one thing that I do love with our sister teams, though, and when people have sister teams on the field, is if 2 sisters are competing at the same time, you start to learn whether they trained against each other or with each other or not at all. Because if they trained with each other, you'll see them having a cooperative autonomous mode where they have an autonomous built for what happens when my teammate is here. If you see them training against each other, you'll see them where they're trained and they're like, oh, I know how to defend exactly against my teammate. Why? Because I see them practice all the time. But also, I love the pride part that comes from the sister teams. Because I know, especially with some of the sister teams that we used to compete with, the teams could be like the seniors, the juniors, the sophomores, and the freshmen. Whichever team won their specific events would be the team that bragged the most for the rest of the week or until the next competition. They didn't even have to be number 1. They could be number 10 and the next team was number 12. They'll say, I didn't win, but I beat you. But speaking of teams coming up next, we have randomization number 2 in qualification match number 11. Is this 11 or 12? Might be 11. In the Blue Alliance, we have them spinning off ducks, and we have Equilibrium.exe going for a park.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But look at these robots throwing these points all onto the field. We have Equilibrium.exe going for that shared hub. We have Monkey Bang Rock going for that Alliance hub. We have SWAT trying to also figure out which hub they're going for. Nitrix seems to be dancing around the field. And as these scores continue to climb, we are getting ready to approach those last 30 seconds. Look at the score currently sitting at 16-78. Unfortunately, I believe one of the Red Alliance teams has multiple pieces of freight or is pinning, maybe? I don't know. Scores keep changing. And with these last few seconds counting down, it will be a current unofficial score of 48-144 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Look at all those pieces of freight up there. We have 4 pieces of freight to 5 pieces of freight. Up in the top ring, we have 1 piece of freight to 0 pieces of freight in the mid ring. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 9 ducks out on the field compared to 6 for the Red Alliance. And once again, that goes a lot down to programming, timing, and just coordinating with your team. Sometimes you can have the best programming, you can have the best bot. If your team has not practiced the cohesion and their timing, it will mess up. And now we are getting ready for our last match in this cohort. Once again, this is the last match in cohort 1. And also, once again, for all of those wondering, when are we going to Fairlawn? Fairlawn will be soon. Fairlawn only has 2 cohorts today. And so the penalties that did come back for that last match was final score being reevaluated at 85 to 147. Our point breakdowns coming down to an autonomous of 22 to 46, a driver control of 31 to 44, and an end game of 42 to 77. The penalties coming back with a red penalty of 10 points being minor for ball moving, and the Blue Alliance for 20 points being for de-scoring. Coming out next to round out this match and to say goodbye to cohort number 1, we have... I have a green screen. I don't have numbers yet. We'll see when I get numbers in a second. I need my numbers. It's okay. This is why I have stuff on the sidebar. Coming out next for the final matchup in the red corner, we have Team 18264, the Electronovas, alongside Team 9073, Nitrix, and they will be facing off against Team 9667, Bullis Robotics, and Team 18697, Monkey Bang Rock. This will be our final matchup. These will be our final two alliances. These 4 teams will be trying to push their numbers as high as they can go, so that way they can hold on to those positions for the rest of the day. Once again, each cohort will be facing off against the totals from the other cohorts. So your average across your 5 games is what determines how high or how low you go. You want to get as many rank points as possible. But look at the field. Look at all these teams. Look at how everybody's hard at work. And can we just take a look at our wonderful referee showing off proper safety procedures at that time? She had on her mask. She had on her goggles. There's all the different nice, wonderful safety procedures that we have to have out here. And we love seeing everybody with their mask and their goggles out on the screen. And look at this wonderful field reset. Look at how clean the field is. And for our final match, qualification number 12, we have randomization number 6, which is that high goal. So if teams are able to sense that they need to go high, they will put it up high. Otherwise, teams generally aim high anyways. So it's time to see that high goal get filled up. It's time to see these points get maxed out. This is about to be qualification number 12, our final matchup for cohort number 1. Don't forget to cheer on all your teams. Don't forget to say hello to all your teams. Don't forget to say goodbye, unfortunately, to cohort number 1. But we will be immediately back with cohort number 2. So don't forget, don't leave us too far. We will be coming back with more robots. We just need to give teams a chance to leave, load out, and reset. And these teams are already off to a wonderful start. They are filling up that top goal, trying to get all those points. We have all this high scoring action going on. We have the Blue Alliance making sure to go ahead and get that top goal and get that duck out. The Red Alliance went and got their park. And with these robots getting ready to start their manual control, we are already off with a score of 30 to 45.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Look at these pieces of freight getting filled up on that top slot. They're going crazy up there. Unfortunately, I can't tell which team that is over in the blue corner that is just parked. I can't see the robot. Can't see numbers. But I know Monkey Bang rocks, so that's Nitrix up top. Must be Nitrix, because they're paired off with Monkey Bang Rock. Nitrix seems to just be sitting up on the wall. Oh no, that's the wrong side. Never mind. No, that would be Bullis Robotics. Bullis Robotics seems to be sitting up against the wall. I don't know how I mistake them. I'm pretty sure just because I was looking at 9. Nitrix is over on the Red Alliance. How could I miss those big purple capes? Another thing that I definitely remember with some of the teams that wore things like capes is that their capes would be fully covered in buttons and different designs, or covered in glitter and all sorts of things like that. But as we approach these last 30 seconds, we have teams rushing towards that duck line. They're getting on that carousel. They're ready to get their ducks up and moving. Bullis Robotics trying to spin that duck wheel. The Electronova's making ducks fly off of their wheel. And with a final unofficial score of 118 to 75, we will see what our referees have to say about the end of this match. If we look at the top of these towers though, 6 pieces of freight and 5 pieces of freight, they are full. Not to mention that shared hub does have a piece of freight in favor of the Red Alliance. I don't know if it tipped fully into the Red Alliance's side, but it has tipped. Also, both of the Blue Alliance members did manage, 2 Red Alliance members and 1 Blue Alliance member managed to park. But once again, this game is Freight Frenzy. Now, following this, we will be having a short intermission, but do not go far. We will have more fun and entertainment for you all in the meantime. And our final score has been posted for cohort number 1 at 148 to 91 in favor of the Red Alliance, and with a point breakdown of an autonomous period of 30 to 39, a driver control of 40 to 30, and an end game of 78 to 22 with 0 penalties across the board. That will give the Red Alliance the win, pushing team 18264 up into 3rd place. So it's time to see if the Electronovas can hold on to that 3rd place spot for the rest of the competition. Once again, this is the end of cohort 1. So with this being the end of cohort 1, we're going to remind you all what this game actually is, with it being Freight Frenzy. And so while we remind you what the game is, we're going to play the short game animation. We will be right back after the game animation with more competition as we get ready to start cohort number 2.
Welcome to the first Tech Challenge 2021-2022 season game, Freight Frenzy, presented by Raytheon Technologies. A team consists of up to 2 driver operators, a coach, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Your opponent for one match may be your partner for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot-high walls. In the back of the field are taped-off warehouses, which are alliance neutral. Obstructing the warehouses are barriers that robots must drive over or around. At the front of the field are alliance-specific storage units. Alliance-specific carousels are mounted on the front corners of the field walls. Alliance-specific barcode tape is located between the warehouses and the storage units. 4 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. 2 Alliance-specific shipping hubs and a 3rd shared shipping hub are positioned as shown. Outside of the field walls are the red and blue Alliance stations. There are 2 types of freight: 20 pieces of cargo, 2.7 inches in diameter, and 2-inch square boxes in various weights: 30 lightweight, 20 medium, and 10 heavy boxes. 4 of the lightweight boxes are marked with an X. In addition, rubber ducks will play a key role in the game, and teams will be constructing their own custom-designed shipping elements. Before each match, the freight is stored in the warehouses and a preload box is placed onto the field for each robot. A duck is placed onto each carousel and in the middle position of each barcode. The remaining ducks are stored in the Alliance loading docks. Teams then place their robots on the field, touching the wall adjacent to their Alliance station, but not in a warehouse. The teams then place 1 preload box for each robot. A team may then decide to use their own shipping element in place of a duck on the barcode, or store their shipping element in the loading dock. The duck or shipping element on the barcode is then randomized to one of 3 locations. The players and field are now ready. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score, using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering the duck from the carousel earns 10 points. Each piece of freight delivered to the Alliance's storage unit will earn 2 points. Each preloaded box placed on an Alliance's shipping hub earns 6 points. But there are ways to earn bonus points. If the box is placed on the correct level as indicated by the duck's location on the barcode, the Alliance earns a 10-point bonus. If a robot places its preload box on the level shown by its Alliance's shipping element position on the barcode, it will earn a 20-point bonus. A robot parked on its Alliance's storage unit earns 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the storage unit, it will earn 6 points. A robot parked in the warehouse closest to its Alliance station earns 5 points. If the robot is completely inside the warehouse, it will earn 10 points. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During this time, Alliances score points by delivering freight to storage units and shipping hubs. For example, each piece of freight delivered to an Alliance's storage unit will earn 1 point. Freight scored on an Alliance's shipping hub will earn 2 points on a level 1, 4 points on a level 2, and 6 points on Level 3. Each freight scored on the Alliance's side of the shared shipping hub will score 4 points for their alliance. The last 30 seconds of the driver control period is the end game. Robots may continue scoring freight, and there are also ways to earn bonus points. Delivering a duck or shipping element to the floor earns the Alliance 6 points. A balanced shipping hub at the end of the match earns 10 points. If an Alliance's section of the shared shipping hub is in contact with the tile floor, that Alliance earns 20 points. Robots parked in a warehouse earn 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the warehouse, it earns 6 points. Each team's shipping element, fully supported by a shipping hub center pole or another team's capped shipping element, will earn 15 points. There are many ways to score in Freight Frenzy, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your alliance. For example, robots cannot interfere or interact with the opposing alliance shipping hub. Scoring elements may not be launched. Robots may not interfere with their opposing alliance's capping attempts. Only one duck or team shipping element is allowed on the carousel at a time. A robot may not cause an opposing alliance robot to become pinned, trapped, or blocked. This is just a brief summary of the Freight Frenzy game. For complete rules, please read the game manual and check the Q&A forum. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one.
Lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible?
We're pioneers.
Somewhere.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow.
Lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible?
We're pioneers. Forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
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 One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked.
Perfect. We see these students coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet. And FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, math. Mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Cannon, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canon products.
Cannon Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed all of those wonderful videos and all of those wonderful sponsors and all the wonderful things that we got to show you all. Not to mention, just look at that game animation, Freight Frenzy. It's cool. It's interesting. I like it. I also like looking at all the mini bots all the time, especially the game animation bots, because I've seen teams actually try to make the game animation bots. It gives people such a cool little challenge to try to do. Like the bicycle wheels. Come on, who trying to actually stabilize a bot on 2 bicycle wheels? That's really cool. Or the dragon bot. I mean, trying to build a bot that's actually in that shape, have the little wings and all. It's really cool. It's cute. They're funny. They're cool little bots. As you all can see behind me and over up in the corners and everything, there are tons of different sponsors going by. There's tons of different thank you messages. We love seeing all of our first sponsors. We love seeing all of our first mentors, our first alumni, and all of our other wonderful first programs. Once again, if you want to be an alumni ambassador, such as myself, all you have to do is sign up for it. Our only real requirement is that you served on a first team within the last 10 years, and you're now an alumni. If you're an alumni, sign up to be an alumni ambassador. It's a wonderful program. All you have to do, volunteer twice. After those 2 volunteer times, you are automatically enrolled to then give away $1,000 to a team of your choice. This year, there are almost 20 of us alumni ambassadors, I believe. I'd have to double check the number, but I just know that there's a lot of us. But still, there's tons of people and tons of different ways to give money and give to teams and help out. Also, once again, mentors are always needed. And teams, if you need a mentor or if you are looking for a mentor in specific, don't forget to go check out a lot of the first websites. The first websites can help you find the mentor of your choice. If you need a mentor for electrical work or for mechanical work, if you need a mentor to help you with financing and help you with finding new sponsors and finding new ways to reach out and get in touch with your community, there are tons of different people that can help you with that. As far as community outreach goes, if you're a high school team, look at your local middle schools. If you're a middle school team, even look at the high school. That can be your outreach, is getting your high school to then start a FTC or FRC team, even though you may already have a FTC or a FLL. Those can be big things, and those could really help out your teams. Also, speaking of FLL, go help out the FLL teams. You wouldn't think too much about it, but there are some people now who have been in first for more than a decade. Why? Because they started on the FLL team, went all the way through FLL, went all the way through FTC, went all the way through FRC. And they stayed through multiple years. I personally was on a FLL team for about a year or two before I then didn't do anything during most of my middle school years and then came back into FRC. I believe, yeah, it was 8th or 9th grade in FRC that I restarted FRC, and I stopped FLL in the 6th grade. See, I spent like a year and a half where I wasn't doing anything. But still, there are tons of different ways to get involved. There's tons of different ways to be involved and be around all your different teams and all your different crews and get to meet everybody and get to know something. And if you don't have a team in your area, start one. It takes us 2 or 3 people. It doesn't take much to start a team. There are tons of different ways to start a team, to get involved, to meet up with everybody. And not to mention, especially with something like FTC or FLL, the teams are super cheap and super easy to make. Not everyone needs to go and start by making one of those big FRC teams. FRC is a huge commitment. FTC is also a commitment, but FTC is not as huge of a financial commitment as FRC. You can have 4 or 5 FTC teams for the price of 1 FRC team. But if we look at these fields, we have 2 wonderful fields set up for us today. I can't wait for you all to see our wonderful fields. We have Fairlawn getting ready to come online for their first cohort. We have Alexandria, Virginia getting ready to come back online for its second cohort. A lot of our teams right now are either speaking to the referees, going through their final drivers meeting. Teams are still arriving, they're prepping their robots, they're making sure everything is all nice and ready to go. And speaking of teams, I know you all are dying to hear what our next round of teams is going to be. So, coming out next in Alexandria, Virginia, we have Team 6652 E-Mushers. We have Team 6341, the 00 Ducks. We have Team 10216, Spider Bite. We have Team 5904, Peking Duck. We have Team 5178, Mech Hawks. Team 18602, Reboot. Team 3796, Talons. Team 3583, Cybirds. And Team 1729, Spiderbits. Also coming in over at Fairlawn, once again, they will be coming in shortly. We have Team 20447, Touring Squad. Team 5086, Tutu Turtles. Team 8094, Robotic Rampage. Team 17150, Trojans. Team 10358, Squatch Watch. Team 12655, North Cross Raiders Robotics. Team 4924, Redbeard Pandas. And Team 14597, PC Rocket Robotics. Once again, I know that we have the Redbeard Pandas in the chat. I know that we saw Rocket Robotics earlier, or some robot. Somebody was talking about robot. I don't remember whose team it was. Never mind. I've lost my teams. There's too many teams. It's too many numbers. It's too many names. But speaking of all these different names and all these different numbers, I'm going to hold you to your team names. Tutu Turtles? I want to see y'all coming in tutus. Like, that's sort of kind of a necessity. When your name is the Tutu Turtles, you got to come in a tutu, or you guys got to have a robot come in a tutu, or you guys got to have a turtle that's wearing a tutu. Something's got to have a tutu. Redbeard Pandas, they always come with their red hats. They have their Redbeard Panda hats. It's normal. Squatch Watch, where are the binoculars? Where's Sasquatch? We gotta go find him. Robotic Rampage, I'm expecting like Mech Godzilla. 00 Ducks, I'm sorry, every time I hear anything to do with ducks for the most part. I think about the Mighty Ducks, and I think that is one of the teams, and I joked about them the other day. I was like, well, where's that Mighty Duck flying V formation when y'all enter or something, you know? We gotta see stuff. And that's not to take away from teams that are stuff like North Cross Raiders Robotics and PC Rocket Robotics. I mean, you guys are repping your school. But even if you're gonna rep your school, I want to see some school spirit. I want to see that school uniform come out. I want to see all the custom school stuff. We want to see everything. And just as the Twitch chat has said, we love hearing about teams. I love hearing about teams. I love getting to know your team. I love getting to know stuff about your team. And because I love getting to know stuff about your team, I like reading off the survey responses. For example, we can go through some of the teams that responded yesterday. So let's see if one of these teams that responded is actually in the competition right now. Nope, they're coming up next. Let's see, they're coming up next. No, unfortunately, nobody that's coming up has put in a survey response. I need survey responses, guys. I want to talk about your teams. Like, I see some wonderful team numbers here. Like, I see Team 007, but they're not coming on until tomorrow, I don't believe, so that hurts. I can't talk about Team 007. I see Team 19876, and they're coming up in the next cohort, so I get to talk about them next, but I don't get to talk about them now. I see Team 11215, and they're not on the list so far, so once again, I can talk about them later, but they're not now. Where's everybody now? I want to see more teams. I want to see more surveys. Everybody, get your captains, get your coaches, get your mentors, fill out our surveys. I want to see them. But looking at the field, we are currently looking at Alexandria, Virginia. What we are looking at is a driver's meeting. What we are looking at is our head referee discussing how the field works, how things work on the field, and how things should operate. For example, he goes over all of our penalties, all of our flags, rules, regulations, so that way teams aren't confused when something occurs. For example, with all those violations to the shipping hub, those get discussed. With all the violations to the, what was it? With all the violations to the turntable, those get discussed. There are a lot of different things that must be talked about and must be gone over before these matches can start. And if anyone has any questions, comments, or concerns, please feel free to speak them into the Twitch chat as well. Sometimes our backstage is able to answer some of those questions. Also, if you are in the Zoom call with your team, don't forget to chat with your team, chat up your team, talk to your team. We know your team loves to hear all that wonderful support, and we do too. But I really can't wait to see all these teams come up. And I love looking at the team names. Like, I want to read the names off of some of the other cohorts, but I'm not going to because I'm going to save it for later. It also just gives me more time to talk about and to think about puns for these teams. Ooh, I can't wait. Like, for example, Spider Byte is BYTE. Like gigabyte, megabyte, all the other bytes of data and information. But no, there's tons of different things. But then also, like, something that I want to see is I want to see the ducks go together. Like, I want to see the ducks fly together. Because we have the 00 ducks and Peking duck. Or just a whole bird-brained bash up where we have the 00 ducks, Peking duck, the mech hawks, and cybirds. Like, that just sounds like fun. I just want to see it happen. It's just, you can't, it's the names. It makes me think of it. It's always the names. And speaking of ducks, and while we're on the topic of ducks, I want to see customized ducks. Teams, I want you all to go customize a duck. Go home, tell your team, tell your captain, tell whoever, take a duck, customize it. Now, I don't mean, oh, you're the Pirates, go online and buy a duck that has a pirate hat on it. I mean, go back to your build, paint the little eye patch, go get some felt or some other fabric and cut a little hat. Put a little hat on your duck. If you want to put a parrot on the shoulder, put a parrot on the shoulder. Do something special to your duck. If you have a cyborg duck, make your duck a cyborg. Do something to your duck. I want to see special ducks. I also want to see team numbers on ducks. Like, that's actually one of our volunteers speaking from the back, talking about duck and cover. That also sounds like a fun one. I do want to see duck and cover. That would be fun to see. I told you the backstage has just as many jokes as I do, and sometimes they want to share them with you. Other times they share them with myself. But I'm just liking how I'm watching 6 different people walk around the field right now, because I get to see 3 camera views on 2 different locations, so it looks like or ooh, I got one. We've seen Elf on the Shelf. I want to see Duck in a truck. Hey, that just sounds fun. Or like this year, for example, our backstage lit up when we were talking about the Duck song. We were like, if we were out there in person this year, the Duck song would definitely be one of the songs that would get played during the breaks. Ooh, I see teams getting ready to move on to the field. I think I see a spider approaching. I'm sorry for all you arachnophobes. I'm pretty sure I see a spider on the field. And it's a big one, too. Hey, if you guys want to do a bee in a tree, do a bee in a tree. Also, whatever happened to my pun counter? I thought somebody said they were going to try to work on making a pun counter for us. Because I know we run up way too many puns. Especially myself. I think Ethan tries to come at me for a good few of them too. Me and him go back and forth for a bunch of them. Be able to show the different, they talk about him so much, the 3 different sizes. Well, not 3 different sizes, 3 different weights, because they're all the same size. But we're getting our first look over at Fairlawn. Look at that wonderful field. So nice and clean. It's just waiting to get used. Uh-oh, we got pandas coming back. I also remember that joke about last week. That joke was funny. So Almond Robotics, one of the other teams, was talking about how they got the name, and they chose the name Almond Robotics because they used to eat a lot of almonds. And so we started messing with the pandas, saying, so if that was how they got their name, did the pandas get their name from eating a bunch of panda? How'd this happen? Also just makes me think about food more. Don't know why. Don't know why I do it to myself. Unfortunately, I don't know those acronyms, so I'm just gonna say no. I might be, I don't know. I don't pay attention to acronyms half the time. Look at all the pieces. Look at those pieces. If anyone looks at Fairlawn right now, if you see what they're separating, they are separating the different weights and the different size pieces. If you see those little tiny specks on the blocks, those specks aren't a mistake. Those specks aren't an error. Those are the different weights. Look at those differently weighted blocks. Snacks and soda do keep a team running. Snacks and soda definitely keep a team running. Those happen a lot. Like I said, I on my FRC team had a budget of about $1,000 just for just for pizza. It was just for pizza. It was $1,000 just to spend on pizza. Coaches, you all probably know how much you spend on food in a season, but yes, teams, $1,000 worth of pizza for an entire season. It's actually not that much when you think about it. It's not that much, but we would spend $1,000 on pizza. And it was mostly because pretty much every single time that our team would meet, we'd spend $100 on pizza. So about once a week we'd buy pizza, or twice a week we'd buy pizza. And so if we were buying pizza twice a week, we'd try to only spend like $50 a week on pizza. I mean, $50 a day on pizza. But if we were buying it for the once a week, we'd spend $100 worth on pizza. And so across the 6 weeks for our build week, and then the last 4 weeks, which would be like competition and prep and maintenance and stuff like that, that was $1,000 worth of pizza. It was just what we did. And I'm starting to hear something. We might get to see something soon. I think I have somebody getting ready to join me up in the box. Let's see if they get their camera on in a second.
Hello.
And we have a new face in the box. Here we have DeAndre. DeAndre, hi, how are you today? Welcome to my box. How are you feeling?
I'm doing good now. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. You ready for another exciting morning of robots?
Yes, it's always fun to watch robots play.
Right. Tons of fun. And speaking of robots getting ready to play, coming up first in qualification match number 13 over in Alexandria, Virginia, we have team 6341, the Double O Ducks, alongside team 18602, Reboot, going up against teams 10216, Spider Bite, and team 17219, Spider Bits. So I hope nobody has any arachnophobia before we get ready to start that match over in Alexandria, because there are going to be a lot of spiders crawling around the field. You do want to see like spider walkers. Those would be cool. If we had a walking robot on the field, that'd be it. I'm sorry. I'd be happy. I'd walk away very happy that day. We just have a walking robot just clickety 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 click. Tons of fun.
Now I'm thinking about the movie, what's the Will Smith movie, Wild Wild West, when they had
yes,
the
bad
guy had
the spider walker. Yeah, yes. the big spider walker. Once again, I want to see a spider walker on the field. Like, it's just have a spider walker on the field. I will enjoy it. It'll be tons of fun. Does not have to be the best scoring robot, but I will guarantee you will definitely get some of the style and design points when you have that robot.
You definitely will.
Because they'll say, wait, your robot doesn't roll? It walks?
Nah, it walks.
Okay, that's points. But also, I like how organized they're making it over in Fairlawn. We got little stacks of different blocks and everything else. And DeAndre, is this your first time watching any competition this season, or have you seen some of the competitions before?
I have not seen any competitions this season, so this is my first one.
Ooh, we got a new one. We got fresh meat. Y'all ready?
Fresh meat. I want to see what's going on here.
That means you guys really got to put on a good show for them. You guys got to show them those good high numbers that I've been getting to see all season.
Yeah, as I've been watching the review game review video over and over again, and I keep hearing all of these different point values. I'm like, this sounds like these numbers will get very, very high, very, very fast.
We have seen some of the numbers get very, very high, very, very fast. We've seen teams get 80 plus coming out in the coming out of just the autonomous period.
Yeah. These 10, 12s on the field, 20s on the field. It's ridiculous.
Speaking of things on the field, I see tutus on the field. Once again, I love team designs. I love teams when they all dress really nice and unique and some sort of fancy little thing. So I see tutus on the field. It's something I'm going to talk about. Same like when I saw a spider on the field earlier. I'm going to talk about it. Somebody's in a spider costume right now. I will talk about it all day. Last week, we had the carrot come onto the field with the carrot crew. I was definitely sitting there looking like, oh, it's a carrot.
A carrot? Oh, wow.
It's a big carrot. And I was like, I'm going to be distracted. It's a big orange carrot on the screen.
I tell you now, it's always, so I'm an FRC kid, but so I've never really knew about FTC until I came back and started volunteering and mentoring. It always interests me how they have so many different game pieces and so many different ways to score.
So I'm pretty much with you on that. I was FLL and FRC. I knew about FTC because I assisted with some of their teams as far as mentoring went, but I never had to play FTC games and I never went to like a FTC competition. So I would just see them building the bot and help with building a bot or help with designing a bot, but I never actually did anything. And so it definitely was different all the way up until I came here as a volunteer, getting to see their field, getting to see how they operate on their field. And it is slightly different. They have a little bit more interaction and their field is definitely different, but that also goes down to the scale of the robots. For example, the FRC bots, Those are huge robots. Those are not
Massive.
little bots. FRC bots weigh about as much as a 8-year-old child.
Yes.
You have robots that weigh anywhere from 60 pounds to 120 pounds. They're pretty decent sized robots. And speaking of spiders, once again, there is a spider on the field. I'm telling you all, I think we're just covering it, but there's a spider on the field. It's in one of the camera angles. There's a spider walking around the field. I can't wait.
Which camera angle? Because I want to see it too.
This is our blue side camera angle.
Okay.
Up in the blue corner.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting ready to do driver work, I believe. But they're sitting out, reaching out on their robot right now. We are hearing that is Team Spider Bits. Once again, there's too many different spiders, so we got the spider bots and we got Spider Bite and Spider Bit, which is always funny. Once again, teams, if you are here, shout out your team, say hi, say hello. We'd love to hear from you.
Yes, we would.
And speaking of hearing from people, our best way to hear from you is if you sign up for and fill out that survey. Remember, teams, please make sure to have your captain, coach, or mentor fill out your team survey. We would love to hear about you. We would love to get to know that information from you all. We would love to get to know more about you all. Please tell us about yourself. Some of the teams we get to hear from personally, such as Team 4924 over here, who's a former captain and current coach and mentor, shows up and talks about himself all the time. We also have Ishan, the numbers guy, who comes on and talks about a lot of the teams. But if we don't have those two around, if we don't have the FTC people to talk, then we don't know much about the FRC teams, you know? Like, I know personally when FRC season starts, I know a lot about the teams. And at that point, I can talk about pretty much any of the teams once I see them. I'm not always the best with name and number, but once I see you, I know a lot about you. Especially when it comes to the history of some of the teams. For example, I can tell some of the teams stuff about their bots that they don't even know. I remember I was telling the team about their team history and they didn't know their own history for their team. Or I told them about their school history and they didn't know their school's history. And so that's stuff like that. It's the little things, it's the little special things that happen. Or for example, if you're a all-female team, a women-led team, let us know. Something to be proud of. If you're a minority team, if you're a garage team, a community team, and not so much a school team, let us know things. If you all are a team of 5 people, that's also cool. Imagine having a robot with only 5 people. That's really special.
You're doing some work.
And speaking of 5, I must just make words come true because we have randomization number 5 and qualification match number 13. And so we're getting ready to get underway. We have the spiders on one side, and we have, I forgot who was on the other side. Oops, let me double check. We have the 00 Ducks, and we have Reboot on the other side. I might have to reboot my system for messing up those numbers.
Oh, looks like they're doing some movement.
Oh, of course, this is the autonomous period. This is when these robots get to move a ton. You know how this works. Now, the one part that they get that we don't get is they get this 8-second intermission period where they get to pick up their controllers and move around and get, well, not move around, pick up their controllers and set themselves into their teleop mode. You know, this was a period we don't get before we start, but these robots are off with a current score of 13-3 in favor of the Red Alliance. Unfortunately, I only see one blue robot on the field.
Pick up your controller.
Yes,
and that robot has not moved since the teleop started.
I don't know, the students said they were doing something, looking at the robot, trying to. Oh, I see some movement now happening.
You see movement?
17-19.
I believe that is 10216. Oh no, that is 17-19. Okay. Yeah, these numbers are very hard to see from a side. So that is Spider Bit on the field. But look at that intake. Look at those little fingered intakes.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So like in FTC, I've seen a lot more of the zip tie and rubber band intakes than we have with FRC. That used to happen so much. The FRC, we used to do a lot more of the surgical tubing intakes.
I'm trying to catch the number. Was that 6?
At 6341 that you saw scoring on the shared shipping hub.
They really turned that thing to their side.
The Blue Alliance, unfortunately, receiving a penalty. I believe it was for moving the Alliance hub.
Yeah, can't come in contact with that Alliance hub. Gotta leave it stationary.
And so, DeAndre, what years were you involved with first?
So I was
actually on the field.
I was a student on my team, 1610 in 2007 and 2008. And now I'm back as both a mentor and a volunteer, and I've been doing that since 2017.
Okay. So our timelines didn't really overlap. You would have been a mentor one of the years that I was playing, my senior year playing.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, thanks for
other than that, old. Yeah. Hey, I call myself old all the time. What? I've seen FRC teams get in the numbers of 10,000 and something. I'm like, ooh, I'm old. I have a team number that's 2,000.
I have a team number that's 1,000. I'm definitely old.
Same with like when I see these FTC teams, I was like, wait, they're in the 20,000s? What are these numbers?
Oh my gosh.
Some huge numbers here. But look at these scores talking about numbers. 108 to -1, our current unofficial score. Making our official score come back in favor of the Red Alliance of 108 to 0. The Blue Alliance receiving penalties for warehouse operations. Unfortunately, I believe they either moved freight out or some other slight technicality. But our point breakdown will be 13-point autonomous to a 3-point autonomous, a 32-point driver control to a 4-point driver control, and a 63-point endgame to a 22-point endgame. Once again, this is all in favor of the Red Alliance. And as we look at this field getting reset and getting checked on, I love seeing the meticulous nature that our referees take. They make sure that the alignment is proper. They'll spin the disc a bit to make sure that the disc is still level. They'll make sure that the shared hubs lay out and balance out flat. They'll go and check all the different overlapping pieces and make sure that all of that is taped down and held down. There's a whole lot that has to get done. But coming up next, we have Team 5904 Peking Duck alongside Team 3706 Talons.
I think that's what it said.
3706. 3796 Talons. I'm sorry. And they will be going up against teams 5178. The Mech Hawks and team 10216. And 10216 is Spiderbite. So Spiderbite coming back onto the field. Hopefully Spiderbite fixed whatever issues happened during the last round that didn't allow them to have a robot on the field. And they will be on the field this round. But look at these team uniforms. Once again, I always love seeing team uniforms. I always love seeing team unity. Teams coming out in their colors, in their shirts, having all their sponsors littered around, making sure that everything is together for their teams. I know personally with my team, I had about 5 or 6 different team shirts. From my different years, we would customize different shirts. We also had multiple different teams within our main engineering academy, which is what allowed us to have so many people on our teams. And so we had stuff like our electric car race, we had our FRC team, we had our Vex robotics teams, we had a bunch of little things that would all go on. And then once again, because we were within the engineering academy, we would either wear the engineering academy shirt, the robotics shirt, the drive team shirt, the electrical team shirt, the electric car shirt. There were tons of different shirts that we had. But coming up next, we have qualification match 14 in randomization number 2. So they are trying to score on that mid-level goal. And I see 4 robots on the field, so that is a great sign for me.
Always a great sign when everybody's on the field.
We see some excitement coming from the referees as they can't wait to start just like us. Our robots are ready, our teams are ready, and they are moving. Now, one thing I want to look at is look at that big blue robot. Look at that robot that's down in the blue warehouse, that big intake that it has, that big panel. Now, unfortunately, I do believe that the Red Alliance received a penalty for moving that shipping hub. But they will try to recover some of those points back with that double park. Both teams getting a double park. Neither team scoring anything at this moment, I believe. But these teams are moving. Once again, look at that big gripper on that blue bot.
Controllers. 3, 2,
and that is 6652. So the E-mushers, they have that big gripper on them. Now,
yeah, right there in the middle.
On a year like this, though, I don't know if that big gripper is a benefit or a detriment, only because of the fact that you can only hold one piece of freight. So with a huge gripper like that, the chance of accidentally picking up 2 would be my only concern.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I have another big concern as I see parts out on the field. Or no, never mind. That just seems to be a knocked over. Yep, that's a knocked over personal item. Never mind. I got concerned when I saw a big black box sitting on the floor.
Yeah, I did too.
And then I realized, nope, different camera angle makes it a whole lot better. But getting to put a personal item on the field is such a cool thing, and it's such a big benefit to some of these teams. Not only does that mean that you have an extra duck to get ready to spin off in the end game, but it can also very much so help with your vision detection, because if you have vision detection and you have it set to that bright yellow, it might accidentally trigger when you're sitting there looking at a cube instead of looking at a duck. So if you have a color that you can set and it's completely different from any other color, that can be a big help to you. And as we're getting ready for these last 30 seconds, we're going to see how much help these teams have for each other. We're watching these robots try to spin off these ducks now. The Red Alliance seems to be making their way over to it. They're trying to spin their wheel.
Hurry up, they only have 5 seconds to go. Oh, they made it. Oh,
they got one duck off. Can they get 2? I think they may get 2. I don't know. I don't think they're going to count it. They may have gotten 2. I don't know. We're going to have to hear from our referees to see what comes through and what doesn't come through. But look at that hub. We see the shared shipping hub tipped in favor of the Blue Alliance. We see a ton of pieces stacked on top of the blue tower. We also see the red tower having a few pieces put up on it. I can't wait to see these scores come back. And teams, I know you're in the chat box. I know you're in the Twitch chat. Say hi. Call out your teams, call out your robots. Let's see everybody who's here. I want to see everybody. I know that you guys are here, so come say hi. But getting ready to get started over in Fairlawn, Virginia, our first teams that will come over in Fairlawn, Virginia will be Team 17150, Trojans, Team 12655, North Cross Raiders Robotics, and they will be going up against Team 8094, Robotic Rampage, and Team 4924, Redbeard Pandas. And as we were awaiting our score over in Alexandria, Virginia, they are just clearing the field of these robots. Once again, they are clearing and resetting our field, but we do have a final score in Alexandria with the Blue Alliance being in favor of 83-0. that score coming down as a 11-point autonomous to a 16-point autonomous, a 10-point driver control to a 38-point driver control, and a 16-point endgame to a 39-point endgame. Red Alliance receiving 40 points worth of penalties, and Blue Alliance receiving 10 points worth of penalties. Currently, we are looking over at Fairlawn, Virginia. Over at Fairlawn, Virginia, remember, that is all of that work on that field. They are doing that drivers meeting. They're going to talk through those teams. They're going to make sure that all those teams have a clear understanding of the field. Same thing that just happened over in Alexandria, making sure to go over the rules about the shared shipping hub, the alliance shipping hubs, how to move and process freight, how to deal with all the different things that go on in that area. And there's a ton of different little specifics that need to be dealt with. One of the big issues that teams seem to have is how much can they nudge the shipping hub, as well as how to properly operate the turntable. Once again, teams, you are not DJs, and if you are, this turntable isn't playing music. Please don't swipe it back and forth. Please don't try to grab on it while it's moving. Put your piece down, let it spin around. Once it falls to the ground and it stops, you can put another one on. That is the biggest thing. Make sure that it stops. You cannot stop it from spinning. Your robot must stop or must back away from the wheel, and then you can put another one on. The Zoom link should be available for teams and for families. We can definitely check on that. You all should be able to see the Zoom feed, so that way teams and families are able to speak to the teams that are on the field. We love the interaction and we miss having everyone in person, and sometimes that little bit of support is very much so needed. Definitely last season and parts of this season, we have had teams, you know, yelling from the Zoom call, cheering on their teams and talking to everybody, and it's a very big support system for us too. I know personally, my school, we used to bring the whole cheerleading squad down to the event.
The whole cheerleading squad, okay.
So we used to be big and bold down in the down in the front ranks. We used to do a whole lot of talking and have a whole lot of shows going on. I know another FRC team was so famous for having Flag Dad. So anyone who knows FRC and knows about Flag Dad was a big thing. It was this dude who had a trash can full of flags, of the different LGBT flags, different team flags. There was all sorts of different flags that he had that he would turn around and wave them for. And DeAndre, I completely forgot what team number you said that you were on. What team did you say you were on again?
I was on and mentor team 1610, Blackwater Robotics.
Blackwater, okay. Because I was like 16, I was like, why do I feel like I should know some of these numbers? And I'm like, okay, Blackwater, no, that's not a DC team. Okay, cool.
No, we're down in Virginia, Franklin, Virginia.
Yeah, like I said, I used to compete in DC, and we had all of our DC teams. Now, we did go to a lot of the Maryland competitions, because that was where we had to go.
Right.
But and now, coming onto the field first, I see Robotic Rampage stomping onto the field. But over in Alexandria, we are back on screen. These robots are underway with a current score of 16 to -30.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Both teams trying super hard to score on these pieces. Both teams trying to move around the field as much as they can. We have frantic robots trying to get to their goals, trying to score as much as they can. One of the team 3853 seems to be chasing a wiffle ball back and forth across the field. I don't know if that's the most time-effective strategy. DeAndre, if you had a piece that you picked up and you lost it, would you give it up or would you try to chase it down?
Give it up. I can't waste time trying to chase down the piece. I need to go for another one. It's all about getting points and getting points fast. If I miss the piece, it's gone.
Also, DeAndre, were you on your team's drive team, or what did you do for your team?
I was one of the main programmers for my team, and that's actually what I'm actually one of the programming mentors right now for the team.
Okay, programmer. See, I learned a bit about coding and then never put it into practice. uh, I I can remember freshman year going into sophomore year, I knew probably 5 or 6 different coding languages because they made us take coding.
Yeah.
Turned around, never used a single one of them. And forgot all of them by the time senior year came around. And so I had people sitting there looking at me talking about, what did you do? And I was like, I didn't do anything. I don't remember a thing. Unfortunately, both teams seem to be receiving penalties. But both teams trying to put up those scores at the end of this game. We have a current final score of 54-40. And those points will keep climbing. One thing I love seeing, though, which you all will get to see later, and you all have seen a little bit already, our referees are super playful. Just like anybody else in first, our referees are super playful. And if you all see all the little tricks and treats that everybody wears, there are tons of different little things that go on. For example, people have their nice fancy hats. I used to wear hats all the time. One of my biggest things that I did when I was a volunteer, I was a field tech and a field reset, and I used to run out onto the field as a field reset wearing my like lifeguard trunks over top of my pants, just because I was like, oh, I'm saving, ah!
Wow,
and it also used to be really. But this match came down to a battle of the penalties once again.
Yeah.
In favor of the Blue Alliance, we have a score of 40-30 with a 10-point autonomous to a 0-point autonomous, a 34-point driver control to a 22-point driver control, and a 46-point endgame to a 48-point endgame. Unfortunately, the Red Alliance receiving 60 points worth of penalties to the Blue Alliance's 30 points worth of penalties. The Red Alliance's penalties were first due to placing, one of the Red Alliance's major penalties was moving the shipping hub. The second major penalty was for placing a second duck on the carousel. Once again, when the wheels start turning, don't touch it. And you can only have one duck up there at a time, so wait for it to completely fall and stop before you go to put a second duck up there. You will catch that penalty otherwise, and that penalty clearly just cost them the match. And as we jump over to Fairlawn, once again, we have the Trojans and North Cross Raider Robotics going up against Robotic Rampage and Redbeard Pandas. Now, I know that we have a lot of these teams over in the back chat room. I know that we have a lot of these teams over in the Twitch chat. Teams, go ahead, say hello one more good time. Yep, there we go. There we go. The Pandas are back. They're chanting out Blue Alliance. Now, I do really miss that part of competition when we used to hear the loud roaring of Blue Alliance, Red Alliance, just jumping back and forth. That always used to be a huge thing to move the whole crowd.
The whole crowd, especially during the playoffs.
Or a FRC thing that I miss that you all would probably never do in FTC is banging on the glass. So we have our nice big shields to cover our teams and allow us to see the field. And when we would announce your team, you would bang on the glass. It was a very big, very powerful thing to go along with cheering and everything else. But speaking of things that are about to be very big and very powerful, we have randomization number 6 at the very top pillar, meaning all those teams scoring up top will get tons and tons of points.
You know, it's going to be interesting this year with the so we'll see if anybody goes for that very top rung. If it's going to be some banging on the glass.
I mean, what I can't wait for this year is to watch them play basketball. That's what I can't wait for. I've already told my team, you better go recruit them basketball players. Tell them, hey, look, all I need you to do is go shoot them 3-pointers all day. Just push all day. Push all day.
I was on some practice in our building area the other day, and it's going to be a tough shot.
It's a 3-point shot. It's a 3-point shot.
That goal's kind of high. It's kind of far.
Look, I remember Recycle Rush when I was throwing pool noodles 30 feet in the air. I mean, 30 feet out. I'd rather shoot a basketball than throw a pool noodle again.
Definitely.
But we are just waiting on these teams to get underway. And now, one thing that I want to look at is, look at those unique pieces. We have a piece that is shaped like a knight's head, so I wonder if they're over there playing chess. Oh, it's a pirate's hat. Is that what that is?
Where are you looking at?
4924. Apparently it's a pirate's hat. I thought it was it looked like a chess piece. It looked like a knight. But their team said it's a pirate's hat. It's still cool, either way.
Yeah, either way.
And 4924, I need you all to bring I need you all to bring that piece back to the commentators booth the next time you all have Ethan up in the booth with us. He needs to show that off. I want to see it. But once again, we have randomization number 6.
The first match was this Fallen?
Yes, this is Fairlawn.
Fairlawn. First match with Fairlawn. This would be fun. Once again, it's always good to see four robots on the field.
Oh, always. And I also like how the red alliance all have red panels on their robots.
Mm-hmm.
Our referee doing his
Now,
final chess before getting off the field.
Do you think there will ever come a day that they will require bumpers in FTC like they did for FRC?
I doubt it, just because FTC bots don't hit as hard and FTC bots aren't as big. Like when FTC bots do have contact, it's not that much contact. Because they still have the same entanglement rules and stuff like that we have to follow. But they aren't hitting each other as hard. Like a FRC bot can gear up if it crossed the entire field and rammed the other bot. That's a collision right there. That's that's getting hit by a hockey player. You're gonna feel that one. And so for those of you who are going to wonder what happens over in Alexandria, we will be recording the Alexandria match. If we happen to run both of them at the same time, we will record the Alexandria match and we'll show it later, especially when you all get to go look back at the YouTube channel. But currently what we are looking at is the autonomous period for the Fairlawn event.
Oh, Blue is hot up the gate with 60 points.
Once again, that top goal being a very
Drivers,
easy and
pick
very
up your
high scoring
controllers.
position.
3, 2,
With a current
1.
score of 89 to 6, 90 to 6. Those points climb. They skyrocket, don't they? Well, I know who's trying to break that triple digit border.
Oh, yes. They continue to go for that high to the top. Remind me, the freight, do you get certain points for different freight, or is it all the same point value? It's just based on what level
All freight is the same point value. It's on how high you put your freight.
Okay.
So in the autonomous period, it's did you put it in the correct height level? Afterwards, it's how high do you put it? The other part is the shared shipping hub. whether it's balanced or whether, all right, so the shared shipping hub, you want it to tip in your direction.
Yeah. I
Your
remember that
shipping
part.
hub, you want it to be balanced.
But Blue got a lot of work to do because there's not balance. I'm surprised nobody's gone for that shared shipping hub yet. I'm not sure if the Red Alliance robots have stopped moving. They kind of
Unfortunately, I think I've seen a battery fall out of one of the red robots.
Oh, that's not good at all.
If you look at the back of that robot, I think that might be a battery that's hanging out from our angle. But in these last 30 seconds, the red beard pandas making those ducks fly.
And he is putting them up there, and his robot is doing it.
Hey, look, once again, that is how you want to be set. You want that table to start off, you put the duck down, you go up, you fly those ducks out, and that is an easy 9 ducks right there.
He got all 9 up there? Wow, that was in like 10 seconds.
You only got 30 seconds to do it. You got to get those ducks dropping. Look at all those ducks go through. And so with a current unofficial score of 189 to 6, we will see what the referees have to say about this. Once again, penalties and other intricacies do definitely play a point in the scores and in the determination of the end of these matches. But what was the crazy or cool little thing your team used to do when you all were in between matches or just getting on the field?
I can't think of any, really. Just goofing around. I was always in the pits, just relaxing, trying to take a break every time I could. It always felt like every time the match ended and the bot came back, it was always something wrong.
The heat is on when the bot comes back. As soon as the bot comes back, the heat is on. You gotta flip that bot in a heartbeat.
Like, this didn't work, or that didn't work, or this program's wrong. Fix that, fix this. Something happened. We can do this. So
see, I do remember the one time I got mad at my programmer with my robot though. Because my robot, we had the double forward and double backward was typically how we rolled, because generally we rolled on the tank style driving skills, because we would use our controller on the other hand for all of our separate functions such as upward maneuvering and everything else. I told my programmer I needed a basic drive function. After that, he can go do the special fancy coding for everything else. I needed a basic drive code. I didn't get it. But speaking of things that did get got, we got a score of 189 to 23 in favor of the Blue Alliance. So this game will be scored down to a 10-point autonomous, to a 78-point autonomous, a 0-point driver control, to a 48-point driver control, and a 13-point endgame, to a 63-point endgame. All with no penalties. This is a wonderful first round. Can't wait to see how it grows and how it continues.
Yeah, 80-94 and 49-24 coming out with a huge high score. I'm interested to see if anybody will top that today.
Oh, it's already been topped. That's the highest of Fairlawn.
Oh yes, well, specifically Fairlawn. I'm interested to see
Alexandria has a mid 200 already. Once again, look at all the little funny things. I love the things. I love seeing everybody with their little things. Everybody has their own little unique things about them, and it makes them seem so interesting when they're on the field. But speaking about being on the field, we are in the autonomous period of the Alexandria event, and look at these robots go. Teams are getting ready to reset and take over control. And now we made the joke earlier, and at first I thought I was going to be too old with this joke. We made the joke earlier of teams with their capes. And I said, every time I see a team with a cape, I think of Edna from The Incredibles. Talk about how we don't do capes.
Controllers. 3, 2,
I was like, I'd love to see them.
1.
I just don't necessarily know if they belong right next to the robot, because I've definitely seen robots start up and start trying to yank a cape.
Okay, looks like 6341 is putting all of its cargo over there in the shipping, the shared shipping hub. It's really bounced it to their side.
Now, I'm wondering what Blue Alliance did to receive the penalties. It may have been a moving violation with the with one of the two hubs. But
Yeah, I'm
now,
not
if you were Blue Alliance and you already seem to have lost your shared shipping, I mean the shared hub, would you be trying to continue to tip it back in your favor, or would you be trying to load up the other goal?
I would maybe spend 3 cycles trying to get it back because you never know how fast the other robot is moving. If you can move faster than them, then maybe you can get it back to equal. After maybe 3 or 4 cycles and it's not moving in my favor anymore, I'm gone. I have to go try to score points elsewhere because this is a lost cause.
And we just heard that the blue penalty came from descoring the shared hub. But look at these ducks start to fly in these last 30 seconds. 3, 5, 8, 3. Making them ducks fly. Look at them things. One after the other. Just going, just going, just going. And on the red side, we see ducks starting to come off over there as well.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I want to get all.
We have a battle of the ducks. The ducks are running.
Okay, so Blue Alliance, their last duck was not off of the disc before time ran out. Does it still count?
That one is up to the referees.
Oh, okay. Well, there it is.
But if you do look at the field, what we do see is a cap by both teams. So both teams managed to get one of their personal items to be a topper on the field. So we have 2 caps on the field, 1 for each team. We also seem to have it balanced for the Red Alliance.
I do remember seeing 5904 putting their cap on the Blue Alliance's shipping hub.
But one thing that I do have to say about these caps that I'm really liking is that some of these caps are really just as simple as a red solo cup. It's really simple. It's really plain, but it works. And our score is 110-45 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 13-point autonomous to a 0-point autonomous, a 28-point driver control to a 22-point driver control, a 69-point endgame to a 63-point endgame, and unfortunately the Blue Alliance barred with penalties. Once again, the blue minor penalties for pushing freight and for descoring on the shared hub. We're getting ready to jump straight over to Fairlawn. Over in Fairlawn, their match is underway. They have just finished their autonomous period with a tied up score of 13-all.
And I'm trying
Drivers,
to see the...
pick up your controllers.
One of the red robots had
3,
their
2,
one of their ducks on
1.
the wheel, and they actually, their autonomous was turning it to put it on the field, and it actually worked. Is that
But now look at that tank bot over there from 5086.
Oh yes, that is a massive robot for FTC.
But look at how many wheels they have contacting that tread. Most tank bots only use 1 or 2. They have about 5 different pieces.
I see 5.
They got, oh no, I see 6. They got 6 different pieces contacting for that tank tread.
Oof.
By comparison, look at how tiny their partner is.
Yes.
Team 2044-7. Look at how nice and small that little robot is. It has tons of. We talk about teams barely making it through the clearance.
Mm-hmm.
They can almost fit 2 of their robots through the clearance.
It's interesting. I think them and 14597 are in a battle for this sharing hub. Of course, right now they're in the lead.
But then also just look at how they go for the sharing hub.
Mm-hmm.
And look at their overhead arm mechanisms. They got those nice little overhead turrets that just turn and twist outwards. But unfortunately, I think 5086 might be disabled. They do not seem to be moving.
Now I wonder if 2447 tried to turn their arm all the way over instead of having to do it from the side, turn it from the top angle. The flipping type thing. I wonder if they had tried that during their design process and it just didn't work
But Team
out.
14597 giving up on the shared hub and instead running for those ducks, making sure to get all of those ducks out on the field. And that will be time with a current unofficial score of 67 to 50.
Yeah, this is gonna be a close one.
73 to 56. These points keep climbing. We're gonna see how these points climb and break down.
This is gonna be a close match.
Unfortunately, though, I didn't see what happened to rotate the shipping hub. That may have been a last-minute drive by 2477. I mean, 2447.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the chat lighting up, talking about go PC Rocket Robotics. Go 10358. Yeah, cheer on your teams. We love to see them. We love to hear you all talk about them. And speaking of talking about your teams, look over in the Twitch chat. You see the team survey. Don't forget, coaches, mentors, and captains. Please go fill out your team survey. We love to talk about your teams, and we love having things to talk about. Coming up next in Alexandria, we have Team 18602 Reboot paired up with Team 5178 Mechhawks, and they will be going up against Teams 6652 E Mushers and 6341 the Double O Ducks. But we'll be jumping over to Alexandria after we get our score coming out of Fairlawn. Our referees have a ton to discuss and a ton to go over. And this used to be the most tense moment in robotics.
Of course, yeah, because this is all...
Wasn't the game, wasn't what happened. It was those last few seconds waiting for the results.
That's definitely something that's, that was different. Oh, here's some scores. Oh,
and our score in favor of the Red Alliance will be 73 to 56. A 13-point autonomous across the board, a 30-point driver control to a 24-point driver control, and a 30-point endgame to a 19-point endgame.
I would say FCC, the scoring is so much more tense because it's more referee. Gotta score some stuff.
But I will say one thing though, 5086, the Tutu Turtles, living up to their name, they did wear their tutus onto the field. And I talked about it. I was like, once again, I love seeing when people wear their team stuff. If you have a team name that says something, you should wear it. Well, we're about to be over in Alexandria, Virginia, where these robots are underway, wearing out their team spirit. And with a current score of 16 to 6, these teams are getting ready to start their matches.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, it looks like 6341 is battling for that shared hub. 18602. That's gonna be a fun battle to watch. Scoring some of their blocks in the top part of their Alliance hub.
With this game is staying very close and very tight, I can't wait to see what the autonomous period has in store for it. Well, another thing that I really like seeing is all the teams' different intake mechanisms and their different modes of picking up the different blocks. Because you have some teams that are specifically built just for the boxes and not for the wiffle balls. You have some teams that are built to pick up pretty much anything. You have teams that have like the rubber band intakes, the zip tie intakes, the different forms of claw intakes.
Looks like 6341 is coming to put some ducks on the field.
Oh, and we see something that isn't often seen. I'm seeing a tape measure across the field. Does that count as a park? Oh, so to try to say that your robot is in a park zone, they will try to put out a tape measure to say that they crossed the line. So they are trying to say that they are parked, is what they are trying to say. So we will see if the referees count them as parked because they do have a tape measure across the line.
Okay. That's something very different.
No, it's something that's very FTC. It's not FRC. It's very FTC.
Definitely not.
FRC, they make us fully cross the line. FTC, they just have to put a piece across the line. So FTC generally uses tape measures.
Okay.
Another thing that we saw last year was people dropping a weighted string. So a weight on the end of a string and then coming back and reeling back in the string to pick back up the weight later after they said they crossed the line. Yeah. But with a current unofficial score of 110 to 83, it's time to see what the referees have to say about this and what the rule breakdown is going to be. I can't wait to see the different discussions. We haven't seen tape measures this year. This might be the start of something new if people are using tape measures.
So what did they hook up to make that tape measure go out like that?
So you put a motor on the bottom end of a tape measure spring, because remember, tape measures are just spring steel. And so when you put a motor on the bottom of the steel, it'll just go straight across. Now that will be a very wonderful question, is did it count because it went under the barrier? I'm also confused as to how it managed to go under the barrier. I guess they didn't have the end tick on it, so it just flatly rolled under. Well, this is when you have a lot of questions. And the final score will be down at 70 to 103 in favor of the Blue Alliance. With a 16-point to 6-point autonomous, a 50-point to 38-point driver control, and a 54-point to 59-point endgame, with the deciding factor once again being 50 points worth of penalties pushed towards the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance received penalties for pushing balls, and they also received penalties for pushing freight. So once again, teams, if you have freight and stuff in your shipping hub, in your alliance hub or shipping hub, please make sure to only be moving one at a time. Please do not get multiple trapped in you. Please do not be moving around and pushing multiples. You will get penalized for it. Also, we are about to jump right back over into Fairlawn because Fairlawn is starting up already. And over in Fairlawn, we're underway. We have teams 20447 and team 8094 for the Red Alliance going up against team 14597 and 12655.
Oh, looks like, okay. 8094 just got one of their ducks onto the field and they parked.
So that will be Touring Squad alongside Robotic Rampage in the red corner. And we have PC Pocket Robotics up alongside, man, these numbers are long. North Cross Raider Robotics. I'm sorry, I try reading the numbers next to the name, and then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 5. Okay, that's another thing to read.
Okay, looks like 8094 is going for their top level, and so is that 14597.
Well, look at that intake on 14957. I can't tell if that is a zip tie intake or what type of intake that is.
Yeah, I need a zoom. Okay, that's my favorite bots. 24/7 back on the field. Doing what they just did last time and controlling that shared hub.
Remember, we have no such thing as favorites in the commentators booth.
You're right.
We just have colorful.
I still like them though. I guess their intake intrigues me.
Like, for example, my only favorite thing is what the referees wear. It's always funny. If you see referees with their different hats, it's always funny. It's always worth it. If you want to know what to look for, when you see referees, you look for their hats to see what they're wearing. If they're people that are production crew, you want to see their jackets and shirts that they wear. If they're people like us that are commentators, you just want to see everything. We do all sorts of weird, crazy things. Like so far this season, I think I've worn 3 or 4 different pairs of weird, crazy earrings.
You got a red robot turning their carousel, putting some ducks on the field. I think they got all of them.
But look at those points from those ducks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, unfortunately, moving that shared shipping hub, however.
I hope they don't get
that's going to
penalized
come
for
back to
that.
bite them.
I can make this score really close.
Our score is currently sitting at 154 to 74 in favor of the Red Alliance. Now, one thing I always talk about seeing that I want to see in a game, so I always want to see a water element. I've always wanted to see a water element.
I'm waiting for a water game. Oh my gosh, I want a water game.
If you let FRC go to a pool and we'd had to do a whole event in a pool, like that'd be fun. Or even if it was something like we had a little baby pool in the middle that we had to deal with something in the middle of the pool, in the middle of the field, like that'd be cool. I really want to see something with water.
I want a water game so bad. So bad.
I just want to see it. Like, for example, I know FLO has done simulated water where they have like water painted on the field. And so they had stuff like they had to avoid the water on the field and stuff like that. And it was painted on the mat, or it was little Lego bricks that were just scattered on the field that were supposed to be water. But I want to see
I would take that.
actual water on the field.
I know that. I mean, I understand they don't want to put actual water on the field because electronics, batteries, all that stuff. I get that, but I would even take simulated water at this point.
But I feel like actual water is just that. It's just what we need though, because then that means you have to waterproof your robot. You have to double check and redundify your robot. There is no such thing as having a loose cable. As soon as you have a loose cable, you're gonna short circuit. As soon as you have something missing, you're gonna notice it and you're gonna see it.
We got scores.
And the score is 166-271 in favor of the Red Alliance. That will push those two teams into the first and second pole positions with a point breakdown of a 52 to 19 point autonomous, a 40 to 16 point driver control, and a 74 to 36 point end game. Another thing that I like seeing about these different teams is how small the robots are. And they're so simple to pick up and maneuver. Teams just go by and they're just like, oh, here's my robot, I'm gonna pick it up. FRC bots, you'll see us grab hooks and put on gloves and all these other things to pick up these robots.
You need 2-3 people to get the robot.
These are just the biggest, buffest people on your team. You're like, what's your job? Pick up the robot. Anything else? Put down the robot. That's all they do. But speaking of robots and things to do, we have robots going off in Alexandria, Virginia. The autonomous period is underway. Once again, we have teams 17219 and 18602 going up against team 10216 and 3583.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Currently in this matchup, I see spiders, I see capes, and I see tutus. We have tons of team enthusiasm going on. But if I see spiders, that means I see spider bits out on the field.
Okay, currently we see 3583. They're moving.
I also see spider bite out on the field. Who else do we have out on the field? We have the Cybirds alongside Spider Bite, and Spider Bit is partnered with Reboot. Okay, yeah, too many different Too many different things to look at. Once
Too
again,
many.
the different numbers.
Mhm.
I have a list full of team numbers. It is a long list of numbers.
I believe it. I can't. It's just too many. I already struggle with FRC numbers. I cannot with FTC numbers. I can't.
The FRC will have a team name and a robot name that you have to memorize and talk about, and you're like, wait, who am I dealing with? I have a number, a name, a number, a team name, and a robot name. At least over here, they mostly only do the team names. They don't necessarily talk about the robot names themselves all the time. Oh, the Red Alliance having a slight issue with their duck. They managed to get a duck stuck in the middle of the carousel. And that is an issue that you must be wary of. At this point, you have to figure, is it worth it trying to get the duck?
Well, it might have been able to make it. May or may not get penalized for putting that second duck up there too soon.
But look at that shared shipping hub. That shared shipping hub is loaded for the Blue Alliance.
3583 was doing that pretty much the whole teleop.
And with a current unofficial score of 58-41 in favor of the Red Alliance, we will see how the scales tip once our referees have their final say. Yeah, I really need to stop with the pun counter. I'd be running that pun counter up.
Looks like over at just Arlen, doing randomization number 2. I'm trying to understand what the randomizations mean exactly.
The randomization just tells you which tier level you're going to be aiming for.
Okay.
But so our score is posted at 58-41 in favor of the Red Alliance. Our score breakdown is 20 point to 3 point autonomous, a 32 point to 28 point driver control, and a 16 point to 20 point end game. Both teams receiving 10 points worth of penalties. And that will be the conclusion for match 18 over in Alexandria. We're getting ready to jump over to Fairlawn again. Once again, Fairlawn getting ready to get underway. We have our referees giving up all the dramatics, checking on the red side, checking on the blue side, telling everybody if we're ready to go. Let's get this match underway. I can now see a pirate hat on the field, meaning we have pandas underway. I also see some tutu turtles out on the field. Looking over at the other side, I see some Trojans. And who's their partner?
Who was that just did that?
Oh, Squatch Watch.
It's like 10-358 just put a rubber duck on the field from their carousel and they part in their
That's Squatch Watch. Squatch Watch. Yeah, I will always say it like that. It will always be nice and fast. Squatch Watch.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But with a current score of 10-16, the Red Alliance has some catching up to do if they want to take this match home.
Yeah. If you don't move fast, these points will get away from you.
The Blue Alliance trying to hold on to that lead, making it 10-22. Red Alliance trying to answer back once again. 22-16. Now, if we look at the Redbeard Panda's intake system, they seem to be using stiffened surgical tubing as their intake. Oh, unfortunately, I think I see a Redbeard Panda wheel inside of the shared shipping hub. That will probably be a penalty.
Yeah.
If they can't get out without moving the hub, that will probably be a penalty. Ooh, they tried to get out. What is it written as? Once again, this is when it comes down to being careful about that driver's control. But Red Alliance does seem to have taken over in the scoring. It is now 30-28 as we get ready to have the race of the ducks. We have Pandas trying to move those ducks off the field.
It's like 49-24 is starting their race of the ducks on the Red Alliance side.
Over in the Blue Alliance's corner, we have the Trojans trying to get that Trojan horse up to speed. Move them ducks. Move them ducks.
Oh, they were one away.
And that will be time. With a current unofficial score of 84-40, those Pandas tried to put those ducks back on that field. But look at this score continue to climb once again. I love how the score continues to climb. And speaking of climbing, I can't wait to see all the climbing action that's going to happen this season in FRC.
That's going to be something serious. It's going to be interesting. If anybody can figure out how to go from the middle to the high rung, I think you'll have a very good chance of seeing people going from high to traverse.
I mean, but the other thing that you want to figure out is just how to triple hang, because if you can get the combined score, then you can get the points there. So that'll probably be the biggest thing, is who can triple hang, not necessarily who can get the very highest.
I think it's 16 for the ranking point for that section.
It was either 16 or 20, something around there.
Now the triple hang, you're not gonna be able to get 3 robots on the same level. So somebody
you might.
It's gonna be tight.
Surprised. If somebody gets their robot to stay exactly up against that top bar, you can have a robot with a long arm that just doesn't pull up all the way. Because remember, most of the time when they say your robot has to come off the ground, it doesn't have to come off above a certain height. It just has to clearly be off the ground.
I do remember reading, I want to say I read in the rules where in other seasons, you can climb on somebody else's robot, but I don't think that's able to be done this year. I think you have to be climbing by yourself.
I mean, but still climbing by yourself. If I have 2 robots on either side and they're bulky and I put my hook in the middle, I can still come up under their hook. But our score will come down to 104-46 in favor of the Red Alliance. A 0-point autonomous to a 16-point autonomous, a 36-point driver control to a 24-point driver control, and a 68-point endgame to a 6-point endgame is what pushed that Red Alliance to victory. Now, I'm just looking at the teams and looking at how they move around the field. Squatch Watch, I'm loving the camo. They have camo, they're out watching, but we're jumping right over to Alexandria, Virginia. Going back into Alexandria, their autonomous period is underway. And coming up, we have teams 6652 and 5904 for the Red Alliance, going up against teams 3796 and 17219 in the blue.
Let's see which Blue Alliance that bot was. The Blue Alliance bot at the bottom that was trying to do the carousel with the rubber duck, and they looked like they was mere inches between the wheel and the carousel.
That can happen in that autonomous period. You got to make sure that alignment is perfect.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we got some movement from all. Oh, does it look like 6652 is moving? They're kind of just stationary. Stationary over there in their warehouse. Everybody else
E
is...
mushers, unfortunately, not mushing that robot very far right now. Also, I'd like to shout out all the gracious professionalism over in the chat. Teams over there thanking each other and congratulating after a wonderful match. But so we have Talons and Spider Bits going up against Numbers. Tiny numbers. Tiny, 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 tiny numbers. This is when I want my reading glasses or something. Why are numbers so small? Going up against E Mushers and what's that other number? And Peking Duck. Okay.
Okay, we got robots at both carousels, putting some rubber ducks on the field.
Remember, these last 30 seconds is the race of the ducks. But I do think I see a cap going up. Will it be capped? Cap it! They capped it.
It did. Oh. Blue Alliance got 2 ducks left. Red Alliance got 4 left. Oh, the Blue Alliance might have made it. Okay.
Also, once again, thank you for that reminder backstage. And that goes out to all of our teams. Once again, if you do not see a match or if you would like to see your individual match, look over at the YouTube channel or the archive channel. They will both be posting tons of matches. It's where we have everything when you don't see it. Sometimes things start and we're not able to immediately cover it. But we are able to cover this current score of 85-64 in favor of the Red Alliance. Now, DeAndre, what were your school colors?
So, when I was on the team, we were actually called Bot Builders of Tomorrow. We used the standard school colors of blue and gold. Then when I came back, there was actually a rebranding that happened, and that's when we changed to Blackwater Robotics. And currently we're using the colors black and gold.
And the color that won the day today is the Red Alliance with a score of 95-64. A 16-point autonomous to a 6-point autonomous, a 6-point driver control to a 20-point driver control, a 73-point endgame to a 48-point endgame, and the Blue Alliance unfortunately receiving a 10-point penalty for a rolling ball once again. Watch those wiffle balls. Make sure they don't leave the warehouse. They do cause penalties. But my school colors were red and black, and I find it funny because I wear red and black pretty much anyway. And so our robot always used to be either pitch black or bright red, or it was like black fading to red, or red with black sprays on it. And so it always used to be very funny whenever we would have to play as the Blue Alliance because our robot looked completely red, and the only thing that you would notice is the bumper. Hey, whose Alliance are you? Bumpers. That's the only way you will know. Bumpers. But coming up next, we have Redbeard Pandas paired alongside Squatch Watch in the red corner. And I can't see who's over in the blue corner yet. We have PC Rocket Robotics and these numbers. Robotic Rampage. Now see, PC Rocket Robotics, look at those bright colors. Look at those bright blues and oranges. Unfortunately, their alignment was a little bit off, but look at those colors. And Squatch Watch, look at those big tires. Those tires look like the lunar landers. That's what they remind me of.
Okay, so 80-94 is something new for me. They scored their bots in the top of their
drivers.
And they
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, they got theirs and they parked, and that was really cool.
Yeah, they really have their autonomous down pat.
Now, their partner PC Rocket Robotics needs to dial in their autonomous just a little bit more because they just barely missed the top of that hub when they went to score. But I like the street sweeper intake that we're seeing a lot of these teams use.
Yeah.
And then the other intake that I saw, I was calling it the Rolodex intake because it was the stiffened cards. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm definitely showing age. I said Rolodex. And then I wondered how many of these students have even ever seen a Rolodex at this point.
None of them.
Just who's old enough to know what a Rolodex is?
Oh, I think 4924 is stuck on their barrier. You gotta hurry up and get off of that before so they can get some more points.
Uh-oh. Are the pandas spiked? Did the pandas eat too much bamboo? Are they not moving? Come on, pandas.
Oh, here come the party trying to push them off. Yeah, give them a nudge.
And they nudged out their freight instead. But in these last 30 seconds, they are rolling after those ducks.
Yeah, 8094 is going at it.
So we have Squatch Watch going off against... What was that? I know I said the number earlier. There's too many numbers to read. Oh, Squatch Watch was going up against Robotic Rampage. I'm like, I keep reading these numbers, then I miss it every single time. Now, because of them both using camo, one of these days, I want to see Squatch Watch be paired alongside Logic Coyote, which is a team that isn't here today. But I'm about to say, but if you saw them, they use a lot of camo stuff as well. They actually sent me a hat. It's their orange camo hats that they wear. They wear orange camo hats with the dark green camo for everything else. And so it's funny to watch their robot because the robot is normally bright orange with dark green. To answer to the Twitch chat, when these ducks learn how to fly, that will be the next level of robotics. That is another one that I definitely want to see. I wanted to see a water competition or a flying competition. That would be so much fun. To also answer the Twitch chat, this is First Robotics Competition and First Tech Challenge, hosted by First Chesapeake. These challenges and competitions do not involve fighting. You're thinking of BattleBots.
Yeah, this is not BattleBots.
BattleBots is a step up. It's close. It's very close. Our robots just have a little bit more safety. That's why our barriers are a lot lower. Now, I always did want to try doing BattleBots. BattleBots sounds like a ton of fun. I also know that I would be heartbroken if a robot that I worked on for so long suddenly was just destroyed.
That part.
It would hurt me so much.
You don't make robots there to be pretty, you make robots there to be destroyed or destroy other robots.
Now, if they let me commentate all the way up to BattleBots, trust me, I will commentate all the way through. I will commentate from first all the way into BattleBots and right back down to first. I will do it. So BattleBots, if you want me, call me. I will definitely commentate for y'all. I would definitely do that one. But our referees are having a few discussions on points and technicalities. And to answer Twitch, yeah, I mean, a lot of robots do come out pretty identical. I mean, when you have a challenge and you do your point breakdown, you generally come up with similar ideas. But this point breakdown comes out in favor of the Blue Alliance with a score of 51 to 161. An autonomous period of 26 points to 44 points, a driver control of 6 to 40, and a end game of 39 to 77. With 20 points worth of penalties being given towards the Red Alliance. But we're jumping right back over into Alexandria, Virginia, where they're getting ready to get underway as well. So over in Alexandria, Virginia, this autonomous period has just now started. Look at these robots get underway, already flinging those ducks onto the field. But speaking back on that identical robot piece, once again, when you have a challenge that's very basic and very simple, something that to its core says, hey, you have one item that you gotta move it here, just get it done. You're gonna get a lot of robots that act a lot alike.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Something that isn't, now when you have
1.
something that also has stuff like the huge size constraints, then yeah, there's not much space for individuality. A lot of these robots have to fit between an 18-inch cube, if I'm not mistaken. And so trying to fit something in 1.5 feet isn't much space. It's not much space. Similar to FRC, where we have our 3-foot cube that we have to fit in. Once again, not much space. Bigger robot, not a lot of space because we have bigger parts.
Exactly.
I mean, I did say an 18-inch cube. That's sort of kind of what 18 by 18 by 18 means, is cube.
Hey, looks like we have a battle at this shared shipping hub.
And a fierce battle at that. Both teams going back and forth trying to get those pieces of freight across. Oh, it looks like it's trying to tip red, but it wobbled back to center. Both teams going after these shared pieces right now.
Oh. And of course it's rubber duck time. A part of me just feels like the headquarters has some spare control panels left from 2 games ago, and they just felt like they just had to use them again for FTC. Oh, this is a close match, 84-81. Can't wait to see what the final scores are going to be.
The team survey will be posted once again shortly, and remember to fill out the team survey. We ask that it is your coach, your mentor, or your captain.
Okay, looks like we have final scores for qualification.
Our final scores coming out being 96-75 with a 16-point autonomous to a 5-point autonomous, a 54-point driver control to a 34-point driver control, a 56-point endgame to a 46-point endgame, and both teams receiving penalties. Red Lions receiving 30 points worth of penalties, and Blue Lions receiving 10 points worth of penalties. Once again, this match was scored in favor of the Red Alliance. We are getting ready to jump right back over into our next round of competitions over in Fairlawn, Virginia. This match is about to get underway with teams 12655 alongside team 20447 going up against teams 17150 and 5086. Now 5086, look at that duck roller mechanism. They have double wheels on both sides.
Ooh, okay.
Now, one thing that I really do love about First
Drivers,
as
pick
compared
up your
to
controllers.
all the other sports
3,
that I've played
2,
is
1.
First changes every year. You can't develop a strategy and expect it to work consistently every single year because the game changes. It's not like basketball where you can train somebody to be in one position for their whole career. That's that game. It's not baseball, same thing where, you know, if it was baseball and I train a pitcher, all they have to do is pitch for the rest of their career. That's it. But no, in First, you better learn that the same thing that you built this year does absolutely nothing next year.
Absolutely nothing.
In this game, for example, last year was all about shooting and they had the golden rings. This year, if you try to shoot something, you're going to get that point deduction. And they're not using rings anymore. They're using the cubes. So once again, it's a big changeover in equipment. Over in the FRC side, we get huge changes in our equipment all the time. We went from pool noodles and boxes to crates to dodgeballs to frisbees to all sorts of different things that we always jump through. And so going through all those different pieces and all those different moving parts, the same robot doesn't work every year. You have to change it out. You have to make something new and unique. Now, an off-season thing that I definitely want to see, though, is adult-made bots for the first challenges. It's like adult teams trying to make bots for the first challenges.
Yes. I've always been an advocate of that.
Each piece is not a certain amount of points. It depends on where they score the piece and how the piece is scored. For example, the ducks, when they roll across, that's a certain point value. If something was put into the box, that's a different point value. If something was put into the shared hub versus the upper level hubs, those are different point values. And also depending on which hub they needed to score in for that game mode can also be different point breakdowns. Speaking of breakdowns, we're waiting on the breakdown of this score for this round.
Current unofficial score is 66-54, which is a pretty close score this game.
Once again, this could just be a battle of the penalties.
Nah, it's climbing at 66-64.
But teams, we know that you're here. Cheer on your teams. Let us know who's here. Who's in our comment section right now? What teams do we have? Also, teams, what was your favorite first year? Personally, I like Steamworks just because I got to be on the field. That was by far my favorite year. A lot of years come close. I pretty much loved all my years. But being on the field just did something different. It was just...
If a game had came out while I was in school and I could have been on the field, I would have definitely fought very hard to be that human player.
I completely abandoned my post at Drive Team to go be on the field as the human player that year.
I was so jealous when that game reveal happened, and I'm like,
so
I'm sorry,
we have
you're gonna be on the field, like the field.
We have team 4924 coming out in the chat. We have team 12888 coming out in the chat, and we have the touring squad of 20447 out in chat. And our score will be in favor of the Blue Alliance with a score of 54-64. Once again, this game came down to the penalties. A 10-point penalty being posted on the Red Alliance's side, with a point breakdown of 26 points to 6 points in the autonomous, a 12-point to 18-point driver control, and a 26-point to 40-point end game. Once again, this game would have been tied had it not have been for that penalty at the very end. We also have team 16774 joining us in the chat today. Once again, hi teams. How's everybody doing? We also have the Cybirds of 3583 coming in. Also, if games end in a tie, it doesn't really matter. The game is just over. Because all teams must play 5 separate rounds, it's your total scores coming up from all your different 5 matches to determine how high or low you go. We also have point breakdowns depending on how much you score in autonomous versus how much you score in the end game to also separate stuff like your point breakdowns. There's a lot of different things that can affect it. We got the Tutu Turtles jumping in the chat. But over in Alexandria, we are deep in the teleop mode once again. And look at these scores coming up. We have 40-30. Both teams now coming hard, trying to fight for that shared shipping hub.
It's always a good battleground. Good battleground action happening.
We have team 13621 in the chat.
Okay, looks like 63-41 is really taking control of the shipping hub for the Red Alliance.
Right, once again, that comes down to a difference in the grip and your cycle rate. They have a much higher cycle rate, and then look at their claw mechanism versus those 2 flat panels. Those panels, like I said, the biggest thing with them being you can't grab but 1 piece at a time. So having something that can definitely isolate 1 piece versus something that's grabbing 2, and as you can see, it just slipped out. But Talon's over in the blue corner rushing out all of those ducks. Look at those ducks fly out onto the field.
They are.
Over on the Red Alliance side, we have ducks jumping on the field over there as well. I think that might be one of the spider teams looking at that Black Widow figure 8 on its back. And I was correct, that was Spider-Bite with that nice Black Widow background. Once again, I love the teams with their nice little designs and trinkets and all sorts of things. And the current unofficial score being 119-88. And teams, you see how everyone is shouting out themselves in the Twitch chat? If you all went a little bit higher and clicked on that team survey, you all could get your coaches, mentors, and captains to go talk about yourselves. And our final score will be in favor of the Red Alliance with a score of 119-88 with an autonomous of 36 points to 26 points, a driver control period of 26 points to 24 points, and an endgame of 57 points to 48 points. The Blue Alliance unfortunately receiving 10 points worth of penalties. We're getting ready to jump right back into Fairlawn, Maryland.
We're doing randomization number 1.
That will be the bottom tier. Once again, just look at how nice and large and how clean these bots are. We see a park and a duck from 8094.
Did we also happen to see one from 5086?
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
3, as well?
2,
I believe
1.
so, but they placed their block on the wrong height level. They placed it on height level 3 instead of height level 1.
Okay.
That is why we have the point differential of 44 to 35. Also, if anyone sees teams loading up that shared shipping hub, the points for the shared shipping hub don't count until the end of the game, which is why as you see them loading it up, the points don't change. The points are really only scored at the end. Now, the points in some of the other areas are scored continuously, but that shared shipping hub really only matters at the end of the game. It affects the end game. But it does affect it a lot. If it's tipping in your direction, I believe that is a bonus 20 points in your favor.
Okay, so the shared, it's like the shared shipping shipping area is tilted towards the Blue Alliance, and 14597 is just continuing to pile it on just to make sure that they keep control.
Well, you'll still get points per piece that's in there. So it is still a good idea to still load it up. But with these last 30 seconds starting, we have robots rushing for those ducks.
Yes. It flew across the field.
Unfortunately, 8094 was not stopping their motor before trying to put another duck on the field, but their human player knew better than to touch it while it was spinning, and so they waited for it to stop before putting another duck on. With a current unofficial score of 86 to 99 in favor of the Blue Alliance, this will once again come down to the referee's decision. Once again, a lot of what comes down at the very end is how points were scored and if any penalties were occurred during those scoring periods. Once again, this is Fair Lawn qualification number 7. Yes, they're not technically called human players, but they're playing and they're humans. Or at least we hope they're human. I sometimes have to check for myself. And be like, am I still human? I don't know. But the Blue Alliance will take this victory with a score of 92 to 122. With the point breakdown being a 42 point to 29 point autonomous, a 8 point to 28 point driver control, and a 42 point to 65 point endgame. Both sides not receiving any penalties. We're getting ready to jump right back over into Alexandria, Virginia. And over in Alexandria, they're getting ready to start once again. These are teams 5178 and teams 5904 going up against teams 10216 and 18602.
So we've got some movement happening. It's like 5178 is completely parked in their shipping container.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But look at these Red Alliance teams filling up that top goal, while the Blue Alliance trying to take that shared hub at the bottom. And now here we're about to see something that isn't often seen, I believe. I believe they're going to try to get their duck and score their duck, because that is also a scoreable item. Or are they setting up for their cat? They might be setting up for their cat. Oh no!
Oh,
51-78. In an attempt to put one piece on, knocked off another piece off of the top ring.
Red Alliance is getting ready to work on their carousel with some ducks. Bump, it looks like the Blue Alliance is trying to get set up as well. And I guess they're getting started as well. Oh, they missed the first two. What's going on? Is it going too fast?
It sometimes does spin a little too fast. And that will be time, with a current score of 98-33 in favor of the Red Alliance. And once again, remember, in First Tech Challenge, it's not necessarily win or lose. It is mostly down to your point totals. So if your point total can push you high enough, you can still rise in the rankings. And your individual cohort is not who you're competing against. You are competing against all of the multiple cohorts that will be participating in that day. And once again, we'll take this moment to give out a wonderful shout out to all of our lovely mentors, guests, volunteers, and judges. Oh, and we have our final score of 104-54 in favor of the Red Alliance, with an autonomous of 16 points to 15 points, a driver control of 34 points to 11 points, and an endgame of 64 points to 38 points. Both teams receiving a 10-point penalty. And once again, we're jumping right back over to Fair Lawn, Virginia to watch another wonderful matchup. Over in Fair Lawn, Virginia, they just got randomization number 4, which is the bottom rung. Well, I know who the Redbeard Pandas are cheering for. Redbeard Pandas alongside the North Cross Raider Robotics over in the Red Alliance. And over for the Blue Alliance, we have... Oh, these numbers are tiny. We have Touring Squad alongside Squatch Watch. Once again, I will always say it like that. Squatch Watch. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. It makes you want to say it like Squatch Watch.
So I got some movement going on. Red Alliance moving that carousel and got a ducky on the field. It was 49-24. The enter just plow out like that? Okay.
That's how they open out their mechanism, because remember, it has to start folded into the 18x18 cube. So they have to lift up and raise out and drop it out to then bring it back in when they
Drivers,
first open up.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
It's 24-47 again. It's picking up some of their freight to put in that shared hub.
And once again, looking at 24/7, like I said, that Rolodex intake with those big stiff wipers.
Mm-hmm. It's like 10358 is picking up some freight to put in the top part of their alliance hub.
Oh no, Red Alliance unfortunately knocking some of their freight out of their hub.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do here.
This is not the game of get rid of everything. This is the game of put everything on.
In the last 30 seconds, I see who's going for those carousels.
And the red pandas are off again, going for those ducks. Making those ducks move. And on the blue side, we have Squatch Watch.
Squatch Watch.
Throwing their ducks out onto the field. Once again, I love saying it. It doesn't matter. Squatch Watch. And the red-beard pandas. Pandas. And the current unofficial score is sitting at 72-95 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Once again, on the Blue Alliance, we have Touring Squad and Squatch Watch. And on the Red Alliance, we have the North Cross Raider Robotics and Redbeard Pandas. I like how now we have two referees with the umbrella hats. And umbrella hats would be a wonderful thing if we were in person, but it covers up half the game field.
So distracted.
No, my thing is like the umbrella hats cannot stand near the game field at all because it covers up the entire game field. You cover up half of the game field with an umbrella hat. Look at this, you can't even see the scoring platform.
Sure can't.
And the score will be to the Blue Alliance, a score of 88-125. A point breakdown of a 20-point autonomous to a 23-point autonomous, a 14-point driver control to a 40-point driver control, and a 54-point endgame to a 72-point endgame. The Blue Alliance unfortunately suffering a 10-point penalty. But once again, this was over at Fairlawn for qualification number 8. We're jumping right back into Alexandria, Virginia, where they're getting ready to start their autonomous period. Looking at these robots go, we have Team 6652 alongside 17219 going up against Team 3583 and Team 6341. Unfortunately, the Blue Alliance receiving a major 30-point penalty already out of the starting gate.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now into this game, we currently have a score of 23-18. Blue Alliance trying to push that score back up. Red Alliance seeming to have some technical difficulties.
Oh, I guess, yeah. I don't see any red robots moving right now.
Red Alliance being counted out by the referees, I do believe, unfortunately. And in the last 30 seconds, we have Cybirds making those ducks fly.
Make them fly. It's time to make them fly. Cause you got plenty of points to make up.
But once again, I'm just loving the capes.
Those are great capes.
And it's got the team number and everything, so it's not just a regular cape. I also wonder, do you get to keep something like your cape, or is it just like the team's cape? But one thing that we didn't pay attention to was the double cap that was done by Team 6341, which was the 00 Ducks. Those 00 Ducks managed to get a double cap on top of their shared hub, on top of their private hub. And because that red robot did finish in the shared shipping, in the warehouse, it actually still received a parking bonus even though it was disabled.
Oh, well, that's nice.
The final score being scored in favor of the Blue Alliance of 39-107. The score is 23-10 for the Autonomous, 0-36 for the Driver Control, and 16-101 for the Endgame. Blue Alliance receiving 40 points worth of penalties. We are jumping right back over into Fairlawn.
And we're off. I really like 14597's Autonomous. So they scored on the hub, then they got the carousel with the duck, and then they were still able to park in there.
Now I wonder, is that
pick up your controllers.
Did he get considered a partial park or a full park because of that big sweeper arm that they have?
Yeah, that I guess it does make a difference, yeah.
Because it must be fully inside those tape lines. Also, another thing that we haven't seen teams do much of is moving around the actual ducks once they're in play. Teams do remember ducks are a scoreable element. It's not just the turntable. You can put them in those colored boxes. You can put them on the actual upper towers. You can even put them on the shared hub if you manage to run that cycle that fast.
I'm gonna be on the team side. It's just so many different types of scoring pieces in this game. You kind of just forget.
I mean, there are a ton of different scoring elements, but if you are trying to run all 10, if you're trying to run all 10 ducks onto the field and you can do so in less than the 30 seconds, I would try to push one or two into that box.
Yeah.
Speaking of those last 30 seconds, we are in the last 30 seconds now. Teams running off to the races to get those ducks out. I see Squatch Watch. I see, what's that other team? PC Rocket Robotics. I'm like, I keep remembering that it's Rocket Robotics. I just forget the PC part.
Red Alliance is making quick work of their ducks on top of their carousel. But they didn't get that last one. They was making really good work of it.
But the current unofficial score is sitting at 111-40. We will await our referee's final decisions. But over in Alexandria, Virginia, this will be the final match for qualification. For cohort number 2. That will be qualification match number 24. That will be the final match for that cohort. So once again, that cohort will have another break. Over in Fairlawn right now, their cohort will be rounding out shortly. When their cohort ends, that will be another break as well. So soon we'll be taking a break from both of the cohorts. Once again, that will be cohort 1 in Fairlawn and cohort 2 in Alexandria. And the scores are posted as a Red Alliance victory with a score of 141-26 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of 39 points to 10 points for the Autonomous, 24 points to 18 points for Driver Control, and a 78 point to 18 point endgame, with the Blue Alliance unfortunately receiving 2 minor penalties for warehouse operations, resulting in a 20 point deficit.
You're gonna like this one. It looks like in qualification match number 24, you got the Spider Bite, opposite of the Spider Bits.
And we also have Talons going opposite of Reboot. So once again, that will be Talons and Spider Bite going up against Spider Bit and Reboot for the final matchup in Alexandria, Virginia. They just received randomization number 5. They're going to be going for the middle bar. Let's see what these teams have to do. And remember, folks, while you're at home, it is perfectly fine to be unmasked and uncovered. But if you go out, please make sure to stay masked. And if you are on our field, please make sure to have your mask and your goggles or other eye protection on at all times. If you do not have on your mask or eye protection, you will be asked to leave the facility. If you wish to eat or drink, you must step outside of the facility area to then go eat or drink.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
This has been a wonderful round of competition, however.
It has. I really enjoy seeing how the teams have made their different mechanisms to do all the different challenges with this game. Alliance might be in some trouble. I think they have control of um, their hub.
I do believe they either have a wheel or they have their locking mechanism inside of their hub.
Looks like the Blue Alliance is flying some rubber duckies onto the field.
Now, one thing that will be said about the rubber ducks that hasn't been talked much about earlier, the rubber duck must touch both sides of that metal rail to be counted.
Yeah,
So the first few ducks that they threw did not count because it did not touch both sides of the rail. It only touched the first side and then flew into the field.
Did notice that. Oh yeah, Red Alliance might be getting big 50 for that shipping hub situation.
As we await our final scores for our final qualification match of cohort number 2 over in Alexandria, Virginia, we'd like to remind you all that we love our mentors, our volunteers, our teachers, our parents, and everyone else who helps make these events happen. We also love all of our sponsors. Teams, remember, go get your sponsors. They are very helpful. For example, Trade Frenzy is brought to you all by Raytheon Technologies. The First Forward and our broadcast in general are brought to you all by Qualcomm. Myself as an alumni ambassador are brought to you all by Booz Allen Hamilton. We also have Leidos and Dominion Leidos and Dominion, I believe, for the Women in STEM scholarships.
Oh, we got scores posted.
Our final scores are coming out posted as 0 to 99 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a 6-point autonomous to a 13-point autonomous, a 0-point driver control to a 34-point driver control, and a 0-point endgame to a 52-point endgame. The Red Alliance receiving 2 major penalties. First for pushing the hub, and second for having a robot out of control. Remember, safety first. We would rather you shut down your robot than you have a robot that you cannot control. But we're jumping right back over to Fairlawn, Maryland. Over in Fairlawn, Maryland, they're just now starting our autonomous period. We have teams 5086 alongside team 8094 going up against team 4924 and 20447. Oh, like a little nudge at the beginning.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
So this is a
2,
very close match already,
1.
starting off at 44 to 43. Red Alliance trying to tip it up, going 50 to 43. Blue Alliance responding by filling up the shared hub instead. Now they're going for their main shipping hub, bringing up the score to 57 to 56.
I was a little concerned because 5086 looked like they was having control picking up one of the blocks. I think they've gotten a good handle on it now. Oh, this is a really good match. You got 8094 on one side, you got 204447 on the other side. This is a really good match to see both of them against each other.
Both teams racing out. Look at these alliances trying to fill up their sides and fill up their measurements. Now, one thing that the Blue Alliance needs to be careful of is that the hub needs to clearly be rotating in your direction. So filling up that bottom middle one isn't necessarily always your best option, because then it may tip to slightly neutral land and not fully in your direction.
I think it's safe to say right now they have it. I can definitely see it going
But
back
these
to neutral.
last 30 seconds is what it's going to be down to.
Look
at these pieces roll. We have ducks flying out onto the field from both sides. Red Alliance trying to throw their ducks out. Blue Alliance throwing their ducks out. These points are going back and forth and back and forth.
Yes. Who's going to take it? Who's going to take it? Red Alliance out of ducks. Blue Alliance still putting the ducks. Get that last one up there? They might have gotten that last one up there. Oh, wow. Look at this score.
This game will be down to the wire.
I would not be surprised if we just watched a potential championship match.
But once again, this was our final match over in Fair Lawn, Virginia for qualifier number 2, cohort number 1. So please do remember that after this score, we will be taking a short break and we will be right back to you all at around 1:10. During that time, please make sure take a break, relax, rest, recover. Find yourself something to eat, find yourself something to drink, maybe go to the bathroom. I know you all enjoy and love seeing us all day, but please do take care of yourself while watching us.
Yes, please.
And trust me, I love being to talk to everybody all day. Blue Alliance! Once again, that shared shipping hub being that final point. Remember, those points did not get counted until the end game. So the score coming down to 143 to 183 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Our point breakdown being 42-point autonomous to a 41-point autonomous, a 56-point driver control to a 56-point driver control, and then a 45-point endgame to a 86-point endgame. These two teams battled it out to the very last second. We love all 4 of our teams. Both of these alliances were very tight. It was neck and neck all the way to the end. We are unfortunately having to say goodbye to Fairlawn's cohort number 1 and goodbye to Alexandria's cohort number 2. But when we come back, we will have Fairlawn number 2 and Alexandria number 3. Once again, I would love to say thank you to all of our sponsors, our volunteers, our mentors, and everyone else. And as a wonderful way to say thank you to all of our sponsors, we're going to go and show some of our sponsors for you right now. So coming up next is our sponsor reel. We will see you all soon.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light, who find big insights hiding in big data, who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands, whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
and no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is.
What could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked.
Perfect. We see these students coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are the foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Cannon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CBI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Cannon products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
over in Alexandria, Virginia, let's read off our new round of teams. First, we have Team 19876, N-1. Team 20124, Epsilon. Team 18477, Big Brain Bots. No spaces, just Big Brain Bots. Team 18442, World's Wires. Team 13270, McDonough Robotics. Team 16835, The Pollinators. Team 389, The Swarm. Team 12888, The Stingers. Team 9530, Honey Nut Gyrios. I'm sorry. All these bee-related teams. I want to see everything flying today. Do we have to see it now? We have Honey Nut Gyrios, the Stingers, the Swarm, the Pollinators. I thought I would be a lot better. I didn't want to run up the pun counter, but Honey Nut Gyrios runs up the pun counter for me. Like, normally when people mess around with Honey Nut Cheerios, one of my friends likes to do a British accent. He'll go, you know, chip chip Cheerio. And so I'm like, nah, I want to just go like chip chip Cheerio. You know, it's Honey Nut Gyrios. But also coming in for cohort number 2, over in Fairlawn, Virginia, we have 12882 Hyper Giants. 19873 HHS Robotics, error code 502. Team 16774 Raider Robotics. Team 15317 HHS Robotics, error code 404. 15167 Robo Troopers. 13621 Cable Management. 9202 Her Majesty's Engineers. 9064 Firefly. And 4970 Loose Screws. Hopefully loose screws are only loose in their own head and not on their robot's head, because unfortunately we have had that happen a couple times. Robots just, you know, do. So hopefully there's no loose screws on the actual robot. Hopefully loose screws only refers to their mindset. Also, once again, I just made a slight British joke, and then we have Her Majesty's Engineers on the other side. Isn't that wonderful? Now, for all my techno geeks and all my techno nerds, tell us what HHS Robotics errors are. Once again, they are error code 502 and error code 404. Also, if you're old enough to remember seeing those error codes pop up all the time, you should definitely know. But once again, now I want to see like all 4 of the B-bots go up against each other. Got the Pollinators, the Swarm, the Stingers, and Honey Nut Gyrios. Like, I want to see it. Also, I wish this was a year with the mini bots, because sometimes in First Robotics, they let you have a main robot and then you can build a smaller robot that is either fully detached from your robot or has to be attached by some sort of cabling mechanism or something like that. And so if this was a year where you could have the mini bots, it'd be super funny to see somebody called the Swarm, because then they could have like 2 or 3 little mini bots come off of their robot. That'd be cool. But once again, same as before, we have our wonderful referees approaching the field, talking to our teams, telling them what can and can't happen, telling them how things are supposed to move around the field. And while we're watching them move around the field, remember, they're going over all of our wonderful rules. For example, the turntable rules, making sure to only put 1 duck on a turntable at a time as it goes around. Making sure that your turntable stops before you put the duck on and before you try to put your hand on the turntable. Also making sure that you're only touching the side of the turntable with the robot and only the top of the turntable with your hand. Talking about the shared alliance hub and the the shared shipping hub and the regular alliance shipping hub. Reminding teams you can't bump and push the shipping hubs. You must stack it on whatever correct level is during the autonomous period for the bonus points. Also reminding teams that those are major penalties for touching any of that stuff wrong. Major penalties. Also, while we are going through these meetings, it's just a quick note, up in that upper right-hand corner, you all will see where it says Alexandria, Virginia, or Fairlawn, Virginia. If we are currently looking at Alexandria, Virginia, that is where we are. Currently, we are going to be staying in Alexandria, Virginia, because we do believe that they should be queuing up first. And so due to that, when they all go up together, we will see that happen later. But once again, we will try to have only one match running at a time. So when we finish Alexandria, we will wait for the score of Alexandria before we jump over to Fairlawn. And same in reverse. We will be at Fairlawn, we will wait for the score at Fairlawn, and then we will jump back. And remember, teams, when it comes to the cubes and it comes to the actual freight, there are 3 different types of freight. Well, 3 different sizes of the same cargo freight. And those different sizes will be the one with no weights, the one with 1 weight, and the one with 2 weights or something like that. Something simple. I think it's like 1, 2, 5 or 1, 2, 3. Yeah, like I said, I can't wait to see all these teams pop up. But once again, teams, this is a new cohort. So you know what that means. I want my team facts. I want to know everything about your teams. So captains, mentors, or coaches, please go fill out that team survey. We would love to see what you all have to say about it. Make sure to drop that survey and fill it out. We would love to see all sorts of things and learn all about your team. Also, once again, notice that we have the match schedule and everything else posted up on our website. Make sure to find your specific event. You can find either the match schedule, you can check the rankings. There's all sorts of different things that you can check. You can check the team numbers and team listings. This is one of the many ways that I'm able to determine whose team is what by the numbers, is I look over at the ranking website and look over at which team number has which name attached to it. And so this first match should be match number 25 over in Alexandria, Virginia. First coming up, we have team 9530 Honey Nut Gyrios alongside team 12888 The Stingers. They will be facing off against team 13270 Hail Mary. Going up alongside team 18477 Big Brain Bots. Once again, I'm sorry, your name is 100% shrunk. And it's all capital letters. It makes me want to yell it. Big Brain Bots. So you just gotta be angry. You can't take a breath either. Just Big Brain Bots. Big Brain Bots. You just can't pause it. You just gotta yell it all the way through. And so once again, this is over in Alexandria, Virginia. And I apologize to Hail Mary for not calling you all out earlier. I don't seem to see you all on my registrar. Oh, that's because you're McDonough Robotics. You were just changed. Okay, cool. Your name changed. That's what happened. So McDonough Robotics, also known as Hail Mary, make sure to change your name online so that way we can have it changed in our system. But once again, where are all my teams at? Who's here? Is everybody here? If you're here, let me see you. Let me see your teams. Call out to all the teams. If you're here, let us know, let us know, let us know. For example, we just got DeAndre here, so we know who's here up in my chat box with me.
Welcome back.
Box.
It's good to be back.
Did you enjoy your break as much as I did?
I definitely did.
I got to have me a nice, wonderful break. I got to have breakfast for lunch, same thing as every Saturday.
Always good.
I think it might actually be like the only day of the week that I actually eat breakfast, because I either wake up way after or way early. I never eat breakfast.
Yeah, that sounds like me. Every day of the week I gotta drive about 30 minutes to an hour to work, and by the time I get to work, I do work, and next time I know it's lunchtime, so no breakfast.
Yeah, I'm like an hour and a half to 2 hours to get to work.
I'm sorry.
So I'll be up at 5:30 to get to work by 7. And then once I'm at work, I don't get a break until 12. So I'm like, I'm running on nothing.
I'm sorry.
Fortunately, my bosses know that I'm running on nothing when I'm at work, so they don't really bug me when I'm sitting there drinking energy drinks or anything else, because they're like, "You're on nothing, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." But speaking of things that are about to get to work, these robots are about to come put in that work.
Yes,
once
work
again.
Time. Is work.
And have you looked at all these team lists?
I haven't. Where do I go to find a team list again?
Oh, where do you go to look at the team list? Well, you have to go to events.firstchesapeake.org to go look at the team list. Same like what's posted in the Twitch channel, so that everyone knows how to go find the team list. When you go look through the team list, you're going to look at the FTC events. When you go look down through FTC events, you're going to go look at the events for today. For example, we are looking right now at First Tech Challenge Virginia Qualifier 2. And the other one that we're looking at is First Tech Challenge Fairlawn Virginia Qualifier 2. But look at all these teams that down in the chat. We have Team 4924, we have the Robo Troopers, and we have PC Rocket Robotics. Now I know there's more teams down here. Where the rest of my teams at? Where you at? Where you at? Where my teams at? Where you at? Where you at? I know y'all are here. I know y'all are around. Come say hi. Come say what's up. But these teams are underway. That autonomous period already having out a match of 12 to 22 points. 12 to 25. Okay, we're going to keep climbing up. Elora Robotics jumping up in the chat. I don't know if you meant to type two S's, but just know I was going to drag out that S just because.
3,
Robotics.
2, 1.
I had fun with this. But already off to a wonderful start. The Blue Alliance pulling ahead with a score of 36 to 26. Red Alliance responding quickly back, getting it back up to 38 to 26. 38 to 36. They said they are going to make this a battle.
A good battle.
Red Alliance pushing it to 58, 62 to 36, 66 to 36. These points are climbing. And now we see something that was talked about earlier that hasn't been done much in this season. It's putting a duck into the grid box. Blue Alliance prepping for the ducks. Red Alliance prepping for the ducks. The duck race is on. Can these ducks fly off the field? We're going to see it. Blue Alliance having a little bit of contact issues, but they are right back at it again. Red Alliance flying those ducks off. They only have 3 more ducks to go.
Oh no, they
Who's
dropped
gonna
one.
get these ducks off? Who's gonna get these points off? We're gonna see it. They're going for their team shipping element. Will
Did
it
it make it?
move? Oh.
Oh, I don't think it made it.
Unfortunately, the Red Alliance chose to put their private shipping element onto the field, and when it got onto the turntable, it's managed to get caught just underneath of the piece.
Looks like they may have some type of stand at the bottom that might have gotten caught on there.
It looks like it's a flat plate with a spike sticking out the top. So it's like an upside down T. And so because of that, I think the flat plate got caught under and didn't just brush off.
Yeah,
that could be simply just a design error. And that would be something that would make me want to turn around and put the piece on the field instead. But the Red Alliance will still take the victory with a score of 122-79 with a 18-point autonomous to a 28-point autonomous, a 42-point driver control to a 9-point driver control, a 62-point endgame to a 42-point endgame, and 0 penalties across the board. Following this wonderful matchup over in Alexandria, we're getting ready to jump all the way over to Fairlawn, Virginia, where once again we have teams getting ready to go. We have the Hyper Giants and the Robo Troopers getting ready to go up against Error Code 502 and Cable Management. And once again, we will be jumping back and forth between Fairlawn and Alexandria consistently throughout the day. They have randomization number 4, which is that bottom tray. Now, once again, remember, some teams do have vision sensors that do automatically detect what level they need to be putting it on. Also, as a reminder to our families and close groups, you all can have the option of joining the Zoom call as well as watching the Twitch stream. If you all are in the Zoom call, that will make it available for you all to go and speak directly to the field. I know some of the teams take advantage of the Zoom call and like speaking to the teams and speaking to their team members, especially when you have a larger team and you aren't able to bring the entire team to the event. I wish we had this back in my competition days. It could have saved us a lot of bus money.
Oh yeah.
We used to bring 3 busfuls worth of people to an event when I could have just done it with 1 and left everybody else at home. I had a team full of 40 people. We had the robot equipment, and then we still bought fans to the event. So we had like 3 busloads worth of people by the time things were over and said with.
Gracious.
Like I said, we were a big team. We liked to show out. It also made it very good when it came to doing things at the arenas, like our scouting crews and all that could do a lot of work. We could rotate people out of the pits so you weren't just tired in the pits the whole time. You could come out and see some of the matches. It also meant that like if we needed a specific type of repair, we knew who we could call. So we could call like Mech Team A versus Mech Team B. We could call Electric Team 2, and so we could be like, Electric Team 2, Mech Team C, come out, we need this repair done. But speaking of things coming out, this autonomous period is coming out with wonderful points in favor of the Red Alliance. 26 points, 32 points to 0. Teams already having those robots cycling. Now, that is a program that we haven't really seen so far, is a robot that cycles during the autonomous.
Is that 19873? They stuck on the side of the wall?
Yes, 19873. It looks like they had their tank tread geared in the wrong direction and reversed up the wall.
3, 2, 1.
But fortunately, because of the way that their tank tread is designed, they were able to come right back down because they have tons of traction grip going over everything. Now, once again, I love the tank tread for this year's competition just because of how much it works over the PVC pipes, because you can just roll right over them, especially if you do have a high tank tread like the one that they have. Unfortunately, I think where they calibrated for the tank tread, they did not calibrate for the spike.
Right.
And that is definitely something that catches a lot of these teams, is that spike. But looking over at the red side, team 15167, their cycles are crazy. Look at these cycles.
See, they have that,
and another one.
Over the top flipping arm that I was hoping that, what was that, 2447 was if they started doing that in their design.
But look at how fast their cycles are going. And now another thing that I see with a lot of these FTC teams, however, is that they don't generally use the LED lights like we use. So partially because of battery space, partially because of size on the robots. But these cycles are just crazy. We might actually see a top scoring in that top goal as to the number of pieces that we've seen up there. I'm seeing 16 pieces right now. That is a lot.
It'd be nice if they could balance it out, but I think they're worried about the rubber duckies right now.
I wouldn't even care about balancing when you have 16 pieces up top. That's not even a concern. I have 16 pieces up top. I don't care about anything else.
I don't like where the human players putting the rubber ducks because some of them have flown off.
Well, they were getting stuck in the middle, so they had to speed them up and throw them off.
Yeah,
but that can also be dealt with later with coordination and placement.
Yeah.
But
and I see what they're trying to do as far as like use less area space, take a shorter time to spin around. It might just not be the right spot.
Because the aluminum arm isn't placed directly in the center of the wheel, that's the only reason why I wouldn't want to go but so close. But then when you also have a wheel that you're spinning at a higher speed, centrifugal force is going to push it outwards. So you hope to find that sweet spot where I can push it just far enough that as I spin, it's going to come around to the edge of the spiral.
Right.
And do that nice Fibonacci spiral. I'm using way too much technicalities on the commentators, but...
Okay. All the listeners will go look at those words later.
No, somebody's in the chat right now trying to top Fibonacci numbers. That's what's happening. Somebody's trying to type out Fibonacci spiral. I know up to like the 10th integer of Fibonacci. I used to do it a little bit. I stopped paying attention. Fibonacci is just hard. Now, if anybody remembers the Fibonacci equation, somebody tell me the Fibonacci equation too. And the Red Alliance takes this victory with a score of 182-40. This point breakdown will be a 42-point autonomous to a 6-point autonomous, a 98-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and a 42-point endgame to a 22-point endgame. Both teams receiving 0 points worth of penalties. Once again, these are wonderful scores, but these scores are just the tip of the iceberg as we're getting ready to jump right back over into Alexandria, Virginia. Over in Alexandria, we're getting ready to witness another match starting. They're already into their autonomous period.
Okay, looks like 18442. They did get their duck around on the table, but looks like they were trying to go for the park and did not make it.
Now, see, what I'm liking is all these colors and all these lights and how all the teams have all their unifications, because performance is one thing, but design is another. And I always like to shout out the designers for these robots, especially when you get something like a robot with LED lights, a robot that has a cool paint job, a robot with the acrylic siding and stuff like that. Those are things that shows that not only did you take the time to design a good and well-working robot, but you had the extra time to turn around and say, let's design what I want. Let's make something look unique. Let's make something look cool. Like, for example, team 16835.
Yes.
They have a LED light that lights up when it has an intake. So it has that little rainbow function in between the intake, but when it actually has a block inside of it, it goes green. Like that's that's a nice function.
Yeah, it always is beautiful when LEDs serve more of a purpose more than just being pretty colors.
Unfortunately, I do believe the Blue Alliance might receive a shipping hub penalty, and that is on teammate number 18442. Red also received a major penalty for reaching above the carousel. Once again, teams, this game can come down to a battle of the penalties if you aren't careful. We have seen it happen. Teams have been going to almost tied scores just to have those penalties taken away from them.
It looks like 18442 is being set up for some ducks on their carousel. Make sure they turn the right way. Uh-oh.
And 16835 is also coming in towards their carousel. Both teams with 15 seconds left to go, pushing those ducks out. They're running after them. They're going for them. Look at these robots go.
Yeah, get those ducks.
Put those ducks out. Push it, push it. But now, while that arm is still extended, look at the other use for that tape measure arm.
Oh, okay.
They tried to use the tape measure arm to lift their to lift their team individual piece. Now, that is a wonderful use for a tape measure arm. I just want to see how it retracts.
Yeah.
I want to see how you fully control it. I want to see a remote video for that. Team, that is your challenge. Send us the remote video of you all training with the tape measure. I want to see it. I want to see it.
Wants to see it. Show him.
And that is team 20124. So that is Team Epsilon. You have been formally challenged. Epsilon, I formally challenge you all to send us that remote video. Whenever you watch this and you see the replay, you've been formally challenged. But the Red Alliance will take that victory at a score of 63-51, both teams receiving heavy penalties. Red Alliance receiving 30 points worth of penalties, Blue Alliance receiving 50 points worth of penalties, but with a score breakdown of 39 points to 23 points in the autonomous period, 20 points to 16 points in driver control, and 34 points to 62 points in the end game. I also like how when I read these things off, it reminds me of when I used to talk and debate and do stuff like that, and people used to turn around and say they couldn't understand a word that I say because I speed up. But speaking of speeding up, these robots are speeding up over in Fairlawn. Look at these robots taking off. We have robots 15317, 9064, 16774, and 9202.
Yeah, you definitely have that type of auctioneer of speech.
It's fun. Just don't ask me to start selling stuff, because then I will do it like an auctioneer. Like, what are you doing? I'm selling everything.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Everything must go.
3,
I'm getting as much money as I can.
1.
Speaking of getting as much as they can, these teams are trying to get as many points as they can with a current score of 10-13 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Now, I do like some of these names, though. Like Team 9202, Her Majesty's Engineers. Like, I just want to see a Union Jack on their robot since they want to be Her Majesty's Engineers. Or Team 16774, Raider Robotics. I want to see either the football team, the Raiders, or I want to see like a like pirate raider on their robot. Like, I want to see something like that. Like, it's just want to see it. Now, Team 9064, I believe they may have just received a penalty for moving the shared hub.
That's not good.
And so that is Team Firefly causing a firestorm on their points. Their alliance partner, Team 15317, error code 404, trying to put 404 points up on the board, would be a Have Her Majesty's engineer. But hearing Her Majesty's engineers sounds very posh. It almost makes me want to go get a cup of tea or something. Just Her Majesty's engineers. Just makes me need some tea and biscuits right now. Actually, it might be tea time somewhere.
Tea and crumpets.
Who knows? It might be tea time. Where's tea time? Where in the world is it tea time right now? It's tea time somewhere. Same like how it's always happy hour somewhere. But we're not going to talk about that one. With a current score of 635, our time is getting ready to round down. These ducks are flying off the field, and it will come down to the wire. With a current score of 24-41 in favor of the Blue Alliance, we will see what our referees have to say about the end of this match. The points keep climbing. I don't even want to say what they're looking like right now. They're just getting closer and closer and higher and higher. Oof. It's getting closer. It's so close. It gives you goosebumps. It's just like, ooh. Ooh. This is why I'm not allowed to talk. This is why people don't take me anywhere. I get to sit right in my nice little box. Because even if I wasn't commentator, I'd still be saying these exact same things on the back of wherever I was. It's sometimes a good thing that we're not on the field with these teams, because I've honestly seen teams die laughing while listening to us talk about things. And it's like, it's not always the most helpful thing to be laughing while trying to operate your robot.
Nah, it's definitely not. You should not be focused on us at all.
Now, once again, a very big thing that I miss is all the songs and dances that we used to get. Like, we used to get Cupid Shuffle, Cotton Eye Joe, Hamster Dance, all sorts of little things in between the little breaks and intermissions just to keep the vibe going and keep the field flowing and jumping. Anyone who's been to a in-person event, comment your favorite song down below. I want to see your favorite songs. We want to see what your favorite song was at the live events. But speaking of things down below, the score is down. It is 51-40 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a total of 10 points to 11 points in the autonomous, a score of 8-28 in driver control, a endgame of 52-32, with the Red Alliance receiving 30 points worth of penalties and the Blue Alliance receiving 20 points worth of penalties. But we are jumping right back over to Alexandria, Virginia, where they are already getting ready to get underway. Coming up next in Alexandria, Virginia, we have N-1. We have Hail Mary going up against Epsilon and the Big Brain Bots.
Big Brain Bots.
Once again, you have no spaces. I'm going to say it without spaces. Big Brain Bots.
Big Brain Bots.
Big Brain Bots. But Hail Mary, since your name is M.A.R.Y.
Yes, I want to know what the Mary stands for.
You gotta let us know what it means. You gotta let us know what it means. So once again, Hail Mary, you all know how to find that survey. Put it in the survey. Tell us about your team. Why are you all Hail Mary? So once again, we are looking for the coaches, mentors, and captains to fill out that survey. Tell us all about your teams. We would love to see them. Unfortunately, the Blue Alliance seemed to have a slight collision with both of their robots.
Oh,
that's a coding error right there. Both robots tried to slide down to the middle at the same time to reach the Alliance hub, and so they ended up hitting themselves together on the Alliance hub. And unfortunately, we might be seeing a penalty on the Blue Alliance for reaching over the turntable. We will see how that one plays out. But they did receive their full parking points.
Pick up your controllers.
Yep, they just received that penalty for reaching over the hub.
2, 1.
On the Red Alliance side, they have 13 points. On the Blue Alliance side, it is unfortunately negative 27 points. We will see how Blue tries to come back from this deficit.
Have to catch up.
Now, what do you think Mary could stand for in Hail Mary? I wonder if Mary is just like the acronym between team members' names, or if Mary
Yeah.
was like a class nickname or something, or like the Maryland Alliance of the Maryland Allegiance Robotics Union or something like that. I don't know, some weird things.
Maybe like the mentors.
It's just some. It's got to be something.
It's got to be something. It's definitely something. You're not putting
Something.
those dots there for nothing.
Now, Blue Alliance has been flagged for major penalties for touching the top of the carousel, and also I believe they had a couple moving violations with all of these wiffle balls that have littered the field. Remember, this is not Recycle Rush. That was the year when you got to litter the entire field. I got to have fun that year littering the field. I like how the chat wants to give us the literal definition for Hail Mary. Like we understand the literal definition. They have the dots for them. We want to know what the
dots stand for.
Yeah, we want to know what the punctuation in the middle of it is. But the Red Alliance putting a punctuation on their point total. Look at that, 117 to -43 so far.
As I was looking at the Red Alliance move their ducks on the field, I'm wondering if it's got to be a combination of not just the placement but also the speed that you're rolling your
Yeah, I mean, it's all those factors. That's why I said it's the centrifugal force. It's, you want to get that nice Fibonacci spiral, so you want it to start nice and tight on the inside and then end on the very outside of it. Like it's that nice, beautiful, perfect spiral. Uh-oh, we got the chat lighting up with team numbers. We got team 15167 coming in.
Please, someone, if you know who team Hail Mary is, tell them to come into the chat.
No, they need to go. They need to go to the survey.
Oh, you're right. Go to the survey at the top of the chat. Type in what Mary means. You want to know what each letter stands for. So funny that the team is, their shirt is right in the screen.
Yeah, you can see the dots. Don't know what it stands for. And then it's got McDonald Robotics. Don't know what it stands for. And so with the final score of 118 to 0, the Red Alliance will take that victory with a 13-point autonomous to a 3-point autonomous, a 47-point driver control to a 4-point driver control, and a 68-point endgame to a 22-point endgame. With both teams receiving penalties, the Red Alliance receiving a single minor penalty and the Blue Alliance receiving multiple penalties. Once again, that first penalty being for the touching the top of the carousel, and then multiple minors for moving those wiffle balls all around the field. We are jumping right back over to Fairlawn. And over in Fairlawn, they have randomization number 6, which means they're going to be in that top tier. Once again, if you score that top tier, it is many, many, many more points. Also, you told them to comment in the chat, and they did comment in the chat. Now we need them to go put it in the survey. So once again, teams, get your captain, your mentor, or your coach to go fill out the team survey. And N-1, I do believe that is the reason for their team name being put that way. It's because of their team numbers. But N-1 isn't on the field right now. On the field right now, we have team 4970. We have team 12882. We have team 9064. And we have team 13621.
Okay, not too much action here as of yet, but I know it's gonna start heating up pretty soon.
I like the
Uh-oh.
little alligator gripper on 13621, but once
Yeah.
again, with such a wide gripper, you can see the mistake that they almost made a second ago, where they end up grabbing 2 pieces instead of 1.
Yeah, they better be careful. No more than 1.
Now
Oh, they got
their partner,
2.
9064. I wonder what's going on with them, because they don't seem to be moving at all. They may have been counted out alongside 4970, because 4970 hasn't moved at all.
I'm seeing
now 12882, the Hyper Giants. That is such a contradicting name to the robot. Hyper Giant, and look at how small the robot is. Why do y'all do this to me? That's like when you have somebody whose name is like Little John. If anyone remembers Robin Hood, not the rapper, you had Little John, and Little John was the biggest dude that was out there. Now, Team 9064 might be getting ready to have the same issue that some of the other teams were having, where your roller is touching the top of the carousel and not the side of the carousel.
Too high.
Now, this score currently is sitting tied at 22-22. Once again, this could be a matchup due to penalties. This match could come down to the wire, folks.
You know, these things can change in a hot second.
I love when the chat tries to read off scores before the game is over. Chat was like, Blue Alliance won! We're like, did they though?
Right now I see a tie.
And the referees get to have a whole lot of discussions. The referees will go back and forth for a good minute.
Can.
Red, blue, blue, red, red, blue, blue, red. What happened? I don't know.
Me don't know.
If you can see down in the bottom corner, the referees are going over the different panels and the different ways that the robots have been contacting the duck wheels. Now, if I had such a small wheel to make contact with, I would honestly go, and I knew that I would receive penalties for going over or under it, I would honestly make a huge roller. So that way, I clearly could not go over or under. My only chance is to contact the side. I can't go over or under. It's just a huge gap. But the referees seem to be talking a lot right now. We seem to have just got a score, and the Blue Alliance will take the victory at a score of 28-22. The deciding factor being that 6-point autonomous to 0-point autonomous, a 10-point driver control to 12-point driver control, and then a 12-point endgame to 10-point endgame. These teams battled it out and kept it close all the way to the end. But we're getting ready to jump immediately back over to Alexandria, Virginia, where they've been waiting to go oh so anxiously, and they're underway. Their autonomous is moving. We see all these robots out on the field. The scores are climbing. We are currently tied at 32-32 for this autonomous period.
Who was that team? Number
45-32. It is going, once again, these points just keep climbing. Currently, the Blue Alliance is in favor for this first match
Pick up your
at
controllers.
38-53.
3,
That is a
2,
wonderful autonomous start.
1.
It is time to see what these teams have to do for the rest of the match. Now, once again, I kind of like the spikes that they use as their personal item, but then I also kind of don't like the spikes because my fear is if you rolled over the spike and it flipped vertically under your robot, you're not gonna move.
I'm really enjoying 19876 Air. I guess their manipulator is very efficient.
Unfortunately, 389 shot their freight a little too hard and it jumped all the way over to the blue side of the tower. And so once again, that is the Swarm alongside the Pollinators, and they're going up against N-1 and the Stingers. Yeah, I'm like, I keep having to read through all these team numbers. Takes me a minute.
Ooh, look at that blue score. I'm sure.
If you notice, got a double cap as well as a bunch of ducks. And look at how many pieces they got on that top goal. They got 10 pieces of freight on that top goal. But you know what all these numbers are making me anticipate? These high numbers have me anticipating the championships. I can't wait to go to Newport News this year and watch this championship where we get to see all of these high scoring and high ranking teams battle it out for supremacy. I want to see all these 200 plus scores going at it to see how high we can actually push the envelope.
It's going to be incredible. I can guarantee you that. It's going to be incredible.
And our score is 76 to 211 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a point total of 32 to 45 in autonomous, 38 to 86 in driver control, and 6 to 80 in the end game. Both alliances receiving 0 points worth of penalties. But look at those points. 211. Please make that consistent. Please make it consistent. I want to see it. But we are jumping straight over to Fairlawn again for another wonderful match. Over in Fairlawn, we have Error Code 502 and Raider Robotics going up against the Robo Troopers and Loose Screws. Now, when I hear the Robo Troopers, because we're sponsored by Disney, I'm thinking about Star Wars and Clone Troopers.
Of course.
And I just have to say, I want to see somebody come out in the full Star Wars gear. Like, you have to have your Darth Vader come out with his clone troopers. Like, that just has to be your entrance onto the field. Or having a speaker playing the Emperor's March, just da 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 da. Like, you just have to have an Imperial March out onto the field. Like, it's just, I need military precision. Or having your own R2D2 or C3PO or something. Like, I want to see it. I want to see it. Or I guess now with everybody being on the newer Star Wars as well, was it Kylo Ren and his stormtroopers? But then I still want to see a Chewbacca, a Yoda, a Grogu. You gotta have all the people, or having all the Mandalorians come out. That was another cool one this year. You're having all the Mandalorians, or last year I should say. But this match is getting ready to be underway. Once again, we have Team 19873, Team 16774, Team 15167, and Team 4970. Team 1970 and 16774 both seem to have their backs to the wall and haven't moved as of yet.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Oh, 4970.
3,
My
2,
apologies. The numbers
1.
are the way the numbers are written. I couldn't really see them. Now, Team 15167. Not only do they seem to have LEDs on top, it also looks like they have an underglow to their robot. I can't fully tell. I remember when that was all the rage, especially in video games, to see a car with an underglow, or in movies to see a car with an underglow. I always talked about I wanted to get one on my car, and then I was like, it's a whole lot of work. Then you gotta clean it. Can't have dirt blocking the underglow, so then you gotta go back and clean it off after a rainy or muddy day. Just
oh no, don't look good.
I settled for lights in my room instead of lights in the car. It was a much better decision.
And it looks very nice.
I was like, if I put lights all in my car, then I'm gonna have to want to stream in my car or do things in my car. I was like, nah, we do things in the room. I got lights in the room. But speaking of doing things, look at the Blue Alliance doing things with those points. 99-8 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Once again, loading up that top goal. With more than 40 seconds left on the board, they already have 12 pieces of freight in that top goal. Red Alliance seems to be prepping for the wheel. Blue Alliance prepping for the ducks. We have a duck race once again. These ducks are flying off onto the field. Team 15167 throwing those ducks out onto the field. Once again, that is those Robo Troopers throwing all those ducks right out onto the field. Team 19873. Which team is that? Oh, error code 502 needs to fix their error codes because they seem to be getting stuck up on the rails, unfortunately. And Team 16774, Raider Robotics, trying to raid all those ducks. Unfortunately, could not get all of their ducks off the wall. But look at those points. 159-20. Blue Alliance trying to rival the other Blue Alliance's score. Trying to see how high they can push the envelope. Once again, I want to see y'all push it. 200 is my minimum. I want to see it. I really want to see 250 and 300. If we get 250 and 300, I want to see it. I want to see it.
I want to see
hit 250 first. We got to hit 250 before we can go to 300. So I need to see y'all beat 250. Chat, if you're here and your robot is on the field, let us know if you're going to break 250 today. I want to see you break 250.
I want to see you break 300.
We're going to start with 250. I'll see 300 afterwards. Just another wonderful shout out to all of our wonderful volunteers this season and every season. Once again, we have our referees out on the field. We have our judges who are going to be doing things next week. I mean tomorrow and throughout the rest of next week for our other events. We have our wonderful commentators such as DeAndre joining me up here in the box today. We have all of our wonderful mentors, coaches, representatives. There's tons of different ways for you to be involved and tons of different ways for you to help out with us. We love seeing everybody. I have people that don't want to be named, so they'll be the people who need not be named, but we'll thank them too.
We'll thank them too. Thank you, people who don't want to be named.
But while we're waiting on this score, the referees are just having a field day with this. They are going back and forth, deliberating every single point, trying to make sure that we have the score as accurate as possible. And the Blue Alliance will take this victory with a score of 125-23. With our point breakdown being a 0-point autonomous to a 31-point autonomous, a 8-point driver control to a 86-point driver control, a 15-point endgame to a 48-point endgame, and the Blue Alliance receiving 40 points worth of penalties. I wonder what those penalties were for. Ooh. One of those penalties was a major penalty for interfering with the Red Alliance's shipping hub. And then I didn't see the next penalty. But we're jumping right back over to Alexandria. So while we're over in Alexandria, Virginia, it's time to see what our next round of robots are looking like. They're already deep into their autonomous period. We have Team 9530, Team 13270, Team 18442, and 16835.
Right out of the gate.
So that is the Honey Nut Cheerios.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
The Hail
3,
Marys.
2, 1.
The World's Wires. And the Pollinators.
Right out of the gate, Team 18442, they was able to get their duck right off of their carousel, but they only partially parked in their storage unit. It's got a little fine tuning to do to their autonomous, and they'll be good to go on that. That was a very good autonomous.
But we see teams already going for that shared shipping hub.
It's always a battle. It's always a battleground. Blue Alliance looks like they're putting stuff on the top of their shipping hub. They pick up their freight, put it up there. 9530 going for that shared shipping hub. You gotta put some more weight on there to lean into your side though. They gotta find those weighted ones.
Now, we were discussing the best way to find those weighted ones the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things, for example, was people were talking about trying to use a magnet because they are steel bearings on them. Now, my only concern about trying to use a magnet, though, is one, we can't use electromagnets, so you can't have a magnet that can cut on and off, so it'd have to be a fixed state magnet. And then two, because of the fact that you would have to use a fixed state magnet, and it is a magnet, you could end up picking up more than one if your magnet was too strong. So then it was well, how do you make sure that you have a magnet that isn't strong enough to pick up more than one, but can still pick it up? Because it would have to be strong enough to pick up through the plastic.
Right.
Unless you're rotating it so that you can see that side. But another wonderful match comes to a conclusion. Both teams tried to fly those ducks out onto the field. I see 8 ducks on the red side. I see 7 ducks on the blue side. A current score of 96-79 in favor of the Red Alliance. We will see if either of these teams can break through that 100-point barrier. Once again, we love triple digits. And our final score comes in at 95-82. Oh, so close to that 100-point barrier. With a point breakdown of 13 points across for the autonomous, 21 points to 34-point driver control, and an endgame of 81-45. The Red Alliance receiving 20 points worth of penalties, and the Blue Alliance receiving 10 points worth of penalties. We're getting ready to jump straight back over to Fairlawn for another exciting round of matches, but once again, teams, watch those penalties. Red Alliance could have been into the 100-point barrier had it not been for penalties. Over in Fairlawn, they're getting ready to get underway. We have teams 9202, 15167, 12882, and 15317. So once again, that is Team Her Majesty's Engineers, Team Robo Troopers, Team Hyper Giants, and Team HHS Robotics Error Code 404.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
I
2,
really like the names between the different teams. I like the names, I like the designs. It's always wonderful to look at.
Looks like everybody's going for the top of their shipping hubs.
And also, because Team 15167 managed to fill out their survey, we get to talk about them. For example, Team 15167 is a community team that has learned that it is important to have set roles for team members, and even more important, to have tasks assigned and deadlines for those tasks. Otherwise, nothing gets done. And that is a very important statement. Once again,
I tell you, that is very
have task and have deadlines are two very big things that you will learn on an FRC or FTC team. I can say personally, I have had team members who, even my programmers, for example, I gave them somewhat fluid deadlines, but I gave them strict tasks. Nothing got done because they had a fluid deadline. Their deadline was quite literally make sure it gets done so that it's done. Their task was give me basic code, and I would have basic code, but it wouldn't be uploaded to the robot. Or the code would be half done, and they would upload to the robot, and the robot's like, wait, where's the rest of it?
Technically, they did the job. You said the code. You didn't say upload it to the robot. They did the
I
code.
didn't say upload it to the robot. I said give the robot the code.
Say how to give it to it. I'm saying.
But with a current score of 129 to 49, the Red Alliance is favored right now.
Yeah,
but we also see a cap on the Blue Alliance. And now, once again, I did tell them to give the robot the code, and it's not like they could go input it on a punch card or something. They have to go type it in and plug it into the robot. I don't want to see no punch cards. I didn't want to see no floppy disk. I wanted to see a flash drive change hands from the main laptop to the, from the programming laptop to the main laptop. It's that simple. And the final score comes down to 149 to 65 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of 3 points to 0 points in the autonomous, 66 points to 13 points for driver control, and 80 points to 52 points for the endgame. Both of these teams played a clean match with 0 penalties. We are getting ready to jump right back over into Alexandria, Virginia. Over in Alexandria, Virginia, we have Team 9530, Team 19876, Team 389, and Team 20124. Team 9530 being the Honey Nut Gyrios, Team 19876 being N-1, Team 389 being the Swarm, and Team 20124 being Epsilon. Now, I like when some of the teams have their Greek letters, but then the thing that I like more is when they actually use the Greek letter instead of typing out the actual spelling of it.
Yeah.
But then again, I think it mostly just reminds me of dealing with fraternities and sororities. I remember there was one team that was mentored by like Omega Sci-Fi or something like that.
Okay, that's cool.
And so they had their team was like Omega something something. And so it had the actual Omega sign, and then they had the little Q dogs and everything else for their team logos and everything. And I was like, oh, see, that's cool. And they were like, oh, we got our little chapter name under it. And so their team uniform looked like line jackets. Like it looked like they were on a fraternity line. And so I was like, see, that's cool. You look like a fraternity. Like that's really interesting.
Is it look like 124 that he was playing some type of defense? That was interesting.
Some of these robots have played defense before. I think the biggest form of defense that we've seen is using your opponent's shipping hub. I mean, not shipping hub, the opponent's warehouse to get freight out of there. Because technically, neither one of those white boxes are claimed to either zone, so they are neutral spaces. So if you go over there, it is your space.
It's free space for anybody, free reign.
Over on the Red Alliance, we don't see any ducks, but we do see a cap. Over on the Blue Alliance, I see 7 ducks all in a row. But look at these scores once again, 124 to 77. Great and wonderful scores along both sides. And unfortunately, we have just received word that Red has received a major penalty. Once again, that is one of those 30-point penalties for touching the bottom of the carousel. Once again, teams, your hands go on top of the carousel, your robot arm goes on the side of the carousel, nothing goes under the carousel. And your robot does not go over, you do not touch the side. Please be careful. Also remember, for you to touch the carousel must have stopped. For your robot to touch the carousel, you must take your hand off the carousel. If your hand is on the carousel when the carousel is moving, penalty. If you touch the side or the bottom of the carousel as a human, penalty. If your robot touches the top or the bottom of the carousel, penalty. Watch those penalties.
Hey, you gotta watch those penalties.
And the final score will come down to 94 to 123, with the Blue Alliance taking that victory. With our point breakdown being being 41 points autonomous, 39 points autonomous, 66 point driver control to 6 point driver control, and a 27 point endgame to a 78 point endgame. Once again, this game was decided by penalties, with a 40 point penalty going towards the Red Alliance.
That was a big switch.
But we are jumping straight back over to Fairlawn again. Over in Fairlawn, that autonomous is underway. We have teams 9064, team 9202 going up against team 19873 and team 4970. So once again, we have the loose screws, hoping that they've tightened all their screws alongside their partner HHS Robotics error code 502, and they will be going up against teams 9064 Firefly.
Drivers,
As they
pick up your
attempt to
controllers.
go alongside Her Majesty's
3,
Engineers.
2, 1.
I hate it. Her Majesty's Engineers.
You have to speak very posh when you speak about Her Majesty's Engineers. Once again, I want to see a Union Jack, or I want to see somebody have the Queen. Better yet, go get the corgis. You know, Her Majesty is known for her corgis. Go get the corgis. That'd be a nice one that would take people a couple seconds to piece together. You have the corgis coming alongside your robot. Or like your robot should come with like a tail, a train coming behind it, just all nice and majestic. Something needs to have a crown. It just needs to have the crown jewels somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
This has to be something regal and majestic for it to be Her Majesty's Engineers. Unfortunately, Team 19873 seems to be running over the shared shipping hub. That seems to be a penalty. Now, Team 9064 Firefly, I like their wheel setup just because it's the hot rod setup with the big wheel, little wheel. But I wonder how that little wheel really fares for them when it comes to getting over that pipe, because, you know, little wheel means small axle, meaning lower diameter. But it seems to be that they just push the back wheel harder and rev it up like a tractor when they lift up.
The partner 9202 doesn't let him know the entire match, and it's like not the 9064 is trying to set up to go for the Ducks. They don't have the space up.
And as soon as you talk about Her Majesty's Engineers, they roar back to life. Look at that.
Just in time for the partner to start getting some.
Firefly just needed to give them a spark. That's what that was. They gave them the kiss of life, and Her Majesty's Engineers came back. And with a score of 14-5, this will be a match decided once again by penalties and by final decision during the referees' discussions. Once again, look at these points as they come up and go down and go down and come up. These are all wonderful. I remember the scariest thing about robotics, once again, is always that final few seconds while the referees are tallying up the final points. But the score will come back as a red victory with a score of 24-5. A 10-point autonomous to a 5-point autonomous, a 4-point driver control to a 0-point driver control, and a 10-point endgame to a 0-point endgame, both teams resulting with 0 penalties. We're getting ready to jump back over to Alexandria, Virginia. As we get ready to jump back over to Alexandria, Virginia, we have Big Brain Bots alongside the Stingers going up against World's Wires and Epsilon. Once again, I refuse to say it any other way. It will be Big Brain Bots. Big Brain Bots. There's no spaces and it's all caps. You gotta like yell it and say it in one breath. It's Big Brain Bots. It's gonna come out all gravelly every single time. And as another team that filled out their form, let's talk about Epsilon. Epsilon is a community team that prides themselves on teamwork and communication. They said that last year, because of COVID, their team had only 3 people in the hive at once.
Mm-hmm.
They said trying to build the team off of 3 people. They said trying to build those teams had a lot of barriers and a lot of challenges. And they said this game's difficulty that they're thinking about is the barriers and barricades because of how they have to get over it.
Mm-hmm.
They said that was their biggest challenge about this year. So once again, thank you to Team 12888 for filling out that survey. We love seeing everyone's responses.
Looks like we're getting started in 12888 is doing a wonderful job with their autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
It's like 21 24. Once again, they're going over to play some defense on the kind of a defense on the red alliance. They're like trying to block the spacing.
I mean, once again, it's not so much blocking the spacing. They do still have the option to go over the barriers, but a lot of teams have a lot more difficulty coming out of that barricade. So if you're able to, you know, utilize the box properly, then there's tons of different things that you can do over there. Now, like I said, personally, my defensive strategy would be picking up freight out of my opponent's side and then scoring it in the shared hub.
Yeah.
Both as a time management skill and both as to block off their ability to get into the other piece. But if we look over to the back, one of the teams is trying to use that tape measure to pick up their cup, I believe it is, to use their capping mechanism.
Oh yeah. Yes.
But they're spending a lot of time on that, trying to get that cap out. They instead decided to go for their ducks now.
Yeah, both alliance doing some ducks now.
It's ducky time.
Duck season.
Wabbit season.
Season.
Wabbit season. If you don't understand the joke, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
We're not sponsored by them, so I'm not going to explain it either.
I'm not.
But with a current score of 50 to 107 in favor of the Blue Alliance, we will see what our referees have decided as far as our final score goes. Man, now it makes me want to go put on hunting gear since we did that one. I think it's bad because I can hear the sound in the back of my head. I can just hear the the sounds as they used to walk across. Why is this a thing? Why do I know these so well? I didn't spend all day watching TV, I swear. And the final score will be the Blue Alliance taking that victory at a score of 50 to 113, with our point breakdown being a 26-point autonomous to a 29-point autonomous, a 24 driver control to a 14-point driver control, a 30-point endgame to a 70-point endgame, and a 30-point penalty towards the Red Alliance. We are jumping over to Fairlawn again, and that 30 points worth of penalties came from taking out freight from the cargo zone. Wait, take out more than one piece of freight. Coming up next in Fairlawn, getting ready to start their autonomous period is teams 15317, teams 16774, teams 13621, and teams 12882. I wanted to see if I could read it all off before they actually said go. And so I was speeding myself up as I was reading it off.
See, you can do that with your auctioneer type voice. You'll make it.
And so once again, teams 15317 is error code 404. Teams 16774 is Raider Robotics. Teams 13621 is Cable Management. And teams 12882 is the Hyper Giants.
Drivers,
I still like how
pick up your
oxymoronic that
controllers.
name is.
3, 2, 1.
Hyper Giant. And it's a very short robot. It's oxymoronic. Only thing that would make it funnier is if it was a team of like middle school kids, and so they're like, "We're the Hyper Giants," and they're only about this tall. You're huh? I hear Hyper Giant. I was expecting to be looking up. Y'all are out here. But things that are going up and up are these scores, as we have a score currently at 20-10. Look at these teams battling it back and forth for points. But the chats and the chats have been getting very, 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 very quiet. What's going on?
It's like we have a blue robot trying to put their piece on.
They're waiting for the cap. They're waiting for the cap.
Mm-hmm.
So the cap can only go down in endgame, so they can just sit there and wait for that last 30 seconds.
Well, they're in perfect position to do it, I tell you that.
For example, I believe their alliance member is now, going for the wheel. So they're going to go for the wheel. They're going for the cap. Ooh, just barely short of the cap. Cap it, cap it, cap it, cap it, cap it,
cap it.
Oh, they're just barely too far off.
Almost there.
Oh, that
go pick it up. Go pick it up. Go pick it up. You got time? Go pick it up.
Leave it. Run. Cross the finish line.
It's too late.
I would have went to cross the finish line. But with a current score of 54-28, it looks to be in favor of the Red Alliance. But once again, I love these names. I love these team names. Like, you got Cable Management. And like I said, when I hear about these team names, I want to see all the theatrics. Like, that's really what I miss. And that's more so an FRC thing, but I know FTC can do it. So I want to see the theatrics. I want to see your team come out waving a big banner or a big flag, having all your team uniforms and your team coordinations, coming out with your mascot or some other thing. And the final score will be 70-28 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a breakdown of a 0-point autonomous across the board, a 24-point drive control to a 16-point drive control, and a 46-point endgame to a 12-point endgame. Fortunately, both teams had 0 points worth of penalties. And speaking of 0 points, currently the score is 0 points because we're waiting on them to get started over in Alexandria, Virginia. So let's jump right over there. Coming up next in Alexandria, Virginia, we have teams 13270, teams 18442, teams 19876, and teams 389. I just barely beat them to the start button. I said 9 right as they hit the button. I don't care. I will race it every single time. It's only painful because some of these teams have 5 numbers.
Yes, you have fun with that.
I'm just glad I'm not doing it for Lego League because some of them have 6 numbers.
Sorry, you said 6 numbers?
Oh yeah, no, Lego League is huge. You know how easy it is to make a Lego League team?
It must be.
You know how many schools have like 10 teams in their Lego League?
6 numbers.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
No.
Lego League is huge.
2,
and they
1.
have FLO Explore and FLO Challenge. Like, that's like they got those 2 brackets. Like, they got 2 huge brackets. Or it's like FLO Junior and FLO Explore or something like that. They have 2 huge brackets. Once again, team 13270 is Hail Mary. Team 18442 is World's Wires. Team 19876 is N-1. And team 389 is The Swarm.
Have you been told what Mary stands for yet?
Yes, we did. They filled out our survey. That is the only thing they filled out in our survey. But they filled out the survey, so I still feel like I'm going to read it off. Their team stands for McDonough's Amazing Robot. Yay!
Oh, okay.
I like the little yay bit at the end.
Yes, I do. So you heard that robot. I was like, wait, it's another letter.
Yeah, no. I had to pause it. I had to pause. McDonough's Amazing Robot. Yay! Can't just leave it and let it be in full force. But N-1 and the Swarm swarming up those points. Look at those points climb up on that board. 117, 123.
Yeah, both alliances in position to put some ducks on the field. They are going.
World Wires, getting those wires turning, getting that wheel turning, putting those ducks on the field. N-1 doing a double cap while letting their partner fill out that foil. Look at those ducks fly, and that will be time.
I think the Blue Alliance got one of their what is it?
Blue Alliance got a double cap.
One of their
they got a double cap.
Red Alliance. Those Red Alliance, they got one of their shipping elements on the field.
Yes, Red Alliance put a second one on the field, but Blue Alliance got a double cap. Red Alliance had 9 pieces put onto the field. Blue Alliance had 8 pieces put onto the field. But look at these totals. Blue Alliance taking that challenge and trying to come up to our level.
Also, 233? Come on, give me 250.
Also, because N-1 is on the field, I will also read off what N-1 had to say. N-1 was a team that was restarted. N-1 has 5 members right now. N-1 has all 5 of those members being rookies alongside their 2 mentors. N-1 said their challenge this year was getting a chassis small enough to fit through the gap while also making it stable when maneuvering and occasionally going over the barriers. They wanted to make sure that they had a low center of gravity.
I think we got a new high score. There it is.
And with a new high score of 233, the Blue Alliance will take that victory with a score of 233 to 105. Our point breakdown being a 19-point autonomous to a 43-point autonomous, a 22-point driver control to a 86-point driver control, and a 64-point endgame to a 104-point endgame. With this match being super clean with 0 penalties across the board. Once again, we're getting ready to jump all the way back over to Fairlawn, so let's take our quick little trip with a little bit of movie magic over to Fairlawn, where we have teams 4970, teams 9064, teams 15317, and teams 15167 all getting ready to go. Let's see it in action. And so once again, team 4970, Loose Screws, partnered up alongside team 9064, Firefly. And they will be facing off against team 15317, HHS Robotics, error code 404, alongside team 15167, the Robo Troopers. Once again, every time I say Robo Troopers, I hear the Imperial March in the back of my head. I think the problem is that I used to know how to play the Imperial March.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And so because of that, I have the memory of actually playing it. And so the muscle memory is coming back as a mental memory, and it's like, oh, we know how that worked. Speaking of things that know how to work, look at these teams knowing how to work that scoreboard. Already 14 to 41. Blue Alliance trying to make that gap even larger. Red Alliance trying to close the gap as fast as they can. Team 9064 having that slight issue like I was talking about with those small wheels in the front, trying to get over that barrier.
Yeah. This is 167. Their manipulator is just so beautiful. Just picks up, flip over, put it in.
Once again, I just like the lights. You win me over with shiny lights. This is what I'm like. If anyone has noticed, I like lights. You can win me with shiny lights. I actually have more lights than what you all are able to see. I have lights cut off right now. Like I have lasers and strobe lights and everything else that are cut off right now for obvious reasons. But like I said, I have tons of lights and I'm like, those are just off.
Put in the chat, you want to see now put on all his lights?
I can't I can't, just in case we have people with epilepsy and other conditions. I cannot put on my strobe lights.
Is that powerful? Never mind.
My strobe lights do a lot. But look at all of those ducks that flew off. We have a double park in the zone for the Blue Alliance. We have a double park for the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance tower is stabilized. The Blue Alliance filled that tower with 13 pieces of freight. We have a current unofficial score of 54 to 145. Let's see how those referees score the rest of this match. Also, since we have 15167 on the field, once again, I like talking about these teams. They really, like I said, they wanted to talk about the deadlines, and it was super cool. And then, like, one of their biggest things is that they said a silver lining from the COVID experience is getting to have their Zoom meetings, so it allows their team to stay in touch very easily. Or they said probably their most challenging part for this year is how few teams get to advance when it comes towards going to Worlds and everything else. So they're like, oh, it's a big push to really try to, get those top scores. That way you can advance. It's like, yeah, no, we're pushing it. You have to really fight for your spot. But looking at this score, it is 54 to 176 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a score breakdown of 10-point autonomous to 11-point autonomous, a 8-point driver control to a 93-point driver control, a 36-point endgame to a 72-point endgame, and both teams having 0 points worth of penalties. We're getting ready to jump straight back over to Alexandria, Virginia, where we have teams 18477, team 9530 going up against teams 12888 and teams 16835. Ooh, I really messed up my numbers. My numbers are scrambled in my brain. There's too many 8s and 6s. These numbers look so similar. But once again, unfortunately, there was a major penalty on the Red Alliance. That could have came from moving that shipping hub.
That's never good. That's never good at all.
Unfortunately, Team 9530 seeming to have a little bit of issue with those big wheels there. It looks like one side of their wheels aren't moving.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There we go. Both teams having received penalties and both teams being in the negative at this point. Let's hope both of these teams can recover from where they are. So up in this match right now, we have teams 18477, Big Brain Bots. Team 9530, Honey Nut Giddios. Team 12888, the Stingers. And team 16835, the Pollinators. I also think like this is always super funny to see. Like you have the stinger and the pollinator, so it's like they're right next to each other anyway. But once again, I wonder how a bowl of honey nut Gyrios would taste in the morning. Just, I wonder if it's really metallic and sweet at the same time. Just, I'd assume it'd probably be very crunchy. But it'd probably be a good source of iron. Or would it be a good source of aluminum? I don't know. Which one do you think? Could have a titanium blend sprinkled in there a little bit. I don't know. Somebody tell me what comes in a bowl of honey nut Gyrios. And so Red received 2 major penalties this round, 1 for pushing the shipping hub and 2 for reaching underneath the carousel. Once again, teams, your robot must touch the wall of the carousel. Not the top, not the bottom. You must only touch the top of the carousel, not the wall and not the bottom. You two also can't touch the things at the same time. You touch it, you take your hand off, it moves. When it stops, you can touch it again. With a current score of -39 to 61, it is all up to what the referees have to say about the end of this match. Now, I don't know about some of you other teams and some of you other members, but I know I'm looking forward to seeing the championship down at Newport News. Is anybody else ready to go to the championship at Newport News Coliseum?
I'm definitely ready to go to the championship.
Like, I really want to see the championship. But our final score has come back at 0 to 61 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Once again, that point breakdown being 13 points across the board for the autonomous period, 12-point driver control to a 32-point driver control, a 16-point endgame to a 56-point endgame, and unfortunately, tons of penalties thrown around the board. 80 points worth of penalties for the Red Alliance and 40 points worth of penalties for the Blue Alliance. We're jumping straight into Fairland, where they're getting ready to get underway. They already have their randomization. We have teams 9202, team 19. Ooh. Field went black.
19873.
My field had logged me out for a second. 19873, team 16774, and team 13621. My field had blocked me out for a half a second. I couldn't see the numbers anymore. Like team 1 up? No. Power off. I'm having an error 404. Speaking of errors, I think the worst error that I used to hate was the red ring of death on my Xbox. And you were like, there's nothing left to do.
You know, everybody talked about it. I had a white Xbox and I never got it. As I said, I had because I no longer have it. It wasn't from a red ring of death though. I never got it. It was beautiful.
But so once again, up on the field right now, we have team 16774, Raider Robotics, team 13621, Cable Management, and they are going off against team 9202, Her Majesty's Engineers, and team 19873, HHS Robotics, error code 502. I'm still gonna say this all the time. I'm always gonna say it with that posh accent. Just Her Majesty's Engineers.
Engineers.
It's funny as my British friends are gonna get back at me later for saying it. I had one of my British friends talking about, why do you sound more British than I do? Why do you sound posh? And I was like, hey, I really don't know. Start talking, I stop paying attention. And then they turn around, they're like, never mind, you've watched a bunch of British news shows. Or a bunch of shows from British people. I was like, well, I am still, from a British colony, so it happens.
This is going to be a tight match.
You said it's going to be a tight match, but the Red Alliance wants to push that match further away with a current score of 62-49. But it all comes down to the referees at the end of this, because just like that, that points shifted over to 68-85 due to that shared hub being filled and tipping towards the Blue Alliance. Once again, it can be just as simple as that. Well, that is our current unofficial score. We will be waiting on our final and our official score. Not to mention, as we start to round out these last few matches over in fair, few matches in qualification cohort number 3 for tons of different ways to get involved with FIRST. And there are also tons of different scholarships to receive from FIRST. DeAndre, did you go for any of the FIRST scholarships when you graduated?
Unfortunately,
before we talk about that, the Blue Alliance took that victory with a score of 68-85, with a 16-point autonomous to a 5-point autonomous, a 16-point driver control to a 44-point driver control, a 36-point endgame across the board, and 0 points worth of penalties. Once again, this was a wonderful matchup over in Fairlawn, and we are jumping immediately back into matches over in Alexandria. And over in Alexandria, we have Team 18442, Team 18477, Team 389, and Team 13270. What you were saying?
Oh, I was saying, unfortunately, I was not able to take any of those opportunities as scholarships, but I know that there are plenty out there, and anybody looking to further education in robotics or outside of robotics, take full advantage.
And once again, I talk about it all the time. My school had a alumni foundation, so I took their scholarship. My school had multiple leadership programs, so I went and got the different scholarships from them. I also went and got a left-handed scholarship. I got a foreign student scholarship. I got a bunch of other different scholarships. I have friends that went and got the women's scholarships. I personally couldn't go get that scholarship, but what if I could have? And speaking of women's scholarships, don't forget, ladies, we have the Women in STEM scholarships that you all can receive from FIRST Robotics.
Yes, yeah, please. People looking away to give away money to send you to college, send you to further your education.
Also, there are tons of school-specific scholarships that people can receive from FIRST. So if you have a specific school in mind, please make sure to check that school out on the FIRST website for the FIRST scholarships, because your school might have a scholarship just waiting for you.
Don't wait till the last minute. The time to go get the money is now. If you're looking at going to college next year, go get it right now. Start it up right now.
And even if you're already in college, being a FIRST alumni can also qualify you for some of those scholarships as well. So make sure to always look back for some of those scholarships and opportunities. Not to mention joining some of the other FIRST alumni chats and alumni channels, so that way you can go speak to people for internships and other availabilities within the FIRST community. I know plenty of friends who have gotten FIRST internships and gone to other FIRST types of gatherings and such. I had lost the quad for a second, but we're back in those last 30 seconds of the match. This match is down to the wire. These teams are going back and forth, duck for duck. It is getting quacking mad out here. The points are flying off the board. And with a current unofficial score of 75 to 109, it is time to see what our referees come down to. And our final score will come down to a blue victory at 75 points to 109 points, with a point breakdown of 13-point autonomous to 23-point autonomous, a 20-point driver control to 8-point driver control, and a 42-point endgame to a 78-point endgame. This was another clean match over in Alexandria, Virginia, but we're getting ready to jump over to Fairlawn, Virginia again, where we have Cable Management and Error Code 404 going up against Firefly and Error Code 502. Now this is fun when you have two teams from the same school going up against each other. It's a whole lot of rivalry, a whole lot of competition. And once again, it could be a match like this that determines everything. The teams won't even talk about who got first or second or what place actually happened at the rest of it. They'll say, hey, you remember when I went up against you one-on-one? And we won? It doesn't matter that you're moving forward and I'm not. Remember when we went one-on-one?
Yeah, it's just like regular sports. It don't matter when you go, 10 and 50, 20 and 40. Remember when we beat that one team? We beat the team that won this, won the championship, whatever. We beat them.
It'd be that one match that everybody wants to talk about.
Yeah, that rivalry game.
Especially on the bus ride home or car ride home. Oh,
yes.
It'll forever be talked about. Speaking of things to be talked about, this game is time to be talked about because they are underway. We have a part from 9064. I think 9064 might have lost a wheel between matches. I think I see one less wheel on their robot than I did before. Or it might just be the angle that they're at. I can't see the wheel. So with a current score of 16 to 10, these teams are getting ready to get underway and move this field.
3, 2, 1.
Score just jumped up to 18 to 10 in favor of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance will attempt to hold on to that lead while the Blue Alliance will chase that lead down. Blue Alliance attempting to go for that shared shipping hub. Unfortunately, 9064 seems to have knocked the shared shipping hub. I wonder if that penalty is going to come back or if they're going to count that as accidental. Red Alliance filling up that goal. Now, see, I do feel like it's very dangerous having all those wiffle balls out there. Because those wiffle balls definitely just immediately get thrown and roll out onto the field.
The Red Alliance looks like they're filling at the top of their shipping hub. Rather like their elevator. It was more fine-tuned. It's time to move these ducks. Score 72 to 38. Let's see what the referees got to say about that.
And so after another exciting round, the current score sits at 84-38. We're gonna let our referees determine the end of this game.
Then you got some final scores coming up.
And the Red Alliance takes that victory with a score of 74-8. With the point breakdown being 16-point autonomous to a 10-point autonomous, a 56-point driver control to a 16-point driver control, and a 12-point endgame to a 22-point endgame. The blue team receiving that major penalty for rotating that shared hub. Remember to be careful and watch out for that shared hub. We're jumping right back over into Alexandria, Virginia, where Team 20124, Team 19876, and Team 16835 and Team 9530 are already underway.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
And nobody didn't do too
1.
much on autonomous. It's time for Telly out and see what these robots got going.
Unfortunately, I'm trying to figure out how did 2124 get stuck in between the two shared hubs.
Okay. 9530 looks like they're going for that shared hub, try to bounce it to their side. Ooh, okay.
The Blue Alliance trying to pull away this victory with a current score of 32-12.
The 19876, their intake is just so very efficient. They just pick up, swerve back, 90-degree it, put it on the top, go right back again. We're in the end game.
Watching these Ducks get ready to run out on the field. Once again, this is a very close match. Look at these points come down. We are 30-50. Blue Alliance trying to keep that lead apart from the Red Alliance. Red Alliance trying to close that lead right back in. These two teams going back and forth, battling it out. Both teams trying to go for that shared hub at the very end. And we have a current score of 52-78. 58-78. We will see how our referees finish out the rest of this match. The Red Alliance has received a major penalty for moving the Alliance shipping hub. Or was it the shared shipping hub? And our final score will be given to the Blue Alliance with a score of 110 to 37. We have a score breakdown of a 5-point autonomous to a 6-point autonomous, a 34-point driver control to a 46-point driver control, a 28-point endgame to a 68-point endgame. And with our penalties, they are being broken down between 30 points and 10 points, respectively. We are jumping right back over to Fairlawn, Virginia, where Fairlawn, Virginia is getting ready to go underway. We have teams 12882, teams 9202, teams 4970, and teams 16774.
Uh-oh, did a red robot just lose a wheel?
Yes, unfortunately, I do believe, 9202 lost
Drivers,
one of those
pick up your
wheels.
controllers.
Her Majesty's
3,
engineers are
2,
having an engineering
1.
issue.
That's not good at all.
Once again, this is why we check all bolts and we make sure that everything is together and ready before you start a match.
I can sympathize with him because we done lost a wheel a time or two as well.
I done lost a bunch of things.
That's either field reset or FTAA. I cannot tell you how much stuff I've picked up off the field that was not on the field when the match started.
Oh, working as a field tech, you will find anything on the field, especially when it comes to zip ties and single bolts.
Yes. It's like 12882 has their custom shipping eliminate, and they're getting ready to put it on top once that 30 seconds comes in.
Want to see, can they cap? But just another props to the engineering and design of Her Majesty's engineers. Look at that function, even with 3 wheels, still being able to take over and dominate the majority of the field.
Mm-hmm. Cap it, cap it, cap it, cap it, cap it. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Lift it back up. Lift it back up. Come on, come on. Oh.
It's okay. Still being on the tower does count for points.
It does, yeah. Always good.
And they're gonna go for. They went to see if they could get the duck at the last second. And with a current unofficial score of 41-8, it's time to see what these teams have to say with the end of this match. And our final score has come up in favor of the Red Alliance, 41-0, with a 21-point autonomous mode to a 0-point autonomous A, 14-point driver control to a 8-point driver control, and a 6-point endgame across the board. The Blue Alliance, unfortunately, receiving 30 points worth of penalties for the rotation of the major hub. We are jumping right back over into Alexandria, Virginia, where they are in match 36 out of 46. I believe this is the last qualification match in Alexandria, Virginia for cohort number 3. These are teams 12888, teams 389, teams 9530, and teams 19876. I believe the Red Alliance just received a major penalty for touching their hub again.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And Blue Alliance coming out strong out the gate with 69 points during the autonomous period.
Red Alliance having a lot to catch up with to dig themselves out of that 28-point hole.
But do they? It's 19876 again with that smooth intake. Oh, we got a battle at the shared hub. 95.
But look at that Blue Alliance score going up already at 105.
It's climbing. 19876 is doing magic on their Alliance hub.
As we approach these last 30 seconds, we see both teams racing towards those duck wheels. Time to see the Battle of the Ducks.
Battle of the Ducks. Time to get them on the field.
Red Alliance trying to pull themselves back into the positive. I believe they have. Blue Alliance getting a cap on top. Both partners trying to park. And that match is currently scored at 32-152 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Time to see what they finish off this score at. And so once again, with this being our final match in Alexandria, the Blue Alliance will win it with a score of 184-47, with a point breakdown of a 5-point autonomous to a 55-point autonomous, a 24-point driver control to a 86-point driver control, a 58-point endgame to a 53-point endgame, and both sides receiving tons of penalties, with 40 points of penalties being given to the Red Alliance and 10 points worth of penalties being given to the Blue Alliance. As we say goodbye to cohort number 3 in Alexandria, we have one more match over in Fairlawn for cohort number 2 before we say goodbye to Fairlawn for the day. So over in Fairlawn, we have teams 15167, teams 19873, team 9064, and team 9202.
15167 coming out the gate doing some great work with their autonomous. They got two of their boxes on
Driver,
top of
pick
the
up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
These teams both putting up heavy scores. Red Alliance trying to pull away from the Blue Alliance. It seems Her Majesty's engineers do work fast as they've gotten that wheel back on their bot.
It's a wonderful job because it's always good to have all the robots on the field working great. Evan is doing some very good work with getting all their pieces on top of their hub.
And as we get into these last 30 seconds, we're into the duck race. We're gonna watch these ducks come out and fly across the field.
Yeah, they've only gotten, well, they just got that second one. Oh, dude.
And with a current unofficial score of 155 to 76, we will see what our referees have to say as we get ready to close out Fairlawn.
Looks like we're still waiting for scores from this final match over at Fairlawn. There must be some intense deliberating going on over there.
And our final score coming in will be a win for the Red Alliance at a score of 135 to 87, with a point breakdown of a 37-point autonomous to a 15-point autonomous, a 82-point driver control to a 18-point driver control, and an endgame of 36 points to 54 points, with an unfortunate 20-point penalty for the Blue Alliance. Now, over in Fairlawn, we are getting ready to say goodbye. This is the end of cohort 2, and we will say goodbye to them for the rest of the day. Over in Alexandria, that was cohort 3. We are getting ready to come back later for cohort number 4. While we prepare for cohort number 4 to come back, This is the first Chesapeake region. So because we're in the Chesapeake region, everybody knows the Chesapeake region has to talk about all the wonderful and great things about ourselves in this wonderful region. So we're going to show off some of the Chesapeake region. So we're going to show you all the Chesapeake regional video. We will see you all back shortly. Have a great time.
One of the things that's most rewarding about seeing a first Chesapeake competition is the energy. This is not a science fair. It is loud. There is cheering. There are mascots. It is something that you have to see to believe. These kids have really found their bliss. They found a goal, and they all are working towards this. And we see this as they graduate, as they go on to college, and as they enter their careers. We feel that FIRST has really been their first step in a successful future for them and also for us.
First Chesapeake obviously teaches STEM skills for building robots, but it's also about more than robots. And I learned so many more things that really made me well-rounded as a person. As a student, I met people both on my teams and at competitions who are doing amazing things and have gone on to do really incredible things in STEM as well. That's a lot of fun, and it's also really valuable because it gives me these connections to people doing phenomenal things in STEM.
I first became involved with First Chesapeake. My two sons became involved with the FIRST program. Both of them were in robotics and found a huge passion for the ability to grow and also to explore the emerging capabilities around robotics. FIRST, and First Chesapeake specifically, is a great avenue for our children to understand how they can impact the world in a fun and engaging environment. I'm so excited about the impact that our First Chesapeake students will have on our future.
I was amazed at what these young high school students were able to accomplish in 6 weeks. They take a project that seems like it's daunting and hard to achieve, and they're able to break it down and bring different skills and diverse backgrounds and achieve it. It's just a really amazing experience to see how someone's learning comes to life. And even more so, having been, both a mentor and a judge, also seeing what these students bring to the table and the amount of thought and strategy and through to execution that they have is truly profound, and it's always a pleasure to see what they come up with.
When we think about robotics and when we think about the future engineers, the future doctors, the future astronauts, the future educators, as well as the future trades and craftsmen, those individuals are going to have a strong math and science background. So First Chesapeake being the training ground in order for these new leaders to emerge is going to be very valuable, is very valuable. So we have to continue to nurture them, continue to give them the guidance that they need, continue to give them the mentoring that they need in order for them to be able to dream about what it's going to take for us to continue to be competitive as a country in this global world.
Our First Chesapeake students are going to have a tremendous impact on our future. They are already making a difference today. They are working in companies such as NASA. They are working for the military. They are working in film. These are creative, smart, driven young people, and they are tomorrow's technology leaders.
eager 7th graders ready to explore what participating in STEM activities had to offer. From unboxing their first set of parts and learning how to program Hello World using Java, to building their first drivetrain and qualifying for states, this like-minded group of students learned far more in 4 years than they could have ever imagined.
We are Team 12847, and this is our story. The FIRST community is unlike any other we have ever been a part of. Never have I seen so many individuals in one room, all driven by the same goal, to innovate, engineer, and lead.
Participating in FTC taught me to be a gracious professional and work hard while giving back to my community. I apply the knowledge I have acquired from being a part of FIRST in my daily life, and it continues to shape who I am as a person. Even amidst a global pandemic, FIRST Tech Challenge inspires and motivates so many individuals around the world. FTC provides students with the skills necessary to become the leaders of tomorrow.
FIRST prepares students for the world. When students participate in FIRST, we develop skills in science, technology, engineering, and math, as well as communication and collaboration. We are innovators, creators, and community builders. We are equipped to handle any challenge, and because of FIRST, we have become confident in our abilities. We know that we can work together to solve the world's problems. If every student participated in FIRST, we could set foot on Mars in a matter of years. We could solve world hunger, provide clean water to everyone, and cure deadly diseases. We could engineer solutions to the world's problems and achieve things we had previously only dreamt of. If every student participated in FIRST, we would not just have more engineers. We would have more collaborators and more dreamers. We would have a world prepared to handle anything.
for the last time before the matches actually start. In this last round of meetings, once again, we go over things such as the rules over the turntables, the rules over everything that has to maneuver and be dealt with on the field, making sure that you aren't affecting the field in any way, shape, or form, knowing how things should be interacting in and out of the field, just all the little things that can happen on a field. They talk about the different types of freight, the different ways to use and manipulate freight, the different ways that you earn penalties, unfortunately. I'm laughing at all the things that get talked about while we read these things. Also, I'm loving all the chats in the Twitch channel. Thank you to the Twitch chat for helping people out. Some of you all are here from other teams, and it's great to hear you all talk about the different teams and talk about what goes on between the different teams. Once again, don't forget to share the chat, talk about the chat, and make sure your team stays for all the chat. I know that this is a very long broadcast. I've been here for over 8 hours. I know. This is a full job. Maybe 1 day a week or 2 days a week, but this is a full job. It's a full shift. Now, in dealing with all of this, please remember, we love to see you all, we love to hear from you all, and we love seeing what your teams have to bring to the table. And so first and foremost, I'm going to go ahead and make everyone use all of our triggers possible. First and foremost, teams, remember, have your coaches, captains, and or mentors. Fill out the team survey, talk about your team, share stuff about your team, so that way we have all the information to talk about you. Also, if you all want to know the list of events, the list of teams that are coming up, or what the different rankings and such look like, make sure to go look at the events page. If you look at the events page, you all will know everything the same way we know it. Finally, don't forget to follow First Chesapeake. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Don't forget to tune back into some simple things such as the Chesapeake chats and all the other little events that we have that go on throughout the week. Coming up next for our fourth and final cohort of the evening, we have Team 17080, Newt.exe. We have Team 16862, the Terabyte Triceratops. We have Team 13353, Circuit Breakers. We have Team 12847, ERA. We have Team 10442, Metro Mechanics. We have Team 19994, Andromeda. We have Team 6010, Thunderstone, and Team 20259, Quantum Falcon. And once again, I am joined back in the box with DeAndre. DeAndre, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your break as well.
Always enjoy a good break. It's good to be back again.
Now, before we go into anything, let's talk about these teams once again. Now, we're not going to get into all the technicalities about these teams because, you know, they're not on the field yet. We want to have Newt.exe showing out for the .exe family. They have Wizards.exe, Newt.exe. Earlier today, we had Equilibrium.exe. Like, they have a ton of different robots, and that's cool. I love seeing it. I love seeing the families and sisterhoods of robots. We also have Thunderstone, which I was talking about last week. I was talking about it for school, bought like 6 or 7 teams. Let's have all the evolutions or like something full Pokemon themed. I just want to see someone go strong and go hard with the Pokemon thing. So we got Thunderstone here. And so I remember personally, I never liked evolving my Pikachu into a Raichu. I never liked giving my Pikachu a Thunderstone. I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't change Pikachu. Pikachu was the OG for me.
Always.
Never used to actually use Pikachu much. I'd get one and then put him in my Pokédex and never use him. He'd be in the Poké Center for the rest of the game. My main list was generally all 3 starters and then like 3 legendaries, or I had a team of all legendaries. And my friends used to sit there and say, how did you get a team of all legendaries? Well, I wanted to play the whole game, and also every time I bought a game, I bought both versions. And I either had two systems or I had a friend that had a system. So we used to sit there and trade back and forth and restart the game a couple of times until we could have everything. And now you all have Poke swapping and Poke trading, so now it's just super easy to do the global random trades and get everything in the beginning. Quantum Falcon. I like this name. Partially because I want to see some quantum computing. I want to see somebody use a quantum chip on their robot. Some real expensive robotics.
It would be.
You have a quantum FTC bot? Man. Killer on the field. Killer in your bank account as well.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, for example, the Terabyte Triceratops. I don't know what phone has a terabyte worth of memory, but I mean, if your phone has a terabyte worth of memory, that's cool. But I do know one thing, though. That Triceratops horn that they had on the front of their robot, I mean, on the sides of their robot was cool. I like the little Triceratops profile. You'll see it when they get back on the field. Their whole side panel is cut out like a Triceratops. Hopefully Circuit Breakers isn't breaking anyone's circuits, not their own or anyone else's. Hopefully the only thing that we're breaking is the scoreboard again.
Yeah.
Breaking it positively, I should say. Stop trying to break it negatively. Break it positively.
I want 300. Someone give me a 300.
I think we need to wait on the hackers to come back for that number. We need them to go hack the system again. Go do some matrix on the board. But if you see on the field, look at all those teams just ready to go. Look at all those nice, wonderful legs. We keep talking about this all day. We can see tons of legs.
Tons of legs, nothing but legs.
This is when you start wearing your designer shoes and your designer pants to show off who you actually are with your team. More so than wearing your shirts. But DeAndre, any comments about these teams?
The last few cohorts, I believe you could call them, they have had very good pickup systems. So I'm looking for more of the same from these groups of teams as well. I see some good stacking on the hubs, battles at the neutral hub. Some more duckies getting formed on the field and doing the end game.
Another part that we're getting ready to see, though, is teams 1-2-8-4-7 ERA alongside team 6-0-1-0 Thunderstone going up against teams 1-0-4-4-2 Metro Mechanics alongside team 1-7-0-8-0 Newt.exe. Once again, let's take another wonderful look at all of our wonderful referees and this gorgeous looking field. Once again, their field is so clean and it's so simple. And what I mean by clean and simple is the fact that it's smaller. Because it's their 12 by 12 field, it's so much easier to look at. A FRC field, if we had the cameras to cover a FRC field, we would need about 6 to 9 cameras to jump around for.
Yes.
And that would be because we'd need 1 camera on each goal. We'd need 3 cameras to cover the entire field. Like we'd have red sides backfield, we'd have blue sides backfield, we'd have the center field. There's just so many cameras that you would need to cover all the angles for the field.
And I tell you what, you would need it even more doing Steamworks because of what's going on the field.
Steamworks actually wasn't that bad because most of it was done on the separate sides. Probably one of the worst years would have been like Deep Space because they had to, you know, cover the field at one point, so the field was working under a cloak.
That was a pretty interesting game that, you know, for the first time he had control of the robot doing autonomous.
Well, it wasn't so much an autonomous period, it was the sandstorm period, so it wasn't really considered an autonomous period. And the reason why we had control is because they wanted to see you use vision capabilities since you were able, I mean, since you weren't able to see the field unless your robot was able to see. But these teams are getting prepped on the field. And I'm also receiving word that the robot on the field from 6010 is called Cricket with those little googly eyes. We're just waiting for the last finalizations from these teams as we get ready for cohort number 4 to start. We just got our randomization, which is randomization number 2. So all of these teams will be aiming for the middle tier.
I see some thumbs up. Might be time to start. All right, here we go. Match number 37. Oh, a Blue Alliance robot got one of their ducks onto the field. Oh, a Red Alliance robot. They have smashed their hub all the way over. That's going to be a major penalty.
Yeah, and I wonder how they're even going to be able to score on that, because you have to exit the area to be able to use it to score in the first
Drivers,
place.
pick up your controllers.
That's going to be
3,
tough to
2, 1.
It's 1780. Got this interesting intake going on here.
But I really do want to figure out what the Red Alliance is going to do. It seems that they're just still trying to score on the goal.
Yeah, they definitely did.
I don't know how this is going to work. How does this work? You can't, because you have to exit the goal to be able to score on the goal. So, do they just exit all the way to come back in? Like, how do you score on the goal?
Yeah, that was a major flop on their autonomous to get that all the way up into their warehouse like that.
I'm confused by how you score on the goal. I mean, I guess what they could do is they could load up that, what they're doing right now, they can load up the box and they could get the ducks. But other than that, they can't really do much. But this is a new one. I actually haven't seen that before. I haven't seen someone get the score hub all the way into the...
All the way.
I've seen partial, but not all the way.
I mean, they just pushed it right on in there.
And then I'm trying to figure out how they got the hub over the barricade. Because that hub is almost flat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Hmm. Because that was a very bam, ram, and just push.
That was some movement there. But with a current score of -30 to 70, we will see how the referees score the end of this match. Our final score coming in at a blue victory of 70 to 0, with a 15-point autonomous to a 39-point autonomous, a 1-point driver control to a 28-point driver control, and a 0-point endgame to a 23-point endgame, with a 30-point penalty towards the Red Alliance and a 20-point penalty towards the Blue Alliance. If I was on the Red Alliance, I would take the time to go recheck my code.
Yeah, definitely.
Please go test your program if you're on the Red Alliance. I have no words for that.
It's one of those things. It feels like you may have either selected the wrong autonomous, or
I feel like that was the wrong alignment.
Yeah.
But I know a robot when I see one. That is a Triceratops. That is a terabyte Triceratops getting ready to chomp its way onto the field. And that is their partner Andromeda on the Red Alliance. And then we're getting ready to see the Circuit Breakers and the Quantum Falcon fly onto the blue side. But I can't wait to see these teams come up next. Look at these teams getting ready to go. And once again, I'd love to thank all the teams and mentors and referees for keeping all of their safety and social distancing practices, remembering that we need everyone to have their mask on at all times and their goggles and face coverings on at all times. Also, teams, as a little sidebar, remembering we just came from doing back-to-back events between two different fields. So that's why right now you're going to see a lot of pauses and quiet gaps between the field as we wait for the fields to be reset and we wait for teams to get ready. Especially because in this cohort, some teams will be playing immediately back-to-back. The field attempts to give them a break, so sometimes they will have up to a 5-minute gap between events just to allow teams that would be doubled up to have a break. But speaking of breaks, there are no more breaks as we have randomization number 4, meaning they are aiming for the low bar. Let's see if these teams can do it.
I see all thumbs up. I think we're ready to go. I see 19994 trying to get that duck on the field, and they do. Oh, looks like 20. Is that 22?
That was 22:59. Both robots just narrowly missing the goal.
Yeah, it's just narrowly, like barely.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
It looks like 16862 is doing some early work on that shared hub. Move some freight from their side of the warehouse into that hub.
But look at that Triceratops lining up on that shared hub.
Yeah, he's doing a wonderful job.
But then look at the different loading mechanisms that we see. Both of the Blue Alliance teams having overhead scoopers. But then with those overhead scoopers, look at how they're specifically built. The Blue Alliance, the 1335-3 having almost like a carousel, how it lifts over and dips back to the other side. I mean, it's close to a scissor lift, honestly. I don't know how to truly explain that lift, that intake. It's almost like a scissor lift because it crosses back and then crosses outward to give it more height.
Now, 2259, they have a... This is interesting too, how they... I'm trying to understand how it's operating. You might want to help me.
19994 unfortunately just lost a ton of points by pushing out the wiffle balls onto the field. So they're having to recover from their previous lead and trying to recover back into what became a deficit. Both teams attempting to spin off those ducks, push as many points onto the field as they can.
FTC games I have volunteered for and even watched. This is definitely one of the more entertaining ones I've been around for. So much action can happen across the field. Just waiting for some final scores. Right now we have preliminary.
And our final score has just came in with the Red Alliance taking that victory at 76-46. Both teams receiving 60 points worth of penalties. But moving across that, we have a 46-point autonomous to a 12-point autonomous, a 36-point driver control to a 44-point driver control, and a 54-point endgame to a 48-point endgame. Once again, 60 points worth of penalties. The Red Alliance penalties received 1 major penalty for pushing the hub and 3 minors for those wiffle balls that escaped across the field. The blue penalties was a major penalty for touching the top of the carousel with the robot, and then 3 minors also for pushing wiffle balls around the field. Once again, teams, keep your junk in your box. You got a nice little white outline on the box? Keep it all in the box. It's like putting your toys away in your room. Keep your stuff in your corner. Do not lose it out to the general room. As well as, once again, we've talked about these tables and these discs all day. There is a disc. Your robot can touch it on the side. You can touch it on top. You cannot touch on top while the robot's on the side at the same time. If you want to touch on top, it must not be spinning. If the robot wants to touch the side, your hand must not be on it. Nobody can touch the bottom. You cannot touch the side, your robot cannot touch the top. If anyone has any questions about that, please feel free to ask your referees in between matches. This is what they are here for. Your referees are not here to punish you, they're here to help you and to guide you. So please ask for help. I can't wait to see who we have next coming onto the field. But I do see 2 things jumping onto the field. I see a Triceratops and I see a cricket.
Definitely see that Triceratops. Ain't missed that.
But I also know that we have Thunderstone, which is their cricket. We have the Metro Mechanics, and we have Circuit Breakers getting ready to jump onto the field. I can't can't wait to see them all. They're always fun to watch. Now, looking at the field, however, off to the side, how I was talking about each team had their own unique stands and own unique ways. Look at that music stand that they have for the Triceratops team. And then once again, I love seeing all the team shirts and all the team designs. Teams, make sure to show off your designs when you get the chance. Make sure to show off and talk about yourself when you have the chance to. But once again, coming up next, we have teams 16862, teams 13353, team 6010, and teams 10442. That will be the Terabyte Triceratops going alongside the Circuit Breakers, and they will be battling it out against Thunderstone and Metro Mechanics. Now, I wonder if Metro Mechanics is in the DC area just because we have the DC Metro. Because if that's the case, Metro Mechanics needs to go actually work on the DC Metro instead of working on this robot. DC Metro's been down for a while. They had a train issue, so we need some new mechanics to go work on these trains and get these robots back up and these trains back up. But speaking of things going all the way up, our teams are having randomization 6, meaning that they need to score on tower number 3. They need to score on that very high tower. Let's get ready to watch some robots. I want to see it. I want to see all the robots. The robottles. We have robottles underway. I couldn't tell if both of the blue robots drove to the corner at the same time or if one robot pushed the other. But either way, they're both parked. So it counts.
I see. 16862, they scored on the hub, but they unfortunately scored in the middle hub.
Fortunately, though, it is still extra points because this is the autonomous period. But that does push the Red Alliance higher than the Blue Alliance, with their score currently sitting at 32 to 20. So with the Blue Alliance needing some catching up to do, the Blue Alliance is springing itself to life. Red Alliance hopes to keep that score alive where it is.
That's 10-4-4-2. Yeah, but their intake is, it goes over, but it's still like carousel like. Watch as he score on that shared hub.
But look at these robots score. Look at these wonderful shots.
Yeah.
Now, I like how Triceratops is a Triceratops. And then I like how Triceratops has that like horn side, but then also they have a surgical tubing intake. So it's not a hard horn. It's these little soft horns that are getting flung around. It's not a hard horn. But like, I want to see a hard horn just like impale something and lift it up. And it's like, no, these nice little soft horns, they're just bristles.
Okay, we're in the last 30 seconds. Triceratops going to put some ducks on the field. $60-10 is doing the same thing for the Blue Alliance. How many they get on the field?
And I think we just cracked triple digits again. Red Alliance trying to get us over the triple digit barrier again. Blue Alliance staying right behind them, so we will have to see what this point breakdown is at the very end with this shared shipping hub. This match seems very close right now with an unofficial of 116 to 106. I can't wait to see what the referees have to say. It is currently in the favor of the Red Alliance. We will see what they have to say at the end. And And
here comes
this
the final
match
score.
will be scored in favor of the Red Alliance with
Wow.
a score of 116 to 106. The deciding factor being once again a minor penalty towards the Blue Alliance for 10 points. Otherwise, that would have been a very much so tied match. Fortunately, both teams cracked the triple digits with an autonomous period of 32 points to 20 points and a driver control period of 42 points to 46 points and an endgame of 42 points to 50 points. Once again, these teams would have been tied had it not been for that 10-point penalty. Those penalties can come back to bite you. We've seen it happen once. We've seen it happen many times. Penalties hurt.
They do.
They hurt a lot.
Definitely do.
I've seen many people lose matches at the very end because of a single penalty. But I really just love seeing all these teams. And I love enjoying the spirit of competition.
Yes.
Now, I've said it once and I'll say it about 55 more times. When we have a DC event, if they let me, I will commentate in person. I will be on the field with the DC teams if we have a DC event. I will try my hardest. If not, I will definitely be trying to commentate at the Newport News Coliseum when we have our championship. If they let me get as close to the field as possible, I will be there. But coming up next to the field and them actually getting to jump on the field, we have teams 17080 Newt.exe, 12847 ERA, team 20259 Quantum Falcon, and team 19994 Andromeda. Can't wait to see all these teams step up. It's a wonderful thing. But once again, I just love the different team names. Like how we have the .exe family. When some of the team numbers start to fall out in a certain way, especially when teams get a number, because you don't get to choose your number. When you get a number and you make your team name somewhat around your number, for example, N-1, how they have 9876. Like you couldn't choose that number, but it happens. Or there's a couple other teams that have nice and interesting names that go along with their team number. The Tactical Sheep of 007. They made sure to use a ton of 007 jokes with their robot all the time. Or like their emblem is the 007 smoking gun. It's wonderful. But these teams have heard that racing gun start as they're all going underway. Team scoring in the top goal. Even though I believe the score was supposed to be in the bottom goal, unfortunately there was a blue collision. And that results in a point deduction because they moved their shipping hub. Once again, teams, make sure to check your autonomous modes with your alliance partners.
17080 had a very
Pick up your
smooth
controllers.
autonomous. Got a duck on the
3,
field.
2,
And they were able
1.
to park right into that area. Oh, 12847 better watch out. They're starting to push over their hub. Oh, yeah, I think the ref called that one as a penalty.
Blue Alliance and Red Alliance both badgering their hub. Fortunately, though, no severe badgering like the last time that we saw what looked like a football player or a hockey match.
Yes.
with that roughing the Alliance hub all the way into the warehouse. I mean, I do guess that's one way to get freight into the warehouse. I mean, get freight into the shipping hub is to push the shipping hub all the way into the freight. It's not the most recommended idea, but hey, idea's an idea. And 12847, unfortunately, with their arm extending so far across, they managed to put freight into the shared shipping hub for the Blue Alliance and not for themselves.
Okay, I want you to watch. Can you watch 1708? Is their intake and then how they place it at the top? Oh, they doing a very good job.
They have like a double or triple lift mechanism, and it's really cool watching the fans go. And it's mostly so that way that first fan can separate multiple balls to make sure they don't have multiple things in their intake. And it also allows for easy ejection. So if something gets stuck or gets taken off to the wrong way, it just flies up and out.
It's beautiful.
Now, if we look at Newt.exe's duck handler, I do believe that they're wearing a GoPro mount of sorts, so that way they can just have a chest cam to show the game. Now, unfortunately, Newt.exe needs to get their spinner under control because their spinner is spinning a little too hard, and they've only managed to get one duck out, even though they had touched all 10 ducks.
Yeah. Now let's be
as comparison to the Blue Alliance, which managed to get 6 of their ducks in and get a double park at the end. And so this is going to be a huge comeback for both teams. Once again, both teams had received major penalties earlier in the match, so anything positive is a great score. Now, with your robots, how did you use to coordinate and program how many cycles you could run as far as scoring cycles?
I'm gonna need you to explain that question better for me.
So like how these teams are calculating how many pieces of freight they can get onto the shipping hub within the teleop period, how did you all used to calculate it?
So we based how much we could score versus what are the in-game options. Is it more conducive to go what's in-game, or is it more conducive to trying to get as many score elements in whatever?
Speaking of endgame, we have our points at the end of this game being in favor of the Blue Alliance with a score of 36-75. Both teams receiving major penalties for pushing their hubs. Red Alliance receiving 30 points worth of penalties, Blue Alliance receiving 60 points worth of penalties. The score breaks down to a 16-point autonomous to an 8-point autonomous, a 41-point driver control to a 59-point driver control, and a 9-point endgame to a 48-point endgame. Oh, my bad. A 68-point endgame. My mistake.
I would say is my thinking has always been is you have to delicate balance between how fast you can score during the major part of teleop and how soon you can complete whatever in-game task you have to complete, whether it's climbing up a rope or getting back on top of a stationary object or whatever. It's if you can complete that task in 10 seconds, then maybe you can focus more on scoring doing your cycles faster. It depends on how fast you can go. If you think
I can understand that.
Yeah,
I can understand where you're going. And my only thing is though, like on a year like this one, where the game is more about finesse and control than it is about flooding the point system.
Yeah.
I would honestly try to just finesse my points. I wouldn't try to overload my points. If I was going to overload my points, you'd see me going for something like the hubs and trying to score on any hub that I can, and sort of kind of not trying to place it on the hub, but just trying to toss it at the hub so I'd get really close and just like drop it somewhere and hope that it lands. Something like that. By comparison to like right now, the whole point is to balance your hub. So I wouldn't even touch my hub. Once I put one piece of freight on and I know I'm not tipping it with one piece of freight, I'd turn around and try to load it up somewhere else. But coming up next, we have teams 16862, we have teams 20259, teams 6010, and teams 17080. So once again, that is the Terabyte Triceratops going alongside Quantum Falcon, and they will be going up against Thunderstone, and Nuke.exe. Once again, I like saying it like that. What you gotta have some umph in it. You gotta hear the thunder when you say Thunderstone.
Thunderstone.
But Terabyte Triceratops, if we look at the field, not only is their robot a Triceratops, their actual interactive piece is a little Triceratops, and I love it. I love it right now. It's a little Triceratops. I don't know if anybody can see it because it looks almost exactly like the square, but it's a wonderful little thing. And they're scoring in zone number 3, so that is the top zone. But yeah, once again, in a game like this where it's more so about finesse, it's really just about being clean.
Yeah, I would be the person that would be trying to put as many freight into the shared hub as possible to put it to my side. That seems it has a lot of bonus points with it. I forget which match we did today, where the scores was like maybe 1 to 2 points apart, and then when they scored that shared hub, the Blue Alliance I think went ahead about 20-30 points.
And that is because that
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
shared hub, once again, if it tips in your favor, is a free 20
1.
points. So once again, yeah, I'd go about loading up the shared hub and then trying to get the ducks. Because if I can do those two, then I'm fine. I don't really care about the Alliance hub. As long as that Alliance hub stays balanced, that's free points there. So, as well as being able to then use the ducks once they're in play. For example, if I know that I can get a duck every 2 seconds and I have 30 seconds, and there's about 10 ducks at most, that means 20 seconds worth of ducks. Then all I have to do is move the duck into the blue or red square respectively. I'm gonna spend those last few seconds trying to move 2-3 ducks into that section.
I definitely am. I'm gonna figure out some type of way to push as many of them over as I can. Wait a minute, whose intake is that? That's gotta be
You're looking at Cricket's intake if you're looking at that nice large funnel that came up out the top. Yeah, that's 6010. That's Thunderstone.
Oh
that's
my goodness.
That's that huge chute that they push up and then just drop down. Blue Alliance receiving some penalties. I wonder what for. Probably to do with the shipping hub.
I didn't see anything, but that doesn't mean anything.
They got in the negative somehow.
They did, yeah, they definitely did.
Yeah, whether we saw it or not, they went negative.
We got some good duck battles going on right now.
Another thing that I would like to see though is somebody use their intake mechanism as also their mechanism for moving the carousel. So for example, if your intake had wheels on it, because some of these teams have wheels on their intake, then getting your intake up to that height and spinning your intake to make it spin the wheel, like that seems like something that I would have done, mostly because I wouldn't want to make 2 separate mechanisms. So I'd have it so that once it hit a certain point, it would fix at that point and say, okay, cool, this is where we lock at, spin it, stop, spin it, stop, spin it, stop. That would have been something close to what I would have done. But speaking of spinning, both teams spun 8 ducks out onto the field with a current unofficial score of 118 for the Red Alliance and 53 for the Blue Alliance. And we're just once again waiting on the referees to give us their final decisions. It's a wonderful little few minutes about stuff. But once again, this just gives us a time to relax and take a break between teams and allow the field to get a chance to take a breath. Some of these teams have a lot to do, and some of these teams come right back. Because remember, each team has to play 5 matches, so these teams do have to move pretty quickly. Speaking of things that are moving quickly, the Red Alliance moved quickly with that win with a score of 128-59. With our point breakdown being a 53-point autonomous to a 13-point autonomous, a 14-point driver control to a 32-point driver control, and a 61-point endgame to a 64-point endgame. The Blue Alliance receiving 50 points worth of penalties. Blue receiving a major penalty for dragging one piece of freight while scoring. Once again, teams make sure to only have one piece of freight. So I believe they received the penalty for dragging, and then they possibly removed another penalty for controlling freight for more than 5 seconds, and then they also probably received another penalty for something like taking a piece of freight out of the shipping area. I mean, taking more than one piece out the area at a time. There's just a bunch of different ways to receive these penalties. Unfortunately, this game is penalty heavy, which is why I keep saying that this game is a game of finesse. Drive teams, practice, please. Practice with everything. Practice with anything. Like I said, I used to go, and with our gym that we would practice in, because we had an FRC bot, so we had to practice on a lot larger scale, we would litter the field. I'd take tools, scatter tools all over the place. I would take like tennis balls and basketballs, baseballs, anything, litter them all over, especially to make sure that our drivers avoided things or were able to get over things if we needed to. Speaking of people getting over things, it's time to see who's going to get over with the next top score. We have team 13353 Circuit Breakers paired up with team 19994 Andromeda going up against teams 10442 Metro Mechanics and team 12847 ERA. I want to see these teams put up some nice, good, high scores. I want to see these teams really do something. And coming up next, we have randomization number 5, which is in center space number 2. So they are just going to clear the field and be ready. It's time for robots. Now, I don't know about you, but we used to be really antsy waiting for the autonomous period to finish, or waiting even to just start the match at the beginning. Mostly because of the fact that I know with us, sometimes our auto didn't always work. But then mostly the other part was we knew that as soon as the game started, we got to jump on those controls and go right into controls and go start moving everything.
It's just a rush.
Drivers,
Two
pick up your
minutes and 15
controllers.
seconds.
3, 2, 1.
Man, that rush is life. It's wonderful. But I also remember I used to love doing all the little pep rallies and the little things in between matches and in between events.
Yeah.
I know what I'm gonna call that lift. We're gonna call that the sugar lift, the sugar cube lift, the teaspoon, because it's just all little. It's a nice little scoop. It's a little. It's a little. You want a scoop of sugar? Here, I'll give you a scoop of sugar. It's just a little. Just a little bit. But I also wonder how much coding did they put in their various servos to do all of this programming, mostly because some of these teams use like gyroscopic sensors to keep stuff level when it's moving. Once again, just look at that little T-scoop. It's just a little gentle touch.
Scoop,
little doop. But the Blue Alliance receiving penalties, I believe, for moving the shared hub out of its original starting area, which is causing that that Red Alliance issue of trying to line up everything properly. The Red Alliance unfortunately scoring in the Blue Alliance multiple times due to this issue. Now, see, if the shared shipping hub moved that much, would you still try to score on it, or would you leave it alone?
I think I'm still trying to score on it. I would just have to realign myself, but I was still trying to score on it.
And as the game comes to a close, we have six ducks thrown onto the field from both sides with a current unofficial score of 130 to 18. Once again, that share hub and a whole bunch of other things will come down to the referees as far as what these final points look like. And I am seeing the penalties come across for both pushing their own shipping hub and for pushing the shared shipping hub against the Blue Alliance. I still can't get my mind around it, and I'm still trying to figure how you push the Alliance Hub into your warehouse.
They just had it right in the middle, and they just went full speed. All I can say.
But it's mind-boggling. I don't understand. But with another thing that's mind-boggling is this score coming out at 132 to 32, with a 27-point autonomous to a 10-point autonomous, a 44-point driver control to a 30-point driver control, and a 71-point endgame to a 52-point endgame. Both teams receiving penalties. Red Alliance receiving 10 points worth of penalties, and Blue Alliance receiving 60 points worth of penalties. Once again, we discussed those penalties for the Blue Alliance, with those being the two major penalties: first, moving their own Alliance hub, and then secondly, for moving the shared shipping hub. The Red Alliance probably got a moving violation for having a piece of freight wander out of their shipping area. Another thing that I feel about the FTC fields compared to the FRC fields is the fact that they only do the 2x2s instead of the 3x3s.
Mm-hmm.
And so with something like that, I one day want to see them do like a 1v1v1v1 match. Just having all four robots start on the different four sides, or start in the four corners. Or having something like a 2v2 match where you're diagonally opposite from your alliance partner or something like that. And you guys are working on a goal in the middle, something like that. Like that would be just, it just seems like something cool. Just to, you know, further utilize the full field.
Mm-hmm.
But already on the field, I see all four robots. I can't see the numbers clearly. But I believe I see, yep, I saw ERA and the Terabyte Triceratops, but we also have Quantum Falcon and the Metro Mechanics. So going down the team numbers, we have 20259, 10442 going up against 12847 and 16862. So once again, that is Quantum Falcon and Metro Mechanics going up against the ERA and Terabyte Triceratops. Every time I read ERA, I keep thinking about IRA. And I'm like, no, that's the wrong thing to think about. I don't need the IRA. Like, the IRA is not fighting in this match. This is not what we are not talking about the IRA. We're talking about the ERA. And then the other thing that I think about is how some of my Southern speaking friends say area or error sometimes. It'd be error. Error. Yeah, we in the error. Like, what? How you spell that? Completely forget the first A. It's not area, it's error.
Error.
Yeah, we in the error.
We in the error.
My problem is I lived in Atlanta for a few years. I speak like them sometimes too. Where you at? I'm over here. Don't know where the letters went. H disappeared. I'm over her. I'm over her. One of my friends, his is the worst. We tried to we tried to talk about Back to the Future, and we were talking about a DeLorean, and so he had to say a line, and it was like, I don't have a DeLorean to go back to the future. This man kept saying, I don't have a Delur. It was like, what is a Delur?
What is it, a Delur? Huh?
We looked back at the line, he said, oh, DeLorean. What is a Delur?
I don't have a Delur.
If anybody remembers Back to the Future, how fast do these robots need to go to travel back in time?
Is there anybody in this chat that was alive when Back to the Future came out?
And none of my referees, none of my backstage, none of my production people. I want to see the teams do it. 'Cause I know all of you know it, and I know all of you will say it in a heartbeat. I want to see the teams answer.
Got to be under the age of like 15 to answer this question. Oh, looks like a time has started.
Yep, and we have a Triceratops putting a duck on the field. We have 1044-2 putting a duck on the field. The Metro Mechanics mechanized the robot onto the field. I just said I didn't want to hear nobody important say the score.
I think 2259 is completely inside of their area.
Pick up your controllers.
But yes, everyone, if you want to time travel, all you have to do is drive at 88 miles an hour. Meaning go on the highway and you get to time travel. Or in my uncle's case, a normal Sunday drive, as he likes to call it.
A normal Sunday drive.
He has a Mustang, and it's super powered, it's turbocharged, and he goes and 130 is a normal day for my uncle when he gets in his Mustang. He loves pushing it. Okay, fine. Since I seem to have all the Back to the Future nerds in this chat, how much power did it take to travel back in time?
That is the answer I want to hear.
This is what I need somebody else to. You know when you have a teacher that says, "Can anyone else answer the question?" This is what we say right now. Can anyone else answer the question?
While they figure out that answer, we're gonna look at these Battle of the Ducks going on in the
The answer's already out there.
Of course it is.
But these ducks are also getting out there, and these scores are rising. These teams staying neck and neck. The score is rising right back up to each other.
Blue can get one more duck on the field. Oh, they might have made it. They did make it. Let's see. Current score is sitting at 87, 85. Oh, they're climbing again.
It's that shared shipping hub right now. That'll be the battle. And yes, the correct answer is 1.21 gigawatts, which was pronounced more so as gigawatts. 1.21 gigawatts of energy. It's also compared to a lightning strike or a bunch of other things. And our score will come down to the Blue Alliance with a score of 96 to 101. Penalties being the deciding factor once again. We have a 23-point autonomous to a 13-point autonomous, a 42-point driver control to a 24-point driver control, and a 51-point endgame to a 64-point endgame. Once again, the Red Alliance had received 20 points worth of penalties. Time to see what those penalties were about. Red penalties. Once again, minor penalties for moving freight. But speaking of the DeLorean, I actually did get to see one of the real DeLoreans in person. I was at AwesomeCon this year, so DC's version of Comic-Con. And so for anyone else who was at AwesomeCon, I was moving around. I was doing a ton of different things. I was actually at AwesomeCon as Oogie Boogie for one of the days, so that was pretty fun. Everybody wanted to come boogie with Oogie. But another great thing that was at some of the events was we also had a couple of First Robotics robots at some of the events for some of those different conventions, such as AwesomeCon. I know DC has another few events that they host that a bunch of the different first teams show out to. And once again, those are wonderful ways to get your community outreach points and bring up your presence within your community. It's also another great way to, you know, recruit people for your teams, as if they see you out there. But coming up next, we have Team 6010 Thunderstone alongside Team 19994 Andromeda going up against Team 17080 Newt.exe alongside Team 13353 Circuit Breakers. It just sounds fun to say like that. Circuit Breakers. Circuit Breakers. And Thunderstone. I can't help it. I want to put extra emphasis in every single name that I have. Like, for example, with Newt.exe having that capital T along with the capital N, you want to just like overemphasize the T, just Newt.exe. Just gotta .exe, just gotta spit a little bit every time you say it. Just it's Newt.exe. It's not Newt.exe, it's Newt.exe. It's like you mute, it's a Newt.exe. Also was getting ready to say something, and then I realized the joke that would be said if I said said thing, so I just kept the joke to myself. It was not fun to deal with in my head.
And that's why you're supposed to think before you speak.
It's fun being crazy, but it's crazy being fun. Because I'm sitting here getting ready to say things, I'm like, wait, I know the people that I work with, they're gonna make jokes. But coming up next, we have randomization number 3, which is the top tier. So time to see some wonderful high scores in this opening round. What's the highest that we've seen in the autonomous so far? I know Ishan, the numbers guy, tomorrow is going to be talking about it, but what is the highest that we've had in the autonomous? I think it was something in like 80 something, or
yeah, I feel like one of the first ones I was here for was like 80.
Yeah, I think it was like an 80 in the autonomous.
And we're off match number 44. Oh, the blue robot looks like it's really inches away, trying to get the duck on the field.
But look at this score. With more than 100 seconds left, both teams already paired up at 62-45 in favor of the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
17080 back with that slick intake. It's like 13353 and 6010 are battling with that shared hub.
And once again, I'm glad that all the pairings are random and that we don't get to choose what the pairings are, especially when it comes to these different different cohorts, because that would definitely make some of the pairings be purely for comedic relief as far as the team names go. Last season, I remember in particular we had something like the Lions, the Tigers, and the Bears, and they all played in a match.
Oh wow!
So I spent the chat going, Lions, Tigers, Bears, oh my, and it was just wonderful. And because somebody had to go back and tell me, hey, they actually are paired to go up against each other in a match, and I was like, wait, they are? Ooh, this is gonna be fun. But look at these scores, they are climbing. Both teams trying to get those triple digits. Can they do it? Will it be done? And it is time! With a current unofficial score of 136 to 105. That score is continuing to climb on up. I really do miss being on the field with these teams. It used to be so much fun. Especially talking to, and then also there are so many little things that we talk about here that we can't see on the robot. For example, your intake mechanisms. I used to get up nice and personal to these robots. Be like, ooh, look at that. Making sure not to stick my finger in the robot because I've definitely seen what happens. But with a final score of 142 to 131, the Red Alliance narrowly beats out the Blue Alliance. Once again, a battle for the penalty box. With a point breakdown of a 56-point autonomous to a 39-point autonomous, a 48-point driver control to a 62-point driver control, a 48-point endgame to a 50-point endgame, and a red team penalty of 10 points and a blue team penalty of 20 points. Both sides receiving penalties for balls rolling on out of that shipping area.
It was a good match. They really were scoring everywhere.
They were going back and forth, but the game would have been within 1 point had it not been for penalties.
This is once again, guys, we stress penalties. Stay away.
It would have been a 1 point game. Now, the last time that I received a bunch of penalties for playing any sort of sport was when I used to play hockey. I played hockey for about 2 years, and it was funny because my nickname on the hockey team was PB.
At the penalty box.
Yep. And my best friend's name was Jay at the time. So, and he used to jump in the penalty. He used to get put in the penalty box with me. So he used to sit there and look at us and be like, hey, PB and J.
PB and J.
He'd sit there going back and forth. It used to be a terrible thing because we'd constantly be in the penalty box. Most of the time that I was in the penalty box for was for raising my stick or for charging somebody.
And so
I was good at it.
It's funny because I didn't think they call penalties in hockey like talking about. It don't seem like it.
Oh, they do when you're not in actual like college and professional leagues. When you're in the middle school and elementary school leagues, you get a lot of penalty time. You can get a lot of penalty time.
Okay, that makes sense.
Like, for example, my biggest excuse used to be my skates don't have brakes on them. So I'd ram straight into somebody, truck them into the side of the field. I mean, that was my thing. I was like, what? My skates ain't got brakes. You gonna be my brakes today. Boom. Used to just run people over. Those are the days that I used to be short too. So I used to hit people at their hip. But coming up next, we have teams 13353 Circuit Breakers and team 10442 Metro Mechanics going up against teams 20259 Quantum Falcon and 17080 Newt.exe. Once again, love the teams. Circuit Breakers, Metro Mechanics, Quantum Falcon, Newt.exe. Once again, you gotta .exe. You just gotta emphasize the T. Just Newt.
Newt.
If you don't emphasize the T, it's just not fun. And now coming up next in qualification match 45, we have randomization number 6. This is going to be the high goal. Once again, you're going for that very top tier. Get it all the way up top. Reach for the sky. Put 'em up, put 'em up, put 'em up.
Put 'em up, all the way up. Here we go.
Speaking of putting up, these teams are trying to put up as many points as they can in this autonomous period. I see a duck for red. I see a... Oh, that shipping hub. Once again, what is going on?
Who did that?
I think that was 10442. 10442. That shipping hub got some distance there, buddy.
You know, I really thought it was weighted down enough that they couldn't move it, but I guess not.
Pick up your controllers.
It's not weighed
3,
down really. Remember,
2,
all the pieces are very
1.
light, but at least it's not in the hub, so they can still score it because it's not in the box again.
Right.
But like, how?
Yeah, how?
Also, I'm laughing at the scoring and production teams as they're talking in the back about telling us our penalties, because that's what they do. They tell us when we see penalties. So they said, yeah, Red received a major penalty for moving the shipping hub, and it's a that's an obvious one there. There's a lot of penalties I sometimes have to question, but that one, it's a pretty visible one. I don't think that's an easy one to miss. I just once again want to figure out, how do you move the shipping hub that far?
Power. A whole lot of power.
I mean, but they're coming back from it. I mean, the score is 69-93.
And I think they may have got the shared hub on to their side, so that'll be.
I believe they did, but right now this is a battle of the ducks. Once again, we have ducks on the left, we got ducks on the right, we got red ducks, we got blue ducks, we got ducks for ducks. Ducks are ducking off the field, they're ducking left and right. I'm thinking about the 5 Ds of dodgeball, but I keep saying ducks instead. If you know the 5 Ds of dodgeball, tell us.
Put it in the chat.
I'm going through all my movie references this week. I'm gonna come back next week and I'm gonna have no more movie references that I can use. Everyone's gonna have seen every single movie just to prove a point. They're gonna be like, I dare you to make more movies. I got you now. And our final score coming up is in favor of the Red Alliance. Coming back from that 30-point penalty with a score of 143-94 with a 51-point autonomous, a 39-point autonomous, a 54-point driver control to a 61-point driver control, and a 68-point endgame to a 24-point endgame. Both teams receiving 30 points worth of penalties. Blue receiving a major penalty at the end of the match for touching the top of their carousel. Once again, teams, when it comes to that turntable, your robot can touch the side of the turntable. You, as a human, or maybe a not robot thing, can touch the top of the turntable. Because who knows? Nowadays, anybody can be what they want to be. So as a non-robot entity, we shall say, can touch the top of the turntable.
Don't touch that. Don't touch the side of that carousel.
But once again, we would like to remind everyone, this is our 46th and final match of the night. It is 5:09. We have been live since 8 o'clock this morning. We have been live with you all, rocking, chilling, chatting for 9 hours and 24 minutes. It has been a wonderful time, but we are ready for this final match. If you've been here with me for 9 hours and 24 minutes, say hi.
Say hi to them, y'all.
We made it.
Y'all made it.
This needs to be our own little achievement medal that we get. We get the over 9 hour club. Get the whole shift. But coming up next, we have teams 16862, 6010, 19994, 12847. Once again, that will be the Terabyte Triceratops and Thunderstone going up against Andromeda and the ERA. I like having fun with this stuff. Y'all know all these numbers is always fun going back and forth. And for our final match, we will be finishing it off in randomization numero uno. Or for my non-Spanish speakers, that is number 1. For my French speakers, I believe that is un. Don't ask me to keep going through more languages. I'm not gonna keep trying. I used to know how to say it in Russian and German and a couple other languages. We're not gonna go down the list. I've spoken lots of little bits of languages, never fully got settled on learning one language. And the cricket is hopping off to the start, running down to their shared hub, while the Triceratops is throwing that duck onto the field. Over on the blue side of things, we have Andromeda playing with their ducks. I'm still surprised that none of the teams that have played for the Blue Alliance have wanted to chat "I'm blue" and actually go through the song and try to type out the song, because I've seen people do stuff like that before.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
But we are off into
3,
our teleop
2,
mode. Once again, this is
1.
our last minute and 20 seconds of robots. And with a current score favoring the Blue Alliance, let's see if they can pull away with this lead, while the Red Alliance tries super hard to get them back. The Terabyte Triceratops trying to push their teammate off of the spike, trying to get their teammate unspiked.
Triceratops are going for the share hub. 199994 is going for their own alliance hub. Yeah, I was wondering how they're gonna get around all of that robot. So Triceratops looks like they're taking the long way around to go back their carousel to start putting some duckies on the field.
But with 30 seconds left to go, it is duck time. Time to go play Duck Duck Goose. 1 ducky, 2 ducky, 3 ducky, 4 ducky, 5 ducky, 6 ducky, 7 ducky, 8 ducky, 9 ducky, 10 ducky. There's only 10 duckies rolling on the field.
The Blue Alliance might get all of their ducks on the field. Red Alliance still has a couple left.
And once again, with a current unofficial score of 95 to 88, it's time to see what our referees have to say for our final match of the night. And once again, I just want to go through and try reading all the different team names that we have that were here today. So we had Epsilon Delta 2, the Electronovas, Ram Eater, SWAT, Monkey Bang Rock, Lions, Equilibrium.exe, Bullets Robotics, Nitrix, E-Mushers, Double O Ducks, Spider Bite, Peking Duck, Mechhawks, Reboot, Talon, Cybirds, Spider Bits, N-1, Epsilon, Big Robots, World Wires, Hail Mary, the Pollinators, the Swarm, the Stingers, Honey Nut Gyrios, Newt.exe, Terabyte Triceratops, Circuit Breakers, ERA, Metro Mechanics, Andromeda, Thunderstone, and Quantum Falcon. But for the win, the final win of the night, the Red Alliance takes it with a score of 105-88. With a final breakdown of a 18-point autonomous to a 16-point autonomous, a 12-point driver controller to 18-point driver controller, and a 75-point endgame to a 54-point endgame, with another final clean match. No penalties across the board. This will be it for Alexandria for tonight. This will be it for all of us for tonight. The same way I just read down all of our wonderful Alexandria teams, let me go right back over to Fairlawn and read down all those teams so we can say bye to all of them. So we're going to say once again goodbye to the Touring Squad, Tutu Turtles, Robotic Rampage, Trojans, Squatch Watch, North Cross Raider Robotics, Redbeard Pandas, PC Rocket Robotics, Hyper Giants, HHS Robotics, Error Code 502, Raider Robotics, HHS Robotics, Error Code 404, Robo Troopers, Cable Management, Her Majesty's Engineers, Firefly, and Loose Screws. So once again, thank you and good night to all of our wonderful teams. Before we go, we're going to show you all our wonderful sponsors. Our wonderful thanks to everybody who was here. Once again, thank you to all the volunteers, the mentors, the parents, the alumni, the backstage, the referees, our judges for tomorrow, and everyone else. And don't forget, we will be back tomorrow for more robotics. Well, I will be back. Robotics. But you guys will have Ishan, the numbers guy, back tomorrow, so you guys could say hi to him instead. So he will be back tomorrow. We will have more robots. We will be going live tomorrow at 7 a.m. Good night, everyone. We will see. Oh, wait, no. I believe we go live at 7:30 or 8, one of the two. Not 7 a.m. Please do not come in at 7 a.m. We have to be here at 7 a.m. But we will see you all tomorrow. We hope everyone has had a wonderful night. I have been Niall. That's been DeAndre. We will see you all next time.
Good night.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is
To what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. Define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked.
Perfect. We see these students coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are the foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Cannon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Cannon products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.